Oh, boom, boom, boom. Not sure if anyone is in chat yet. Good morning, everyone. How are you guys doing? It's 8 a.m. morning on Sunday, so I wouldn't be surprised if no one in chat is yet. Oh, but we have a grand final. I forgot about the lamp. Here we go. Anything else that I forgot? I don't think so. Good morning, Ryan. How are you doing? Just logged into Valorant. First thing that I saw is that 2 people were banned for being toxic and 1 person was banned for cheating. Didn't get the points yet because I'm gonna get the points after the next game. I think that's how it works, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, that's funny. Oh, and with the Sabarino, with the 31 months, Ryan, how are you doing, buddy? Thank you so much for the continuous support. It's like you have a private stream right now. I think you're the only person in chat at 8 a.m. 22 on Sunday morning. Everyone else is just busy sleeping, man. It's just us. It's just us, buddy. That's what I get for waking up earlier to work also. It's when I was working in an office, I always loved when I was like waking up a little bit earlier. You know what, for example, sometimes I was asking my boss if I can just like come an hour earlier and then finish an hour earlier, right? So for example, when I was working like 8 a.m. to 4 p.m., I was coming at 7 a.m. and finishing at 3 p.m., right? Yeah, and I like that because I was avoiding also like traffic and shit and so on. So I had also a job that I was starting at 7 a.m. and finishing at 3 p.m. and I was asking if I can come at 6 a.m. and finish at 2 p.m. And when I was coming to work at that hour, there was literally no one. So I was just like the first one to open office, and I had the time to myself. No one was like, there was no noise. There was no one like yapping all the time, right? Yeah, I love it as well, that undisturbed time. I do it as well. It's like when you have all the things for yourself and no one fucking bugs you. That is the time that I love as well. Ba 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 da. Tejo, last moments of Tejo. Bam bam boop 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 boop. All right. Let's see how many points will we get back after the game. And dude, I really wish they would have been telling you, like, who was the person that cheated. I really do. Like, I don't see a point why I would not see that information. No? Hello, Deflotus. How are you doing? How's your Sunday? Like, why do we not see the name of the person that got banned? Why? Would be great. What is the server? Is that Frankfurt? A 30 ping. Might not be Frankfurt. Wait, why do I... Paris? No.
Wow,
Lot B. Can I have a heal, please? Well, got mine. Will this person ever help?
One enemy remaining.
No shit, no shit.
Spike down B.
38.
That's good job. I got 2.
Yeah, nice staying alive on site.
Wigan goes too fast. I'm good. How are you? I'm better. You know, like, I shared my private thoughts on Discord, right, with a private video. Some names are better, some names are worse, but I'm working on it, you know? Thank you for asking. You can see the names? No, you can't, Tukman. You can't see if someone was banned, you just get a message that someone was banned.
Me?
Unless you're live. Then you're alright. Then in the text chat, I think it's being shared. Oh, what the fuck? 1B main, my bad.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Put out.
But we're fucked. I mean, yeah, in League of Legends you can see it, yeah. In Valorant you can only see it if it would happen like while now, like watching the...
Last player standing.
Okay. Bro,
Down B.
7 judge bullets and he might actually win the round. But yes.
You pick against Tico. You like
Do we
using
gamble?
RR?
Do we
Hey, it's my
gamble,
bad.
guys?
No, you like using RR. You pick against Tico.
Hello team, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hello.
I'm muting Sage because they're just being toxic for no reason, but if they say something useful, let me know.
Okay.
Good job, killer. Good job.
80 damage, Jet. Bro, I turned around from that flash. I legit looked to my left. I knew where the flower is, and I turned to my left. Why was I fully flashed still? I don't get it.
He's there with you, with you, with you, with you.
114
Last
raise,
player
65
standing.
vice.
Did you watch Fnatic vs Team Liquid yesterday? A little bit. I had it like on my TV, and I was watching it from time to time. What is going on with this
Spike
player, bro?
planted.
What? What am I watching?
Why is our Sage aiming at the floor?
Bro,
What the
fucking Sage doing?
What the?
Why is this crosshair at the floor?
I don't care. You pick against Tico. Your brain is really...
Alright. Alright, I'm just gonna mute those 2 idiots.
No reason for trolling, so... One round loss is not reason for troll. I had glitch. My bad, I say it. But you don't need to try anything.
So yeah, I was watching a little bit of Fnatic vs Team Liquid yesterday, but man, that round 11, 12, and Boaster killed Nats. Like, why? There was like 10. I think it was like
Okay,
11 seconds.
let me smoke. I smoke a boba.
I think it was like 11 seconds left, and Nats just peaked. I was like, what the fuck?
Chill. I don't have smoke.
One is mid.
Multiple enemies B.
What? Why are you with that crosshair? You're... Find the race, please.
Spike down B.
ITP out. Oh, what the fuck
Last
is this guy
player
doing here?
standing.
What? Sky
30
A
seconds
main?
left.
What the fuck? What the fuck is going on? Anyway.
10 seconds left.
Who's screaming you in your
Spike planted.
you guys can't chill and calm down, guys.
We have two idiots yapping at each other, the Sage and the Killjoy constantly, and the Clove is slapping with them. Yeah, I'm not participating in that. Hello, Rashu.
My ult is ready.
Yellow for luck. Hello, Sanda. They're pushing A. They might be.
Last player
Oh,
standing.
for fuck's sake.
Spike planted.
Nice to get your internet working again. Yeah. Interesting stuff. It wasn't working for the entire day back then, by the way. How can I win this fucking game, man? Is there a way?
Spike down B. Last player standing.
Ah, they're coming A now. Oh, for fuck's sake.
Last player standing. Spike planted.
What the fuck?
One enemy remaining.
Unlucky, guys. I wish I had faster reaction. I would have killed him before he shot the rocket. Unlucky. By the way, if you see Cast 28 in chat, this is ridiculous, man. Please let me know.
One enemy remaining.
Ow, the damage, man. That was too much. Comeback time. Hello, Vamso. One is mid. Seems like there's a wall here. Okay. Okay. A mobility duelist is just watching the flank, I guess. When I see the Vice on minimap fighting someone else, that's great shit. Unlucky, I guess.
Spike planted.
Hello, Expos. How are we doing, guys? Stick it.
Last player standing.
Unlucky that the killer died. 230 milliseconds. Oh, that's unlucky. Nice try. Oh shit, wait, we don't need the matchmasters anymore. Can delete that. Teammates are doing something. That's nice. No one broke the wall on mid. We have a lurking raise when we go A. Yeah, that was the thing that surprised me last round, brother. The lurking, sorry, not the lurking raise, but like the flank holding raise. When you guys are showing yourself somewhere else. That was the surprising thing.
One enemy remaining. Spike down B. 30 seconds left.
Spike spotted B. Can I get this?
I like to praise you. Still winnable. That's the funniest thing about it. Like the opponents will tilt more than my teammates tilted. That's gonna be kicking himself if Liquid don't make Toronto. Oh yeah, he's gonna be so fucking just going at it. That's for sure.
Enemy spotted. A.
There's one guy on A. I don't know who's on A.
Spike planted. Bro,
I heard the footsteps. I didn't realize it was so close.
Standing.
Did I shot the salary, by the way? I think so, no? I think I shot the salary because this guy ulted the moment I started shooting at someone. Right? So the bullets got blocked. And I legit hit for 10 damage. Oh, for fuck's sake, man. That is so disappointing.
Reloading.
Unlucky.
Enemy spotted.
He like didn't move his mouse.
Ult is ready.
Spike down A. Last player standing. Last player
Are you
standing.
doing anything for Mother's Day? Mother's Day was already... Wait. Where's the Polish Mother's Day?
Spike planted.
Dude, that's like in 2 weeks. No, I just give him a flower and that's it. Hello, Jerem.
One enemy remaining. Last round in the half.
Yeah, yellow for luck. We're winning this one. Laura itself is the best gift for his mother. That's why she got the second one after 11 years. She was feeling like, yeah, this one might not make it. That's a lot of people here.
Last player standing.
Okay then. Well, I got mine.
Spike planted.
My ultimate is ready.
Hello, Nikhil. Hello, Rohan on YouTube.
Switching sides.
Interesting behavior by those people. What does your sibling do? Photography and music. Oh, there goes my TP. Unlucky.
Reloading.
Spike down B.
Reloading. I got the spike.
What the
Spike down B. Last
I didn't
player
see the gap.
standing.
That's
Flawless.
very unfortunate. That's very unfortunate. You know what's funny is like in this kind of pistol round, it actually is very visible how important was the nerf of Yoru. I would have had a clone. In my normal typical buy, right? In my normal typical buy, I would have a clone to trigger that wall in the pistol round. But I don't. Where's the one here?
Spike down A.
What the fuck? Look at this. Does she kill her?
One enemy remaining.
I hate that wall so much. Sage wall, I mean? Yeah, dude. You're not alone.
Reloading. Reloading.
This fucker, by the way, this fucker has 2.3k and wants me to for him to fucking give him a sheriff. Like, those people are really idiots, man.
Reloading.
We're losing 410. Why are you not buying a weapon? Like those people, nah, those people are just really like not it, man.
Weapon here.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
One enemy remaining.
Enemy spotted B.
Yeah, I thought you don't usually read YouTube chat. I always read it. Just a different window than my Twitch chat, and that's not happening in the YouTube chat. And if someone says in YouTube chat like, I don't know, like Kappa, well, how do I respond to that?
Spike down B.
Bruh.
Player standing.
I have the spike.
Really, this Sage wall is like, I don't think I'm gonna go B main anymore.
One enemy remaining.
My ultimate is ready.
The funniest thing, this game would be winnable if that clutch would have gone our way. But legit, our Sage just looks like she's like legit trolling.
Enemy spotted mid. My ult is ready. My ultimate is ready.
Ah, for fuck's sake.
Spike planted.
Last player
No,
standing.
don't hide, bro. Hide, Killjoy. Don't help me. That's good shit. That's too far away. He's defusing.
One enemy remaining.
No?
Match point.
So the preference to not have a wall there at all. Always see Sage do that, but can see how it gives so much control to the defenders. I made a video about it. Go to my YouTube channel. Have an exclamation mark YouTube. To the Valorant YouTube channel. And see the video mistakes split. I explain it very thoroughly. There.
Last
Okay.
player standing.
There. Dude.
Spike down B.
Legit 3 seconds into the round. Legit 3 seconds into the round. 4 people died.
Flawless. Defenders win.
Unlucky. Unlucky. What can you do? Actually incredible. Thoughts about the game called Repo? I've never heard about the game. Second. Why don't you speaker Polish? I don't use speakers. I have a headphone. You know? Hope that helps. Hello, Goose 6. Repo sounds like it's about someone who is reclaiming like possessions. Is that it? Bam bam. Sorry for the sniff, my bad. Okay, but I played one game, still didn't get my points back. You recently reported for cheating. After review, they have been banned. Okay, fantastic. But can I get a actual RR back? I'm assuming you're not streaming tomorrow. I'll be streaming tomorrow. I'll be taking a day off on Tuesday. It's a co-op horror game where 4 players go into monsters infested maps to recover objects to repossess. Okay. Yeah, it doesn't feel like a game I would stream, to be honest. Could that not be from previous act? What would that be from the previous act? Then it doesn't matter. Like, you get your points back anyway. They just made the thing that you need to play one game to get your points back. But I just played one game and didn't get my points back. So it's like, what gives? Ah, shit, Stockholm. Oh, fuck me. Hello, Morty Kings. The points were found go across acts. There's no reason why they would not go across acts. Oh, by the way, when this act started, you just needed to play one game, right? Hey, Nocturnal. Dude, am I gonna play a game? I legit think that we have spent now 6 minutes in queue while joining games. Next act is the 5 reset. Did they say why or something? Because why wasn't not the one before? I don't get it, man.
Hi guys.
Cool.
Yeah. Someone didn't load in. Great. Because it's still 3 acts per this is
easy,
third.
Mike. Lucky.
No, it's not, no? Is
Wait.
it?
Ну, их 4.
Реально.
Like they changed
Ну, я думаю,
there's
они тоже
like
специально.
there were acts
Я за
and
них играл,
episodes.
они не
Like
хотят со мной
episodes and
играть.
acts. Now we have only
Чуть
acts,
забыли.
right?
Unlucky. You're heaven. Блять, минус 105 тут. Сейдж.
While I'm waiting, the fucking one guy's AFK. And And this guy is waiting for someone to go and kill FK. Bro, no, I'm just gonna lose my mind with those players, bro.
One enemy remaining.
Please remember to use English on channel to pet up. And welcome. Can we play a game today? A normal one without trollers and remakes and dodges? I don't think so. I don't think so, guys. I don't think that's possible. And again, I have the message about the fucking cheater. Look at this. Give me my points back. Valoranto. Give me a points back. So far, one game with 4 toxic idiots. Unwinnable, unfortunately, right? 2 dodges, 2 remakes. I'm streaming for 48 minutes. Oh, fuck me, man. Unless they change it, rollbacks only work within the act of the match, as per the 10.05 patch notes. Can you paste the relevant information of the patch notes in the chat? Any plans to try do an awakening? Try to do an awakening. From what I know, it's a survival game, right? That's not something I typically like. But wait, I'm opening the patch notes. Give me a second. Ranked rollbacks. Ranked rollbacks are only valid within the current act, and there's a cap per act. If you qualify for a refund, be sure to play a game before the act ends to claim it. Okay, well, so you were right, and I was wrong. But still missing the information, though. No, it's like, okay. Was it last? Like when did the act start? Last week? No. Hey Matsi, long time no see. How you doing, buddy? Thank you so much for the 47 months. Thank you, my friend, and welcome back. What a horse. How you doing, Matsi? Hey, that goes down. 3 weeks ago? Really? The act started 3 weeks ago? Wait, am I crazy? Did it really? What the fuck? No, it started like a week ago, no? Pushing B. A guy gets a fucking sheriff on sunset pistol round. I'm gonna lose my shit.
Right here.
A jet with a sheriff on pistol round sunset. I'm gonna lose my shit, guys.
Spike planted.
Holy.
One man.
One enemy remaining.
Close market.
Nice, good job, team. I'm good, Matsi. Some days are better, some days are worse. Hopefully today it will be better. I had free cheater alerts since this act suddenly got one set of points back. And what were your messages? Like, was there a difference between the messages?
Enemy spotted mid.
Spike down mid.
Right here. Spike spotted mid.
Nah, bro. Nah, bruh. Nah, bruh. Vice B main. 0 bullets hit. That's very unfortunate. Are we losing this round? Is it because of me?
One enemy remaining.
She got my stinger. Hello, Shatari. I'm fostering 6 kittens. I'm high on that dopamine. 6 kittens? Jesus. That's like a lot. Do you have them in a box or something? All the same bit, the one with the points back showed up after the match. I got the points in the end. So you didn't have a message like I did? Because I never had this message. I always had the message like with the RR refund. Never this one that I got.
Cypher, can I take your sheriff?
Ba-da-dam, bam, ba-bam, bam, bam, ba-ba-da, ba-da-dam, bam, ba-bam, bam, bam, ba-ba-da, ba-da-dam, bam, ba-ba, ba-bam, ba-ba-da, ba-da, bam, bam. The main, 3 players.
Okay, leave it, Kologo. We cannot take together.
Pushing side.
Spike planted. Last player standing.
Yeah. Good mind though.
Oh, what's this conversation?
Alright, mute it. I really wish there would be an option to just hide a fucking crosshair from the teammates. It really so easy. So easy. No? Hide crosshair from teammates. Done.
Multiple enemies A.
Bro.
You had your fun. My turn.
Enemy.
One enemy remaining. Spike planted.
Bum 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 ba da 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 bum ba da da ba ba ba. Any thoughts what Riot is cooking in the future? What is the question exactly about? Like, what do you mean? I had kill for an option to hide skins too. Literally had people troll me because I didn't drop my champs. Yeah, I agree. But skins, it's understandable why they will never do. Because skins are just like, you know, they need to make money somehow. And people seeing other skins, it's gonna incentivize drives. That's just how it works. You know? Am I like always visible there? That's not possible, no? They just randomly tapping it. Okay.
Spike planted.
Like content-wise, something new. But you're asking my thoughts about what Riot is cooking in the future. But which content are you talking about? Your head sticks out of the jump check, I believe. Even if I'm crouching. I need to check that actually. I have to check that during subscriber games.
I need a drop.
Waffle, you still don't understand what I'm saying. You're asking me my opinion about something, but you don't say opinion about what? Like, what do you mean? Why am I not TPing out? Why am I not TPing out? It was such an easy 1-4-0 and to go back. Oh my god.
On B, on B, on B.
Spike planted.
It's a little hard to explain. No, just ask me a question. Because you're asking a question. What's my opinion about some new content? But it's like you're asking me to make up new content. I don't understand. If you want me if you're asking about my opinion about something, then you need to ask me what is the thing that you're asking about. Oh, they added this new feature. What do you think about that? Otherwise, I have no opinion about something that is not released yet or not being spoken about. You know what I'm saying? Hello, Rago. Will they go back now?
My ult is ready.
Spike
No,
down
there's the spike.
Spike spotted A. Enemy spotted A.
One enemy remaining.
Bro, Clove, a little bit of help. Like, I'm trying my best to help you, and you're just like... all good. I guess all good. What is fine? I think what he's trying to say is, does anything you think Riot will do beneficial regarding the game itself? I don't know if that's what he means. Because that was not the question. The question was, what's your opinion about the new features? And I'm just wanting to clarify, which new features are we talking about?
Enemy spotted mid.
Spike down mid. One enemy remaining.
Reloading.
Will Riot do anything beneficial towards the game itself? I mean, guys, they are doing it every time, but I cannot like make up. Like, what should I say? It's like, oh yes, they should. Maybe they will add a new game mode to the game for casual players. I don't know that. I have no idea. Will they do it? I have no clue. Should they do it? Probably yes. Like, that is a rhetorical question that I am not able to answer. I'll not be. No, TP out, bro. Don't go to 2-4-0. TP out. Ah! But don't worry, guys. My breach is full fucking... Full utility. Oh my god. Oh my god. Breach didn't use a single piece of util.
Spike planted. Last player standing.
Breach didn't use a single piece of util this round.
One enemy remaining.
My turn.
I need a drop.
What will happen if I redeem a Steam sign a second time? You'll get a second Steam sign. But guys, like, I cannot make up what they should do about the game. Like, will Riot do anything to benefit the game? Yes, most likely. Like, they do care about the game. Contrary to the popular Reddit opinion, Riot does care about the game, you know? Not risking this shit. Vice was mid. Our breach again died without a single piece of utility being used.
Spike down. Attacker spawn.
Fuck me. Will they go back to Cypher now? I think so. No, he just pushed the fucking wall. Alright, we're fucked.
30 seconds left.
Oh, he killed the Vice. That's fortunate for him. Pushing side. One elbow.
10 seconds left. One enemy remaining.
Behind the box.
Team Ace.
Why is no one speaking, by the way? There's only Breach that is fucking muted. Unlucky.
I need this.
Isn't it funny that the person that made fun of my crosser is bottom fragging? Not only bottom fragging, but also not using util.
Child B guys, breach have.
Pushing market, 2 players. Ah, okay.
Spike planted.
Go.
Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
Unlucky.
Last round before the switch.
Not sure if you guys realized, but I also flashed. The first flash that I did bounced from my own clone's leg. I was very disappointed about that. B push.
Later kick. Reloading.
Planting.
Spike planted.
Bro, come on.
One enemy remaining.
Main lost.
Last player standing.
Good job. How many overall games took it to complete the agent challenge this time? You have everything on my Discord in the hardcore agent game archive. I actually can remember.
Let's rush A. Like stun here and jet dash.
Will you ever make a file with your lineups? You mean a YouTube video? Yes. We already made one guide. Next guide is gonna be happening next week.
Stun on cam info.
Close, thanks.
Did our breach stun?
Reloading.
Or was that my own breach that stunned me?
Spike down mid. Last player standing. Long.
Let me ask him. Did we stun?
Yes, I did.
What did you stun? Can you ping on the minimap,
I
please?
was charging here, bro.
So if you're charging there and you don't do it fast, then it's too fast. Sorry, that's too slow, and I just get killed because you don't do anything about it. Unlucky.
Bro, I was charging here.
You don't need to fucking charge because the person is close. You just need to fucking tap it. It doesn't have to be fully charged. Are you playing first time breach or something?
You wanna smoke comment?
Yes, please. And that's the problem with the fucking ranked players. They don't know how to fucking play their own fucking characters. And it's GG RIP. Because basic thing is not being done.
You smoke?
Spike down mid.
One market.
Reloading. Enemy spotted B.
Last player standing.
Play default. There's no way I'm initiating any fucking attacks with this breach. But this is like a constant situation. If you're playing a controller and you know how to play controller, you're gonna have a duelist and an initiator who don't know how to do their jobs. If you're playing a controller, you have a duelist who doesn't understand how to do his role, and fucking a controller that doesn't understand how to do his role. If I'm playing a duelist, I have maybe a controller who does know maybe how to do his job, but I have a fucking initiator who doesn't know how to do his job. And it's a constant barrage of the same shit. on top. Two players from spawn.
Don't be.
One enemy remaining.
Last have out.
Team Ace.
What late?
Do you prefer solo queue as opposed to duo? I would prefer if there would be only solo queues, yes. I mean, sorry, not only solo queues, but if there would be an option for me to choose from where I am playing only solo queue against only solo queuers. So it's 10 people that are all soloed. Because that's the most fair. Not playing a fucking tournament game. Vice is on A. She didn't put up a wall on B main. Yep.
Bro, Vice and elbow.
Come back to B.
Last player
Oh,
standing.
Jet pushed out of B main. Unlucky. I'm ulting B. Is it just me just thinks a certain aspect of this game still looks kind of alpha, like the old orbs and some of the UI? I don't think so. It's just the graphical style.
Okay, I'm coming.
No one main, no one left, right. There's a wall in the entrance. Pop it and go side. Pop it and go side.
Look at Euro.
There's one more in market.
Behind you, go.
Go blind.
Last player standing.
Hello, Yiditki. Welcome back very much for the tier 1. Hope you have a fantastic day and thank you for resubscribing, my friend. We have a Cypher, but no flank protection. I legit don't know what to do in those games. I mean, I know. The only thing you can do in those games is hope you can play default and get kills. Like I didn't do it right now. 80 damage Jet. Let's pay close attention to our breach. How he plays. I will show you the minimap. He still didn't use a single piece of utility. 40 seconds just passed.
Last player standing. Spike down A. Flawless.
Could you smoke top mid for me, please?
Okay.
close attention to the breach. Can you smoke top mid again, please?
Reloading.
One enemy remaining.
My ult is ready. My ult ready.
Very unfortunate, my friends. Very unfortunate.
You wanna smoke the mid?
Yep. Phoenix was mid. One market.
Enemy spotted A.
The fuck is he shooting at?
115 Phoenix. 1 HP
Phoenix City.
Two CT, two CT.
One enemy remaining.
By the way, I give a bounty. If someone is able to make a clone lineup from this area, from anywhere this area, that goes through this line, pre-barrier, I'm gifting you a tier 3 sub. Okay? Pushing A. A lot of people pushing A. A lot of people pushing A. Go be fast. Go be fast. Go, 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 go.
I got the spike.
Go back to A now. Go back to A. They're all rotating towards B. Go back to A, please. Now. Run A. Fast. No.
They have bridge ult
No.
for
No. I thought my TP already ended. Holy fuck, I had perfect
nothing for
position.
everything.
Spike planted.
One CD. Flashing.
No, none of them.
One enemy remaining.
Enemy spotted A.
40, 40, 40. Yeah, blind. Blind in the smoke.
Last player standing.
My ult's ready.
Stop playing.
We almost lost this. We almost fucking lost this, by the way. Rick, so thank you much for the 55 months. Welcome back, buddy. Thank you much for the continuous support. Have a fantastic day. Cypher, can you put the traps on the other side of the map, please, as well?
I always do, man.
Yeah, but you don't speak at all. That's why I'm asking. No one main. There's the wall here, breaking it. Clove market. I mean, ult whenever you want, bro. Nah, this is fucking silly, bro. We have a breach ult. No one's fucking sight.
Last player standing.
You can help me on market breach by just stunning that person. You see it on the minimap for 20 fucking seconds. Holy fuck. And this is how you lose rounds, by the way, guys. This is the one time I trusted the team to go together B. I trusted because they said it in team chat. But no.
The spike is still in base.
And this is our breach now. Being a fucking idiot going alone B main.
I got the spike.
One enemy remaining. Flawless.
Legit.
Match
I wanted
point.
to say worst fucking breach ever, but I've seen worse. Why do people play characters that they don't know? I will never fucking understand. Alright, patience on B. Someone's gonna push this. I just need to wait. She didn't fly. Told you. Told you. Also, nice pre-fire. No? Was that weird? Am I being stream sniped? Glove, you have the ult. You would have. That's okay, guys. 5v3.
You had your fun. My ult is ready. My turn.
My teammates are back on B main doing nothing. Are you seeing this
Spike down,
shit?
B.
A breach is lurking mid.
30 seconds left.
We still didn't plant.
One enemy remaining.
Holy
Attackers win.
shit, man. Those games are just making me so mad. So mad. Ah. And we win. And I feel worse than losing. Oh, and again we have the same thing. See? How is our breach immortal 2, bro? How are those people immortal 2? I don't get it, man. Holy crap. Hello, Tokyo. Did the desk already start? Let me check. One second, guys. I'm trying to put on the streamer.
To get mine.
I think it is.
Okay,
I think it
one
is like
second.
this one, or maybe it's like a newer.
Let me just
updated
change few
version of
settings.
This one, but this one's a Neo V16. It's been fantastic to use, honestly. Like, it's been really helpful. I put all my notes on here. Everything loads very quickly.
Yeah.
If I ever get bored of listening to Big Time Drone on and on and on, I can quickly load up a quick ranked game. I could be in the range, you know, just aim pracking.
Hello, everybody.
As I'm sure many of your players did while you were giving them the game plan. They were just in the range like, yep, I'm listening. Yeah.
That happens more than you would think.
Would you say it's a product that
Oh, by the way, this game that we just
I think
played.
it definitely can. I think
Look,
so, but yeah.
this is the game that we just played,
I'm gonna
right?
have my
We
perfect
played
gaming
5
environment with
solos
my laptop.
against
Thank
2
you guys so much.
duos.
Did you
Congratulations.
guys throw just to give it to me? Do you
5 solos against 2 duos. Very fair.
I was trying.
Like, this is what I'm talking about. Those games don't feel fair. And this is one of the reasons why it doesn't feel fair. We played 5 solos against 2 duos. So that's why they were more coordinated than us. But also, not only that, but because of the fact that they have 2 duos, there's most likely a higher chance that there are less toxicity or higher toxicity. It's either end of the spectrum. There's either less toxicity or higher toxicity. But since there's like more coordination between them, it looks like there's less toxicity, right? I don't want this. When I'm playing ranked, I want this game to be just feeling like fair. Not fair. This is not fucking fair, by the way. Our breach used 22 stuns, guys. Just look at this. Look. I used 34 TPs in the entire game. Our breach used 22 stuns and 7 flashes the entire game. Are you seeing this? Let's compare it to the opposing breach. 29 stuns, 39 flashes. Are you seeing this?
This is Ben Kai, ladies and gentlemen. He was formerly on Global Esports, and before that...
Look at the difference. 7 flashes, 39 flashes. 9 aftershocks, 21 aftershocks.
He smells washed today, so yeah, that's great.
Let's check how many games ever on breach does this person have.
What do you mean prison?
Not prison.
No prison?
No
This
prison.
person has 64% win rate.
Oh, right, okay.
You wouldn't understand fashion like this man understands fashion.
I definitely don't
Of course he
understand
didn't come
fashion
from
to the
In this
level that
act.
he understands fashion. He's always looking fresh
Guys,
as hell.
orange
He's immortal too.
black. We are on form today. Becca, have you been watching the Pacific Games? From
He played breach 2 times this act. Overall,
I don't know why you keep talking about prison.
he played breach 88 hours. I'm sorry, guys, but that's
totally
300 hours on Jet, of course.
yeah. Have you been watching the Pacific Games?
They only allocated us a bit of...
Holy shit. Alright, anyway.
A bit.
Uh,
Yeah.
Okay, well, we're gonna get to watch a little bit more today. Join us. You know what? You're here hanging out. Do you just want to be our third analyst?
Sure.
All right.
I mean, I
You
don't know.
got
I don't know how long I can hang out for.
Yeah.
okay.
I'll try my best.
Yes, we'll help cover for you. You're an analyst for today.
I'll
All
fight.
right, we're gonna continue with the show now. I want a laptop. I'm the best coach, first of all, on this desk. But we're gonna move
I
on.
wouldn't be flaunting that right now. Like, risky business.
Alright, let me tweet that we're live.
Put up our Pacific moments. We got Pacific moments here. I think there's one happening right now, but we got ones from our fans, and we got the Predator Bear taking a photo with
that's a
Dan the
collection.
Penguin, Taxi Bear, and I don't know who the little guy is.
I know, but it's cute.
We're gonna call him Morgan.
Yeah. I mean, that,
Why would we do that?
Small.
that is definitely a better looking desk than we've got going on here. I mean,
What's,
the plushies are locking it down. We got Princess Penguin over there.
Yeah, we got the whole thing
This
going
is
on.
my son, Pingu. He
Pingu?
was an actor before this on a very well-known show, but now he's retired to support me emotionally on the desk.
He's gained some weight.
Him or me?
Him.
Oh, okay. I thought you were talking about me.
Dan is his Govy name. And guys, at the end of the show today, we're gonna be having
Okay.
the draw show. We get to pull out the magical blue balls from the box and find out who is going to be
You are
grouped with
excellent
who.
at handling the boo balls.
And so this is going to be happening the end of the show. Good. So guys, stick around for that. You're going to find out who.
My
group
brother
two-
gifted me a
sorry,
tacti bear today as a belated birthday
groups are
gift.
gonna be.
The same
Now,
one as this
we
one,
gotta talk
or a
about
different one?
The brackets. It's been wild.
There's like
Paper Rex
few
ran
few
through the
different
lower
of them, no?
bracket, faced RRQ yesterday, and Pilsky, you ended up predicting this. you're the only one who predicted this actually, a 3-2 scoreline with RRQ.
Screen will go black for a moment. 1 second, guys.
Honestly, like, from all of you that
Here we
didn't
go, we're
predict
back,
for
my
them-
bad.
No, honestly, the series did not go the way that I expected it to. RRQ barely scraped through that one. There were some very tight maps, but look, they are in the grand final against GENG,
Same one,
which is
that's
probably not
nice.
the opponent they want to be playing
Were you
today.
surprised, Benkai, by the results yesterday?
By the time I could watch, I only could watch like the last 2 maps. But from what I watched, I felt like RRQ against Paper X, they had like a better post plant in terms of how they wanted to like retake. Yeah, I felt it was a lot more synergized during their defense when they were like retaking against Paper X. Like they had a game plan.
Yeah, well, it definitely paid off, clearly. So they're going to be playing GENG today, and like you said, Pelski, this is not the matchup
Grand
RRQ probably wants, or maybe they do want this
Final
revenge map. Now,
analytical
our
watch
2024
party
stage 2 champs are
between
back on the grand final stage again, GENG, and they might have
RRQ
missed kickoff finals, but that's because they're working on getting their new roster up to date with
GENG.
Foxy9 and their rookie, Ash.
Yeah, it's lovely to see them back on top form. Finally, once again, back in the final. It's great to have them back here, and we know that their level is so high. It was just about them managing to achieve it, find that consistency that they couldn't quite get with that new roster from kickoff.
Yeah, they are undeniably the favorites going into this game, but they have a lot of momentum at the moment. They've really come into their own and built up better and better form. Ash is fitting better into the roster. Foxy9 post the return, the numbers speak for themselves, and Texture's actually been really improved in terms of his form towards the latter stage of stage 1 here. So GENG, a very difficult team for RRQ to be taking on today.
Absolutely. RRQ have made it this far, though. The momentum is fantastic. This is their first grand finals after they experienced their first specified yesterday against Paper X, no less. And yesterday the team joked about Jemkin carrying because he was monstrous on the server. But do you guys know what this monster thinks before going to matches? How he mental preps?
I do not. How does he mental prep?
He said, I think nothing. I think nothing. I just go into the game and play. He's just a chill guy. He's like a chill guy giving Paper X a hard time.
What do you mean you think of
No
something?
thoughts, only frags.
What did you think
Go
before?
kill.
What did you think before games, Ben? Was it that approach? Was it nothing?
I mean, all I could think about right now is how Jemkin kind of looks like myself. I mean, roommate.
Okay.
I'm 34 and getting stuffed animals for my birthday. Feels about right. Bro, I'm gonna be buying Pokemon Lego this year, and it's gonna be for my daughter for sure.
It can be good. You don't work yourself up, get too caught in the storyline, focus on what you're there to do. So
Yeah.
a lot of respect there. I can appreciate that.
How do you think RRQ is going to go today after playing a whole best of 5 yesterday, though?
For sure,
And
right?
Also, they are coming from the lower bracket.
I mean, given GENG so many things to study, you know.
But
like, and
I'm
Solo's
telling
the
you
kind
right
of
now,
guy that will want
the
to come
only
prepared.
Pokemon Lego
Yeah, so I
that
feel
I
like
will
it's gonna be
consider
tough
buying
RRQ.
for
Like,
my
Paper X
daughter,
obviously showed
not
that
for myself, of
they-
course,
RRQ has, like,
are the
some
ones
yeah,
that are like
others.
sets
And
of
GENG
places
really has 2 map
and
bans.
small
So
scale
they could really
minifigures.
easily take out 2 maps
You
that
know?
they saw RRQ was pretty strong on yesterday.
Yeah.
And I don't know, it feels like RRQ has definitely like doesn't have the upper hand in this
Yeah.
matchup.
In Pacific, there have been 0 upsets when it comes to teams who advance directly to the finals. Probably to the point you're just making, Benkai, that they have the map veto advantage here. Now, we've been seeing this since year 1 of franchise, since 3 years ago, that these two have always come head-to-head, and GENG has usually knocked RRQ out. Do you know, you've been here the whole time, Benkai. Like, do you have any remarks on their growth? Has the teams changed a lot?
Your daughter will love that for sure.
Does RRQ
She
finally
will,
have a
for
chance?
sure.
First off, you're right, I have been here the whole time. Not anywhere else.
Most importantly.
Yeah. I just need to like put it out there.
Yeah.
I do think they did grow a lot from the time that I've been here.
What do we
and
think about this score
just
of this
glad that
match?
they
What do you guys
started,
think will
building
win?
The core
Probably gonna be
instead of
GENG,
just
no?
entirely swapping out the whole roster.
You're talking about RQ or GENG? Because it's
Like RRQ looks very shaky.
It applies to both teams, I guess. I guess that's why you kind of see them succeeding more as compared to other teams, because they decided to like keep a core and just like build upon that, rather than just like gamble and try and buy a whole new roster. it's very troublesome that way, I feel.
Yeah, that's no, that's a great point. Global Esports definitely doesn't do it that way. They love to just bomb it all and start all over again every single year. Yeah, now you guys are on the desk as talents.
I've had this all year. Constant hate. Constant hate the whole year. But no, we do have to say, I think both Gen G and RRQ
Gen G
have built
3-2
their
OT
teams
on all
very,
maps.
well, and we're seeing
Bro,
it
we don't
now,
want to
both of them
sit
reaching
here
their
till
peak,
5
especially
p.m.,
RRQ,
man.
their first time in the final, but they have a huge head-to-head disadvantage here to try and overcome. 7-1 in the favor of Gen G.
Defensive win rate, by the way, from Gen G at 45%. That's crazy. It's a head-to-head, by the way. So I think that's actually kind of weird to put that as a head-to-head, right? Because if the attack win, wait, how does it head-to-head and the difference in between? Shouldn't this account for 100%? Am I stupid? Guys, wait. Seriously. If this is head-to-head, should it not give 100%? Wait, let me rewind this. Am I stupid? Guys. Why does it say head-to-head, but it's... But this says not 100% together? It's head-to-head as in comparative performance against other teams. Well, then this header is just disingenuous. No? Head-to-head is when it's a head-to-head. You compare both of them against each other. Like when they in the games that they played against each other. Yeah, this is really misleading. Yeah, this right here. So, yeah. So this is weird. Those stats are meaningless in this case. In this context. That should be just overall stats.
Which one of these duelists would you rather have on your team? Which one would you want to be setting up?
I feel like Texture has like a better like understanding of how he can adapt his teammates to help him get those entries and get the space that he needs. Yeah, and I feel like GENG kind of takes like more risks, but I feel like they're both on par, to be honest.
82% win rate from getting first blood is kind of crazy. I don't think that was the stat, no?
Brim ISO plays confess map.
First kill win. Oh no, it is first kill win rate. I mean, to be fair, it shouldn't be. 82% from getting first kill should not be something that should be like, oh, that's incredible. Like anything above 70% should be like standard if you get the first kill. The problem is many teams do not. So now when you see stats like this and you're like, oh my god, it's impressive. Impressive would be like 90%. That would be like insanity. 80% should actually be reasonable. You know? Like if you actually trade, 80% would be like, yeah, that makes sense. 70-80% would be like, yep, that's what I feel like. It's okay. You know, that's when if we get first blood and we play correctly, then we should be winning 70-80% of the rounds that we get first blood with, if it's being played fundamentally correct.
Of course, Gen G getting both of these bans, so then I think they're going to look to target one of them towards RRQ, perhaps. So I'm curious what you think here, Pusky.
Yeah, usually
lost badly on PQ yesterday, taking break from Star Wars affecting my mental health too much. But losing? Shit happens, man. Did you play Sabine? What did you lose to?
Yeah, I will say, I think the biggest part about this is that because it's only Gen G targeting those bans, they will almost certainly get to play Haven, get to play Lotus, the two maps where they are the most comfortable. So I think this already makes it a real uphill battle for RRQ.
Yeah, no one has overcome the double ban from the upper bracket. It's such a huge advantage, right, in a best of 5?
Yeah, and if what Coach Ewok said was true, in which they feel like they get better as the BO5 goes on, but I feel like there's a problem with that because they first have to get past all the way to the end, right?
Yes.
If they lose in like the first 3 maps, then they can't really like adapt in time.
Yes, map order is very, very important.
Lost
so we've seen Gen G take out
had one yellow bull games, no turn, one drop, then Vader, one dead of old, and then Vader GTA, well, that sounds rough, man.
The third map. I see Gen G's Lotus as being more solid than their Haven, and we've seen
taking a break is fine. fine though.
RRQ on Haven.
Yeah, I think both those maps are very good. I'm curious.
It's a
as to why they start with Haven,
normal
but, you know,
thing when you're
Gen
feeling
G
burned
love
out
this
and
Haven.
something.
They play that unique Viper style. RRQ picking
Haven,
except for
Ascend,
that
Lotus,
second map
Icebox
where we saw
split,
them
and we will not see
absolutely
Fracture
dominate
and
in
Pearl.
round 5 yesterday.
Yeah.
Just look at this
All
run.
right.
I think these first 4 maps are very telling. Haven, Ascend,
This actually will be a
Lotus, and
2-0 in my
Icebox, the
opinion.
2 maps that they lost on when they played before. So I think
This will be a 2-0 and then we'll see, but I think two first maps are going towards Gen G. I am actually very surprised to see RRQ picking
so much different
Ascend
compared to Gen G.
against Gen G.
What RRQ has is kind of catered more towards Gen G's playstyle.
Alright, so first
Maybe
map,
they wouldn't get smacked as hard as they did against Paper X yesterday.
prediction.
Getting another announcement.
Star
Not an
prediction.
emergency this time, but it's about Dongjin from
Wait.
the Korean broadcast.
Okay.
What is the first map?
Winning an
he won.
award, and we got the final scores. Pilsky, I think
Lotus,
you're familiar
no?
with the scores
Yeah.
here. So I got about 800. Oh, there they are.
I just want to say, this is a great injustice. Dongjin got 805 points. I got 820. The Korean
you got
desk is
820.
freeload. This is absolutely ridiculous. He gets a
Starting
he gets
prediction?
Acer Predator laptop. I wanted Acer. I'm taking this home. Like, honestly, this is ridiculous. This is mine by right. I diffed the Korean desk. Vic diffed the Korean
That's
desk.
right. I should
Korea
get them
is
both.
freeload. You,
I mean,
you can say Korea is freeload, right?
No, but if you want the laptop, I can just.
Oh, okay. You got
some
actually,
connections.
Yeah, I'll leave this one here.
Benkai knows a guy.
Yeah.
He knows a guy.
Later on, you can sort that for me. Thank you, my brother. Appreciate it.
All right. Well, when Benkai helps us, get a couple things done. Yeah, you should stay here. Get us a couple things done. You also get your birthday
Bum,
wish. You get another
ba-da-dum, bum.
analyst and toss big time over the side there.
For sure, he's
You
going over
wouldn't
the side after.
replace me like that though, would you? We're best friends.
We actually go further back than you and Benkai.
That's true.
Yeah. So yeah, I don't
So
know.
He likes me more.
He probably does.
Let's talk about predictions.
Yeah.
Let's see who's going to be right today. Benkai, do you have a prediction for today? Gen G, RRQ, and what the score is?
Ooh, I just feel like Gen G's gonna take it 3-1.
Ah, okay.
I feel like RRQ will still like take a map, but I still feel like Gen G will get like the upper hand just coming straight out of the gate.
Okay, so you think they're going to take Haven, like straight off the rip?
Yeah.
I assume you gentlemen think similarly?
Yeah, I think it's going to be really hard for them to overcome the upper bracket. I definitely think that RRQ is a very solid team in Pacific. I expect them to do quite well in Toronto, to be honest, but overcoming this matchup deficit, the upper bracket disadvantage, the fact that Gen G gets to pan out the maps and pick, I think RRQ is at least...
I think the viewer prediction might be on point this time.
Series, but Gen G should be taking this every day of the week. And look, RRQ, as you mentioned, did look a little bit shaky yesterday, so I don't know if PRX has exposed some weakness there.
Yeah, definitely. Well, we are going to be sending down to the stage very soon. You can see here with Haven being the very first map, but we do need to send Benkai off. Benkai, do you have any score predictions for Haven?
Haven, I'll give it like a 13 to 7 for Gen G.
Okay.
Yeah.
7
probably a
for...
jacket.
That's what. I mean, if you need it.
Yeah, yeah.
What do you need it for?
No reason.
You don't have the orange?
Are you cold or is there
Yeah.
There we go.
is there something you're trying to conceal?
I hope you can get
I don't
out
know
of
what
the
you're talking
building
about.
well.
Look, I'll meet you later in the hallway, Ben. I'll be needing a laptop, if you know what I'm saying.
Yep. I
And
got
the
you. I got
Dongjin
you.
guy, he's got to go.
All right. Well, as we get ready to send it down to the stage, RRQ said they have what it takes, but what we're gonna have to find out is who has more resilience, is Gen G or RRQ in this grand finals. Let's send it down to the stage.
No awkwardness over here, guys. Why is Benkai in prison outfit? No one will ever know. No one will ever know. Dum.
Gen G, they will break
그때 경기가 끝나고 주변이 보래지면서 웰컴 투 마스터즈 젠지 딱 뜨는 순간 지금까지 노력해왔던 시간들이 정말 머릿속에 많이 스쳐 지나가면서 해냈구나 라는 생각에 감정이 복받쳐 오르더라고요. 처음 데뷔했을 땐 진짜 자신 있었어요. 그런데 실제로 제가 뛰어본 무대는 좀 많이 다르더라고요. 그때 솔직히 많이 웃고 있었는데 속으로는 좀 많이 끙끙 있었던 것 같아요.
Nice jersey.
DRX에서 나오고 선수 생활을 계속 이어갈 수 있을까라는 의문을 품었을 때 이제 그때 형들이 저를 불러줘서 젠지에 합류하게 됐는데 작년엔 젠지가 엄청난 성과를 이뤄낸 팀이잖아요. 잘해야 된다는 감방이 너무 많이 생기더라고요. 그러다 보니 잘 못해서 결국 결승전에도 못 가고 그땐 정말 나 때문에 못 가는 건가? 라는 생각에 사로잡혔던 것 같아요.
Yeah, the pressures that some players are feeling are just like immense, you know? Not every player takes this the same way. That's where the ego comes in, right, in play. People that are full of ego, they're typically not putting the pressure on themselves in the same way like Foxy does, for example. If you, of course, believe what he's saying, right?
But it didn't. That's when I realized what matters most than my own performance is team victory. No matter how good your stats are, if the team loses, none of it matters.
스테이지 1 개막전 선발 명단에서 제외됐을 때 그때가 돼서야 정신이 번쩍 들더라고요. 이제 그리고 그때 생각했어요. 이제 눈치 보지 말고 내가 하고 싶은 걸 해보자고.
Hello, absent-minded.
Has gone through a huge change. The teams become a lot more stable with Crazy Guy coming in, and we're also able to aim for higher goals than before.
이제는 나 때문에 우승을 못했다라는 그런 자책하는 게 아닌 내가 우승을 만들어냈다고 스스로를 칭찬해주고 싶고 형들도 그렇게 생각하게 만들고 싶어요.
Making it to Masters, playing in the finals, everything is a first for us, and we're climbing higher together.
결승전까지 온 이상 이제 후회 없이 저의 모든 거를 보여드리겠습니다.
Today, on the grand final stage, we write our names in the Pacific history. We're here to claim
우승 트로피는 저희 겁니다.
It's the first time RRQ is in a grand final, but also the first time they qualified for an international tournament, which is a nice story. Is this paused or what happened? Oh, okay, never mind. That was a very long break.
Rise Pacific. Finals.
Had the all tap there? Did it right? It was like way too long.
It's the moment you've been waiting for, live in Seoul.
Which
South
region do you think has the
Korea.
best trophy?
It's the grand finals of Valorant
I actually don't even know how the other trophies
and
look.
for the first time ever, we're seeing a completely
So I have no
new
opinion.
contender on the finalist board. It's RRQ's chance to secure the Stage 1 trophy. But look who's back! It's the Tiger Nation GENG. They are one of our most decorated Pacific teams, holding a Masters Shanghai trophy, and they're the winners from last year's kickoff and Stage 2. And RRQ are their opponents, and new face on the stage who come default with a crown. It's the King of Kings, RRQ. And of course, though, these two gentlemen on the stage, this is not their first best of 5.
Yeah, just seeing Texture and Moniak come out there. These are two players that know each other so well. They actually lived together in the same apartment in 2023, so you can't get any closer than that. But fantastic to see them both here in the final.
Yeah, Jenkin, he is the Russian Terminator for me. This guy is just always coming at you, able to find those picks, able to have that fragging impact in the server.
Did you say Russian Terminator?
VCT Pacific, but Ash has been a phenomenal up-and-comer. He's going to get a fist bump that he deserves. His ceiling has been phenomenal on this init role coming in from GENG Academy.
That's right. If GENG end up winning today, Ash is going to be joining the Royal Roaders as the rookie winning a grand finals. And of course, these are very familiar faces. You know Munchkin and Crazy Guy. Now, Ewok has commended Crazy Guy as a steady voice when it gets dark in the darkness for RRQ.
I think you might start liking Jenskins Euro. We'll see. We'll see. If he's playing Euro today, we're gonna be watching it.
Incredibly well respected by their teams. You see them lead from the middle roll of this chair, really steering that ship forward for both.
Jenkin is not Russian, no?
It's been a fantastic addition. He is so loud on that stage. You can hear him all the way up from a separate floor that we get to watch on from. Pushy, another fantastic
Oh wait, he's Russian.
and rookie, really making
I had
a
no
name for
idea.
himself in kickoff. And Foxy9, since his re-addition back into GENG, has been in phenomenal form.
Absolutely.
Yeah, no, he's been going crazy since he rejoined. Oh, nice little cheer from him there. He's pumped up today, but he's been fantastic to watch, taking over on this Sentinel role. But Cushy, a real shot for Rookie of the Year.
Absolutely. We have a lot of rookies on stage having a fantastic performance. Speaking of rookies, Karen, our favorite rookie from last year. Great showing, and he was one of the key figures in helping GENG secure all those trophies last year. And of course, Xsparrow. He is actually the original David. We call Divide David, but Xsparrow is our real David.
I feel like both these players are the real rock of their team. Both always dependable, really showing up when you need them to. And there's no higher stakes than today for them to be as solid as ever.
And RRQ and GENG have coaches we've come to know, come to love. They've been fighting so hard every single year for these kind of moments.
Absolutely. I mean, Solo, an absolute legend of the TAC FPS scene, a figurehead inside of GENG, going up against an Ewok who has steadily been improving RRQ over time, iterating incrementally, and they have finally reached a grand final here. I'm sure he's pretty much put everything he could possibly do on the line.
Oh wait, the first map is Haven. Oh shit. Alright, sorry, the prediction's already on, my bad. I thought it's Lotus first. Oh, it's Haven. It's okay, guys.
Maps from your opponents. I mean,
he said it though.
They're really dragging out the walkouts. It's a little bit long, not gonna lie.
He said in the interviews, he's like, I'm gonna be here the next 2 days. He said this on Friday, and here he is, true to his words, but he's facing GENG. It's the team that always knocks them out.
I mean, it's such a cursed history for RRQ against this organization. It feels like they're different people against GENG. We saw this in the upper finals. I thought that was some of the worst we'd seen RRQ look. It felt like a crumble against the Tiger Nation, and as it almost always is, this is a curse that they're trying to lift to be able to hoist that trophy today, but will they be well prepared enough?
Yeah, RRQ, they face an impossible task. They are at a disadvantage in every sense of the word in this
I'm ready to get these old channel points. Did you vote for RRQ?
Short of phenomenal.
We saw our predictions earlier. RRQ has momentum right now, and even then, we still doubt them.
Yeah.
All of our predictions, I would say all of us are predicting GENG. 2 of them were biased votes, so the SEA votes. How many times does RRQ need to win for us to believe in them?
I don't know. I will definitely believe in them if they win this. I already believe that they're going to do damage in Toronto. I just think this is a very cursed matchup and a very cursed situation for them. And for GENG, they were disappointed by not getting to Masters, by getting a...
Oh my god, bro. Start the match. Casters, press the button. Alright, that's how it works.
Their standard is excellent, so nothing short of smashing RRQ in this grand final will be...
That's how it works, guys, right?
I mean, the big reason I went for GENG, it wasn't because I think they're necessarily better players or even a better run team than the side of RRQ. I just think the deck is so stacked in their favor today. The double veto, the first map pick, the prep advantage, and the rest advantage. It all goes their way today, as you say. I'm really rooting for RRQ. I would love to see them snatch a win here, but there's no doubt it's an incredibly hard uphill battle. They have to jog up Everest to win today.
Yeah, we were talking about the scoreline, how everything is in the favor for GENG, and we say in Valorant anything can happen, but when it's a Korean team who has that advantage, like you were saying, Pilski, Korean teams strive for
Who's Russian?
perfection
Jemkin.
and excellence.
Yeah, absolutely. They got a star-studded coaching staff, as do pretty much all of the Korean organizations. GENG, DRX, some absolute legends, mixed in with some great coaching staff to support them. So give them plenty of days of prep. Make RRQ run the gauntlet all the way through Paper X and show everything that they had. Show their flaws, show their weaknesses on some maps. Show some
Bro,
of their strengths so that you can be able
4
to
minutes of standing on the in a circle, man.
Now, both of these teams have had roster shuffles at the beginning of the season and mid-season, and I want to talk about Crazy Guy again. So it seems to be a missing
Like
piece
legit,
that
they're
are
standing
really
there
needed
in the
for this
circle
really
for 4
wild
minutes.
group of guys here, and that they were saying yesterday there were times
If this
when
was a card
the
game, I would have
teams
called the
are
judge for
weak.
stalling.
You know, when you were really down on the count there, Crazy Guy apparently ended up taking over. He's like, guys, let me just do all the calls.
Do you think they're
Listen
sharing
to my
scrims
voice,
right now?
let me
For
do
sure.
this until, you know, everyone's back
And
in
Talon has
You see it in the mid to late round. I've seen him
Talon
get
has a
one
bird
5
flying
seconds into the
around
round, and he is micromanaging
and like
the post
making
lane.
sure they
Smoke
record
this, drone,
the statements.
you wait. He's
You know?
micromanaging everything. He's making sure that he's getting the call correct to maximize RRQ's potential of success in these rounds. And he is such a loud voice in the arena.
Any
GENG
live
will be
advice?
These guys love to get riled
Live
up as
advice
well,
about
and
what, my
Crazy
friend?
Guy will be right up there with him. Look at the agent select though. RRQ going to back themselves with the double duelist that we've seen them play before.
I saw Yoru.
GENG on the other side running that Viper.
Guys, it's so funny for me that the fact that Fnatic started playing ISO Yoru is not because, oh, it's a great way of playing this map. Oh, we love playing ISO Yoru because it's a good combo together. No, they started playing that because Alpha is just good on ISO because he's just that type of player that benefits from playing a character like that, and it accidentally combos with Yoru. So there's like, oh, at least it combos with Yoru to some degree. Okay, that's why they play Yoru and ISO together. It's just because of Alpha. But it seems like other teams are just not thinking the same way, so they just copy it.
And to take us through the grand finals,
It's
none other than
so
Achilles and
funny.
Paperman.
It's just so funny, man.
Here we are once again, another grand final, this time to close out stage 1. GENG versus RRQ, a matchup as old as time at this point, a matchup as old as you are. These guys have clashed over and over again, 7-1, the scoreline in favor of GENG. Today, RRQ might be able to turn that tide just a bit, but in the biggest way possible by taking them down in a best-of-5 and netting themselves their first trophy.
It's definitely doable. You have to start believing in this RRQ team. Certainly going to feel like a bit of an underdog coming into this match. GENG has the pedigree. GENG has trophies, not just here in Pacific, but internationally as well. So no doubt about it.
Oh, DRX tweeted my tweet. That's fantastic.
Their first best-of-5 win in the partnership era yesterday. Can they take it another step
All right, let's see.
further and get their
First round. Let's see what they do. We're gonna be focusing a lot on the Yoru for obvious reasons.
For GENG.
TP and Flash. There's the uppercut from Jemkin and the Paranoia as well. 3-1-1 setup, very defaulty for now. I don't feel like they're gonna attack, they're just drawing the attention. What the hell? Okay then. And that's it. And that's very, very big loss for RRQ.
Last matchup just a couple days ago was trying to sell.
Also, it's funny how you guys said like, oh, you're gonna start liking Jemkin's Yoru, and Jemkin's on ISO, and Monyet is on Yoru.
Gonna get the spot onto Foxy9. A Paranoia to make sure he's clear. Texture up ahead.
Alone here in this position, peeks in, finds one, but
Good reaction. Just the wind-up was a little bit too long, but it's 4v2. Let's see how they retake together. Spacing between the players right now is pretty big, but they wait. Killjoy is being joined by the other players, so that's pretty decent. Tahoe is gonna wait. Oh, he's actually using missiles already, delaying the plan. That is actually peculiar. I was thinking he's gonna make sure that he's using those missiles during the retake.
A little bit of util to work with.
That is really peculiar.
Still have a snake bite, so GENG can clear some space. Well, we could just get it done with the guns.
We'll just find a timing there, crazy guy. Eyes set forward.
Yeah, that was unwinnable.
Bounding around the corner, drawing the attention of the Russian Terminator. And Ash is there to throw him down into the magma. Defuse will come through, and that's going to be GENG taking the opening pistol.
Look at this.
Really
they actually gave the defusal to Ash instead of Foxy. That's how much they value the ultimate from... They value so much more the ultimate on Tahoe than the ultimate on Killjoy. Even though Killjoy would have been 3 out of 8. 3 out of 8.
To be trying to
and Ash is 2 out of 9.
GENG already showing us that they have a little bit of a game plan early. A good counter strat to
and
the
it's,
drone.
I actually think this is a mistake because RRQ doesn't have a great way of countering the Killjoy ultimate. You know?
Yeah, Munchkin always goes for this Guardian, always likes to spam through into window. Q seemingly getting caught a little bit off guard by that, but already a bit of a rush play coming through onto the side tap of the plant. Still in hand here for Monyet. Munchkin on that peak, decides to back away. As now the push gets ready to come through. Munchkin once again just going to be back up on Monyet, now sticking for the plant. Nothing to really dissuade, jumps around the corner, shield raised, but Jemkin's still going to fall. Munchkin
a little bit disjointed here, but it's like a lower buy, so they just try to do shit, and Ice does not have the shield. Yeah, but this is like...
So much damage.
I'm so sorry for this.
One that will be a weapon left on the floor. Texture collecting 2. It's coming online. Turns his sights.
Still not a terrible eco.
Sparrow and Cushy will fall. 2-0 start. 1 casualty here in the second round.
Still not a terrible. Wait, who defused now? Texture, because he's the closest one. Okay, that makes sense. But I still think like this. The small things. The small things like that, who gets the defuse after a pistol round and stuff like that, they can actually be round or even game defining in the future, right? Just think about it. Like, who gets the ultimate faster might actually be game deciding. You know? Killjoy ult has good synergy with Terra missiles and A as well. Yep. You do the typical like retake Killjoy, which goes like this, right? And then you put the missiles in this corner, so those people die in that moment. It's such a basic synergy. I wonder if we'll actually see it happen.
Go ahead and reinforces the one lost weapon slot with a stinger.
Terra not nerfed yet. And, oh yeah, right. It's 2 out of 8. But still, it doesn't matter because it would be the same thing. Foxy would have been 3 out of 8, and Ash would have been 3 out of 8 instead of both 2 out of 8. So I would rather have Killjoy on the 3 out of 8 than Ash 2 out of 8.
Extremely cautious. Bit of an exploration. Let's see if this is going to be a commit or just a fish for some util. Drone out as well. Clone.
Right here down below, and that's going to be texture spotted quickly.
Bro, I'm stupid. Yes, Multi. Yes, you're right.
Tech up a little bit as Foxy9 tries to hold the door here at Garage, but RRQ poking and prodding. They're opting to back away. Munchkin has since swapped that stinger.
Seems like RRQ is very heavily defaulting so far every single round.
He's going to look to try to hold the line versus the lion's share of RRQ players.
Oh my god.
Second, looks for the third, can't quite make it happen. Crazy guy dancing around his texture about to get timinged. Learned from Sparrow. Managing to find one as the turret gets cleared out, and now it's going to be RQ trying to ship the spike across the map with 18 seconds remaining. Already, players have arrived at the C site.
This is lost.
They can play delay.
This is lost.
Coming through. They have the salvos on the exit of Garage. They're going to have to disrespect it, try to run over this, and they're going to get absolutely mauled as they exit out.
Done.
Shot found, but the time is already gone. The round is already over. This bonus is converted. RRQ losing
what the hell?
GENG 3-0 to start.
What the hell?
Great coordination there from Ash and Foxy9, the 2 new additions to GENG for 2025.
Also, never crouch against the Sheriff.
Great job by Munchkin. This off angle he takes catches his opponents just a bit off guard. Usually he's tucked in or somebody's tucked in the far
and they didn't even
there,
get the plant. Like, that's the biggest strategy.
Instead, he gets just a little bit ahead of it, finds 2 kills. Like I mentioned, they are deadly with those one-tap guns. Karan's still going to be holding a Guardian, a weaker buy, just the hero rifle for Cushy. A couple stingers, a couple sheriffs otherwise.
That TP from Yoru
great control of the map.
Doesn't go anywhere because he TP's long.
Space, and you can't blame RRQ for making that first pivot over towards A. You see Texture, you see Foxy9. They were popping off early.
Sure.
I don't want to.
Yes, Foxy9 was in the RX.
But it's a rose that has many thorns for GENG. Everybody on this team can frag out. So you have to be so careful, and that's something that's been haunting RRQ sometimes this year, where you just have to rely on Jemkin to get those kills. You need some of these other players to step up, and Texture just shutting him down.
I mean, gonna have to start considering popping the shield at every single corner here. When the GENG
This is the second time Jemkin dies without the shield being used.
Kill contract
This is really not good.
Round. See if it comes into play. As stunned to try to delay. It's gonna be that clone pushing
So far,
forward.
I have to still see any kind of reason why they're using ISO.
As a lurk attempt here into mid, going to be shut down by Munchkin, who does suffer a good amount of damage, but ultimately does survive. Karen up over the top, swinging, Guardian finding Crazy Guy now going to be taken down.
The big question marks for me is you can easily see patterns from RRQ. Oh, nice shots. Easily see patterns from RRQ. If they're on a lower buy, they're gonna take risks in 1v1 gunfights. So it's if that's the case for RRQ, if that's the read of like a pattern behavior of RRQ, and if I believe correctly, I also was saying that like last time I was watching RRQ.
He has bounced back incredibly well in a lot
GENG can just, when they know that it's lower buy,
as this defender side rolls on,
they'll just stack on the first angle. They hear like noises because they know they're gonna be trying to be egoed by the opponents.
Oh, Karan pushing forward, catching Kuchi off guard. The attention is drawn.
Nice push by GENG. Very nice.
And Karan just tears apart three players.
Yeah, this is gonna be quick, is it?
Set up the call to go for a crunch. It's so damn fast. I barely had time to get the words out of my mouth.
So Center sees Foxy9 and Killjoy. I remember he was only a Jet at DRX. Actually, that's not true. He started at being a Jet in DRX, but then he actually was moved to other agents like Cypher, Killjoy, and Viper. Hello, Blazend.
And RRQ, they're just struggling to recover. They've got two players.
I am surprised this time it wasn't happening after losing the bonus.
And even though Jemkin gets the shield and is able to get one, there's just overwhelming.
Or at least after
the side of GENG.
After 0-4 and before round 5. Because round 5,
this is already looking.
the pivotal moments for a map is basically like this. If you win pistol round, your pivotal round is gonna be round 4, apart from round 2, because round 2 should be a given if you play it correctly. Then round 3 is a bonus, which you probably should lose, and then round 4 is like very big decider of how the game gonna progress, because your opponents will gonna be on a lower buy. If you win round 4 after you won pistol round, right? So the same applies to the other part of the team. If you play and lose pistol, lose round 2, then game deciding for you is gonna be round 3, when you should be winning against a bonus. If you lose against a bonus, then round 4 is most likely a loss, because you're going to be on a lower buy, and round 5 is game deciding, because either your opponents are just running away with everything. They're going to have economy, they're going to have ult economy, they're going to have everything, right? If they win 0-5. So you want to make sure that you're not losing 0-5. So you want to call out the timeout earlier because of that, right? So I'm surprised that the RRQ timeout was being used after it's 0-5. When look at the buy from RRQ now. It's not great, right?
He's gonna have to step up or just get out in this case, potentially, if he's going in.
A lot of it gonna be cleared, but right, he's gonna be grabbed up here by the kill contract.
It's funny because if he actually wins, he's gonna be close now.
Will get taken down. Texture able to find Monty at the same time. Crazy
What
guy.
the hell did I just watch from that Omen TP?
And Ash, now revealed by the Neural, is asked to clutch this out. Some wild spray across, some damage dealt.
That was some big feeding TP from Karon. Did he use Paranoia before that? I actually didn't catch it, but if he didn't, that was very ambitious. Is ISO ult too strong in pro play? No, it's not.
ISO ult is so important.
It's an important piece of utility, as Paperfin said. Yes, but you know that you can
But that opens
Can I see that
up all this
Omen
space.
TP?
That allows Crazy Guy to TP farther forward. That allows
Yeah,
them to
that
just
was
scale aggressively.
that
to the
was
back of
trolly as
site.
fuck. He
Start
used the
knocking players
paranoia
down.
into his own smoke instead of the backside.
For the end.
Anyway,
Nice play call, nice
to
timeout
answer your
for
question about
RRQ.
ISO, I would
Dialing up the
say
set play, a
if you
bit
know
of
that there's an ISO ultimate, you just
coaching
play it
staff, but now
differently.
you've got
You
Texture
just
with the
put
operator.
your killjoy
Lockdown for Foxy.
behind someone else who can be taken and the utility from killjoy doesn't get affected. Or if you play Yoru, that's an easy way of countering it.
Realistically, no. Jemkin
This is
finds
really
a
weird
headshot
stuff.
there on a Foxy 9. Will end up falling right here at the front of the site.
So
RRQ more than
I
happy
think
to go ahead
the
and
previous
take that away.
round was a little bit lack of awareness by GENG. You know?
That makes it a lot harder for Gen G because they have to commit extra resources.
Neon ult
to
is
this side
stronger?
of the
Oh
map.
no,
And
I
they should also
definitely
know
would not
from where the
agree. I think
fastest lane
Neon
came
ult is
from,
actually
that
pretty
that's
bad.
one of Texture's setups for the operator, so now they should know that he has that in play. For sure. Dimensional drift going to be called in. Charon unchecked, but wide swung on by Jemkin. And he is going to get taken down. Two-player advantage now here for the side of RRQ. Ash alone on the
Yeah,
side. waiting for
Monion's
some
Yoru
reinforcements, but going to be
is...
overwhelmed and surrounded very swiftly.
Again, I don't see a reason why he's playing
Cross here
Yoru
towards
yet.
his A site, but
Very inefficient
as the operator
utility.
play, you have to expect that he's just going to exit as quickly as he arrived.
The
Yeah, I
ult
feel like this
into
should absolutely be
TP
a
is
save.
just obnoxious.
There's not much left you can do at this point.
Viper on C, that's rare now?
Would take just
What do you mean? The Viper op? No, that's your typical setup. The
craziest
typical
plays you've ever
setup
seen.
on
So wisely,
Viper is you have the wall like exactly like this on defense and then the orb being put here.
See if he can catch
Or
someone from
in double doors,
RRQ
depending what you want to
going
achieve.
for their hunt.
Viper playing on C?
Sparrow out early,
Doesn't matter what she plays.
looking
That's the
for
thing. You don't
valuable
you
piece
can
of
play
weaponry.
anywhere because your utility is global.
Question of whether he'll get there or not.
If you put
Jemkin.
it, of course, before.
The answer is what? Okay, the answer is no. Regarding Munchkin, but what a swing from Jemkin. That is nasty.
Did he stop?
Yeah, he
I think
did.
he did that so fast. That was
What in the
crazy.
hell?
That's unbelievable.
Okay, we'll have to see it back.
Yeah.
Both of our jaws pretty much on the floor.
Foxy kind of trolling the positioning on C.
What a shot to hit.
Oh, my God.
Okay, guys, listen.
And that's what we were talking about when the timeout was called, was seeing those kinds of shots, those kinds of plays.
He counter-strafed, by the way. Not sure if you guys realize that. He wasn't running and gunning, but people would be fast to call it running and gunning, and it's so lucky, man.
Well, and now the bank accounts of Gen G are starting to dwindle. ISO
Ah, see?
missed.
This time, this ISO doesn't get any value.
Going to be spotted out. Nano pumps the clone, so Foxy doesn't even have to worry about it.
But again,
You can see Fox.
I think this is now trolling from the side of RRQ, because why on earth are they using a drone when they know that it doesn't even get any value because of the orb, and why just not use the arrow first, right? You just arrow first, you hear where someone shoots the arrow, and then you ISO ult.
To bail himself out, and yep, fast lane will be there to
And that's so
cover the
basic.
escape.
Look, the Sova didn't even use an arrow yet.
Missed the Achilles heel. Looks like he is going to be able to get out scot-free.
Did Casa say Nano pop the clone? I don't know. Didn't pay attention
Again. I mean,
to what was the Casa saying.
Really feels like if you see texture, don't go that way. But Foxy, nice kill.
Trying to get back to his anchoring ways. He's going to tug forward into the poison orb. Turns out, swings, looks for Xparrow. Cannot find it, but Munchkin catching a glimpse.
So many phantoms.
Through the Cypher
You can
zone
see why.
cage. Crazy guy. Now left to his own device.
Just a straight up better gun.
Instantly headshot. And then sprayed down. Genji putting an end to the monsters run back here from the side of RRQ. Will at least guarantee themselves 6 of the half.
Yeah, they're still sitting on some ultimates too. So they've got a lot of flexibility coming up. Yeah, I mean, I think almost every round that we've seen, once Texture's position has been revealed, RRQ has gone the other way. I think almost every time. And I don't blame them. Again, best player in Pacific right now. If you just look at the raw stats, and look what he does in game.
So yeah, I feel it's very big problem that we didn't, and this happened twice now. The ISO ultimate doesn't get confirmation first, it just pops it blindly. And the first time, Foxy was on site for no reason at all, but the second time, He just
Maybe
blindly
RRQ
pushed the
is gonna
ult,
try to dial up another
and that is a
fast
big
hit.
thing.
You know, like we saw after
Remember,
the
it's
timeout,
their
they
most
found
important
success.
utility for
Flash clear
actually
util.
initiating on
Foxy
site.
still in the window. Karan.
Karan spotting out multiple players. Paranoia immediately going to be sent out. A little bit too shallow to catch, but RRQ aren't.
They're
looking to scale
drawing the
off of this
rotations,
pressure.
but A is being re-cleared by Teho.
It's a huge win for them. They get the paranoia, they clear a bunch of util, they do more damage than they take.
Now Sova is re-clearing A. So they're drawing back rotations again. This is why there's still 2 players on A. But it's like, look at this. They're oh my god, yeah.
Collects 2. Xpero about to
This is
strike in
well
from
done by
behind. Karan now
GENG.
sights turned back
I
over
really
towards
like the
main.
way that
Drip
they
down
re-cleared
able to
double
find the one.
doors. It was
Foxy 9 still
aggressive,
here on the site, the spike
but
now.
they lost map control and they had to get
Outside of
something.
garage.
I like that.
Foxy swooping in from behind.
Oh, yo, yo, yo,
and
yo,
it's
yo,
gonna
yo,
be
looking
with
like me.
City. As Cushy turns back, finds a headshot, but still eats an immense amount of damage. Overdrive now going to be popped here from Texture. Looking for targets, but they've been split up. The time, however, getting away from RRQ. As Cushy pushes his way back in towards C, but the time is just not there. You know the Texture's around the corner. It's the last player you really want to face in toward. They will get taken
So
down.
far, one round was won because of ISO ultimate opening C side.
3 more to be played out in the half.
What was the other round?
Good job. Thanks. Proud of you. What an
What was the
adjustment
other
here
round?
from Karan, though. Just loses that early
The first
battle,
round they won was
up
the
from
Esau
flat,
ult,
and then just steps up closer,
and the
finds
second one
perfect
was
timing with a little
after
help from
that, but I can't
Foxy
remember
9,
what happened
getting
there.
the glimpse into the garage from window, setting things up nicely, and hey, nice watch.
Can't remember.
The sponsors setting up some watch parties across Asia for it.
Second one was Omen pushing A main. Ah, yeah, and Karen just died there. You're right.
And I mean,
So it was like an
I'm curious
overpush
again if
from
GENG is
GENG.
gonna try to put some pressure towards window.
Garrett, give me a second, my friend.
Trying to condition RRQ
10 more months and it's gonna be 10 years? What? That is true. That's gonna be a decade, bro. Garrett, give me some time, okay? I don't wanna do it for like 2 seconds, the
what all that
greeting.
spam is for. Meanwhile,
We can do it in a halftime.
Karan revealed, and he doesn't clear the drone, but it's not a big
Gets
deal.
respotted.
Again, it's the same thing. Kushi doesn't learn. His drone is useless on C because of the Viper orb.
Timing pump on the ultimate, but Foxy 9 taken down. Here on the cross angle, Karan able to find Jemkin, breaks the shield, puts the spike on the floor for a brief little moment, but Monyet quickly trades it back and maintains the advantage here.
Dude, they're gonna get all.
Looking for the stun there off the relay, but Monyet out wide, able to find one. Munchkin trades out another. Is Pit going to be invested right here in front? Just a recon to work with on
Nice
the side
stun.
of RRQ. The fuse starting to be held.
Oh, yo, yo, yo,
Recon
yo.
doing wonders. Ash going to
Yeah.
be taking down the spike, not taken up to half. And with the counter spray, they will be able to fish him out. So Pit going to be lost. RRQ find themselves a 3rd round win.
Now, once again, able to find some success.
That was a nice effort.
towards that C
I
side.
like the stun because it was
Jemkin.
allowing them to maybe try to get the
Monyet breaking
half.
through. Foxy 9 was trying to wait this Hunter's
Foxy
Fury out so he could
is-
place the lockdown safely. Did do so, but at the cost of his life. But still enough time for RRQ to scale forward.
Foxy's
and you can see that
playing
GENG wanted to get
a little
ahead
bit
of the end
in
of that
position where
lockdown
he
to see
gets
if they could
punished
catch
a lot.
RRQ as they were having to retreat
I don't like the way he
outside of
plays
the
the
danger
C
zone.
side, you know?
Didn't work though. Monyet just stood his ground, got a kill.
He
The
died to like
entrance as
2
well.
ultimates
Let's see if RRQ
because
can
of his
keep it
own
up, get a couple
positioning.
More, make it a 7-5. Teho util. Just keep him pinned in, but Monyet pretty far pushed up already. Cyber Cage to
This actually looks like a push into A because there's only one person being very, very deep from attackers.
Likely going to try to play
On
for this
spot.
one.
Wait, why is he
Xpero
making noise?
strafing.
What the What?
Rushing forward.
What?
Texture says, well, I can hear you, I can see you, I can shoot you.
Okay,
Clean
well,
opening kill here. As the rest of the team held at bay, Paranoia goes across, catching on to them. So Monyet has the
Monyet
mask
just
on.
lost TP
Goes
for no
forward, shield
reason.
broken, but Jemkin's still
Did he put
firing.
another one?
Find Karan. As Monyet
He doesn't have another one.
Munchkin who tucks forward. Push out of the smoke though, and both of them getting carved up as Cushy finds 2, and Jemkin
Okay.
just hits one right through the smoke on the
Just a
Texture.
random shoot
Right
me
between the eyes,
round.
Fox
Do we have a
says,
favorite in
"Yep,
this
I
matchup?
want
No,
nothing
not
to
really.
do
I
with
just want to
this."
see you nice Valorant.
Up unsavable.
But the Cypher, I don't get it, man. I have no idea what the Cypher was doing there. Why was he running towards C for no
And it was
reason?
as soon as Xfero got killed by Texture, that's when they pulled the trigger. They knew that Op wasn't there. They knew they had that dimensional drift as well. And they could just storm their way through into sight. The GENG players, maybe a few missteps in terms of their positioning. I think Ash might want to take back that swing out of the smoke, but
both of them.
Yeah, for both of them, Cushy was so ready for that. But regardless,
Crazy stuff.
RRQ doing a really nice job there, combining their util. They should be able to get Jemkin's ult most likely coming into this final round. That's going to be a huge piece for them. We've already seen what he can do with it when he gets to the land. Might add one whiffy one. That's okay. But the buy also is going to be interesting for Gen G. Going to be a little bit weak. Just disrespecting that snake bite as well. Whew, Cushy. That first one was quite good. And that's just, you just assume they're there.
7-4. They have Jemkin on one. Okay, Jemkin is one away. If I would have to read this, I would read it exactly the same way as Gen G does. They do 3 players C now because they do expect they're attacking the orb.
Well, Stinger and a Bulldog behind these Phantoms and a Vandal.
But I actually do not go for it.
But advantage here for the side of RRQ. In this 7-5. Rescuing the half considering how things had started. Still not going to be the greatest
slower approach from RRQ, which is
side, but
their MO, essentially.
Rescued this map even further.
Oh, got cleared. Did the drone, but Gen G reading this well. They're not showing their hand. The Tejo's been here literally every single time, so that drone doesn't mean much.
Oh, quad stack here, Texture trying to get out. Car unable to find one. Ash
what the hell?
Out at the same time. Texture does manage to evacuate, but down to 46. Low HP, Munchkin still with just the
He's taking the orb.
As that's going to be the grab of the orb. They're looking to try to spray him.
And no ultimate from RRQ.
A non-factor.
Ultimatum gone.
Jemkin just slowly trying to crouch away. Pays the iron price.
Get the neural theft here. Maybe sell a fake. But that he needs smokes to do so.
30 seconds.
What do you mean? No.
Doesn't have it up.
Yeah.
Oh, he found the angle. Nice.
Okay, now they got the full confirmation. Sears out is clear, and now Foxy cannot die.
Sparrow.
Legit, he cannot die. Oh, this is fantastic timing for Xfero. He can have like the flank of his lifetime, but the players from his team cannot die as well. If they die, flank is meaningless.
Gonna be able to find value as Moniette here in front of Plat. Mo's
Okay,
down
then.
2.
And now this flank is actually game winning, most likely. Round winning, I mean.
Forward into the smoke. Xfero, the closer and
Yep.
closer, finds the first, the shorty, drawn out, knows that he's going to be low on HP.
Oh
but
my
Khan
God.
dips in, finds a headshot, swings out! and
Half
takes
wins
down
the round.
Crazy Guy.
Half wins the round. He had to start spamming because of the half.
Secures an 8-4 score for Gen
Well
G
played
at the
by
half.
Karen. Well played by Karen. I like the way that he reacted. He knew that the player is flanking, so then he swung out. He either meets the Cypher before he goes into the smoke, or he knows that the Cypher goes into the smoke and swings into him. The problem is that Xfero jumped into the smoke instead of running into the smoke, so he made noise, right? But he could have just gone like shoop, without making noise. And that essentially, like, you cannot really blame him for doing that because he had a shorty. But hindsight is like, because he made the audio cue, it was easier for Karen to actually play against him.
Won a lovely Ace Predator laptop.
Get it all!
Victoria.
Thank you so much, Mr. Garrett, for the tier 3 most expensive Sabarino. Welcome back, my friend. Thank you so much for the 110 months. As you said, 10 more months and it's gonna be a full decade. Absolute incredible support by you, Garrett. How are you doing during the weekend, my friend?
Like the clutch god, this guy who has just such crisp, clean mechanics and aim. But these last couple series here in the playoffs, Karn has come alive. This guy has been resurrected and maybe even ascended even higher than he
If
was
RQ
before.
doesn't get the pistol round, this map is most likely
Plays like
done.
that he can pull off with regularity that impress us so very much.
Your T3 panel would be me if it simply kept all the money. That is very much true.
Wasn't, you know, that old Karan where he's screaming his head off and
Hey, Clue.
losing his
I'm
mind
good.
after
What about
stuff
yourself?
Like that. He just, you know, just a sigh. And moments like that are, you know, why.
Alright, let's see what they do. Attacking wall Viper to deny info on A and also work on B. I like that. There are two options of Viper wall, by the way. You either fully on A or
the quick little jump check there from Texture, but cannot realign fast enough. Mon yet.
Bruh.
Collecting that kill. RRQ needing this opening pistol. Trying to get themselves back into
Bruh.
a winning position.
That's your typical Neon.
Cut to the noise here from the side of GENG, but everyone clustered at main. It's going to be swing out. Kills exchange here on both sides. Karn with one, Foxy with another. Jemkin and Cushy fighting back. Now brings it into a 2v3.
And now that spike is very hard to recover.
This smoke.
Well, now you got to figure out a way to get back to that spike. And, RRQ is going to opt to just hold it down, throw the paranoia.
Nice and clear with the paranoia. Dude, they have 40 seconds, but they're going B. What the hell? They don't have the time for that.
Long A. There's a smoke already set up. Granted, might expire by the time they get there, but there's only
What is
33
that
seconds
plan,
remaining.
bro?
At
You
the
don't
end of
have
the
the
day,
time for this.
round, it's going to have to end in a scuffle rather than a plan, it feels like.
No, you're absolutely correct. It has to be kills. Maybe Munchkin just anticipating that they were just going to hold the site.
Am I watching?
Since they had the angle.
They need to wall up before they contact long. Wall up on before they... Never mind.
Shot
It's already done.
12 seconds remaining. I mean, if you're Jemkin, you can just have him run away. Unless this last little kill comes in and he runs out of bullets, and Crazy Guy will go ahead and collect it. Well, things got a little bit silly. And RRQ give themselves their first
Some
pistol
decision
win.
making that both teams were making on the attack. There's
3
one
rounds
round for each now.
separating the teams.
Yeah, that one looked a little bit wanting. I mean, Texture, I could have sworn saw Monyet when he first ran.
I think he did, but then he panicked, slid into the wall, and couldn't get his gun out.
I think you're right. But it's just kind of an odd situation there. Not anticipating it. RRQ having a lot of fun after that one. Outlaw, couple Bulldog, Spectre, Ghost for Xpero. Is now GENG just thinking about some kind of fast hit.
And by the way, so far, I legit don't see a reason why Monyet is playing Euro.
Caron, diving in behind, and that's gonna be Crazy Guy dead. Foxy fights 2 with nanos. What is
Snake
going
bites
on?
Nanosong.
What is this half? What is this grand final?
They did a lineup, no?
What is GENG doing, and how are they doing it? Nothing makes sense.
Wait, I'll rewind this. I'll rewind this. I want to see it.
Spectre, Ghost for Xpero.
There's a lineup from Munchkin. See, they are comboing. They are comboing into probably CT.
Paranoia at the ready.
Paranoia put to side.
Be back flat here from Crazy Guy.
How is he not seeing? I don't know.
Diving in behind.
Is that like a stretch situation? And the 2 players in CT die. Yeah. So Snakebite Nanoswarm over here. In the smoke. In the smoke. They got baited. Oh, with the orb as well. So they get three different. DK, Nano, and Snakebite. So they almost instantly die. They almost instantly die. Nice combo. Nice combo. Really nice combo.
See it again. Karn TP's first up on top and then in the back. And just, they're not ready for him. And then 2 people just, oh, it's right at the entrance. Through all the Poison Cloud and, oh, yep. Okay.
Poison Cloud. Oh my goodness. Wow.
Well done. And it also, you know what's funny? They use this the Viper Orb in a position that baits people into swinging because it leaks onto site. Right? So the defenders feel like we can actually use this to get out.
And they have in hand. Let's put to good use as Munchkin gets taken down. Foxy is going to be juggling guns away, making sure they give nothing over these remaining RQ players for free.
And not really much damage done there to Cushy. So he's...
Conte, why are you crying? Why are you crying, Conte?
Any kind of firepower here. It's just classics otherwise for RRQ. So GENG going to continue to go through towards A. I mean, all of a sudden now, GENG playing very cautious, just sitting back towards their spawn.
4 players on A.
Where the heck is RRQ? Are they going to be barreling in behind us? But you've got that.
They have no recon, so they're just gonna go into a stack. This might be just a win for RRQ because they have really decent crossfires. Really decent crossfires over here.
She's able to come away with some value here. Texture at the ready. Sprints forward, the flash, gets a headshot, but Texture is able to find one. Sparrow swinging out. Does manage to go ahead, take him down. Weapon going to be abandoned there within the site.
It's weird that they actually respected the opponents here. I don't get it. 20 seconds. What's the play? You go B. You go B and no, they go C. What the? What am I watching, man?
Trip gets cleared. Crazy guy gonna look to try to buy some time.
Hello? You have to plant.
Not gonna connect. The lineup though for Foxy9. Breaks the shield with the first. Collects the bolt with the second.
What? How?
And now, just Xfero with that Phantom in hand. Crazy
That is insanity. That he got to that.
Site, taken down by Ash. Xfero looking to be the hero. Finds the first, spots the second. It's a transfer, but now up against Karan. Swings out of the cage, and Karan is good for it, as ever.
Dude, the double kill from Foxy is like round deciding. That was incredible luck. Incredible luck. He didn't even see the second one.
Back in kind.
That's just a hell of a read here. Oh, Cushy. Just walking out there, hitting a nasty bulldog spray. And then, of course, walking right into the meat grinder.
Yeah, he didn't even see the second one. It's just like...
Able to find a perfect timing. And then Xfero with that gun upgrade that he scooped off of Texture's body. Almost able to turn this round around, but again, it is Karan who comes up big. Finds a huge kill. Monyet with the op though. Crazy guy with just a bulldog. So they want to try to...
This is why this Viper wall, like...
Putting some of this heavy fire.
You have a Viper wall that either
scaling forward.
Looks like this, right?
There you go.
Like this,
forward, op now confirmed.
or you have this wall, or you might also have a wall that looks a little bit different like this, and then it leaves a gap in this corner to bait people into standing there. But like both of the walls have essentially the same purpose. They deny informations from long, and they deny informations either from sorry, not they actually deny the retake possibility from A main or the retake possibility from B main.
Let Munchkin make some noise over at A. Everybody else trying to find an
I
opening
love playing
somewhere.
Viper on Haven in ranked. But because remember how I had to do it, right? I had to hover a different character that is not a controller, so someone else picks a controller, and then I can choose Viper. Because otherwise I was always playing Viper solo smokes on Haven, and the same was happening on Ascent.
Look at this, continue to keep Karan revealed here at all times. Dimensional drift going to be used. Monyet pushing forward, ensures that the site is cleared out. Xfero now going to be noted as the swing out. Karan's still going to be good for one, but Cushy comes away with two. And the flash connects. Munchkin's blind. Xfero can go ahead and secure
First time I actually see anything being done with the Yoru. It was an ultimate with an impactful flash.
Still though, down by 4 rounds.
Well, you're seeing some of the problems that RRQ was actually having in the first half, where GENG is just kind of dry peeking some of these angles, and they're being held by somebody. In this case, it's Monyet 2 times. Ash may have been able to get something going, but Munchkin
Basically, in time you had a smoker like Harbor or Viper. Yep.
Those doors a little bit better.
That is true.
And kind of opened up a little bit extra space, I think, for RRQ. Of course, obviously having Jemkin there with the shield allows for much easier ability to push forward. And that's another
my
kill for
god. Why?
Gets him 1 away from having that kill contract online.
This is the second time, no, the third time. GENG loses an attacker in the first seconds of the round. No, sorry, second time. They lose an attacker in like legit the first seconds there.
Smoke cycles forward here. Front of beat texture, just pushing forward. Clear out the trip, but
Deflotus, you need to actually nag me about the fingers to do them, because I completely forget about that. You guys need to nag me. Clue and Deflotus, I'm putting a task for you. You need to nag me about it.
Spike gets planted. They're gonna try to fight their way out as the vulnerable comes across here behind the box.
Suck that kill, that was so funny.
To find texture, and Foxy9 gets taken down. Ash trying to find a timing, but gets revealed. Jemkin gets the headshot. As Karan will be dealt with. 4K here for Jemkin. Ult not necessary.
And now those 2 rounds that were being thrown away by GENG with the A main control are gonna starting to be a comeback.
And even though GENG fought back a bit,
Garrett, you have it on
swoops
Discord in the archive,
with
in the
that shield
hardcore game
back up as
archive.
well. Yeah, does the timing there on the pop of the toxic screen. Yeah, that vulnerable, really nicely positioned. And you can just keep resetting the double tap. That's where things get real scary. You got to start to wonder. Yeah.
Time
just
out.
about to say.
Time out.
I think it's
Time out.
Timeout time for GENG. It's got to figure out how to not lose these players early. That's really starting to kill you these last couple of rounds. You know, how are you going to win some of these angles? Are you going to be able to find the counter spams? Because a couple times you've just been red. You know, whether it be they give you that space for free and see garage, and Manyet's holding with the op, or they just wait for a timing through a long. So the homework being done by RRQ despite a short turnaround from a long best of 5 yesterday.
Let's see what the adjustments look like. I mean, when it's skills like that, just taps through the smoke, it can be difficult to really, you know, come up with a clear solution. Jemkin's game sense clearly is not slipped up at all.
Now they have to plan around the Jemkin's ultimate.
Well, you
So
either
what
gotta
do they do?
commit
How do they
some of
approach
the
it?
Tejo utility early to try to push the positions where you're expecting the
They got to
angle
work
to be
with
held.
each hag. Remember that the third hag
run by it
was
quick as a
also the
neon.
longest because we
Right,
had
do it to you
6
again, but-
rows instead of 5.
There's an Odin. Challenging. GENG content to keep trying to push towards B. It is weaker weaponry and a ton of space gained here. So RRQ.
Bit of a correct call here as Crazy Guy shifting back over. in
Double
position, trying
TP
to go
by
for the
Karen,
spray.
now he's in
First TP,
backside.
knows that Karan is going to be in the site somewhere, but can't quite identify that position.
Now they're gonna
Right now,
start
in here from
retaking with the
Ash, has that
ultimates from
Armageddon in the
Jemkin,
post
right?
Karan just lingering here for the moment. Sends it out, and he's going to TP to save.
Did he try baiting it out? He tried. He tried baiting it out with the Omen Paranoia and then TPing out. So Jemkin would have ulted him.
Taken down, but Ash finds Jemkin. Texture gets Sparrow. Lockdown ends up getting destroyed, but now the red carpet gets
That's
rolled out.
GG.
Armageddon
Right, should
across
be,
the Paranoia,
but there's
not
a
hitting the lion's
smoke.
share of players. The defuse now held to half. It's being stuck. They're just
What?
gonna stick it the whole way.
Did Ash misclick the
Genji tries to
missiles?
reflood, but they are far too late. Monyet
Wait.
gets in.
Ash has missiles, no?
Not hitting the lion's share of players. The defuse
Yeah, now. Where are the missiles going?
now held to half.
He legit misclicked the missiles.
Unbelievable.
Ooh, that was close.
Spino cigar on the spray. Let him know. Yep, still got this. Will they buy up another one? They know that that op was saved as well.
Missed missiles, lose round.
Does that
Unlucky.
round end up being the death sentence here for GENG?
Oh my god.
As Texture spammed down to 17 health.
I'm really not liking
That's Owen Gaming,
the neon pick.
Well, it's just
fun and interactive.
That's right.
Great to watch.
Well, you know, the thing is, for GENG, it's a pretty similar
Wait,
start.
I need to
the previous
refresh
round,
it because
so
it's getting choppy.
for GENG, it's a pretty similar start to the previous round. So you're kind of playing with fire there, not really exploring the map like you would normally expect them to. Staying pretty grouped, and look at that tight angle being held by Cushy, but
backing away the drone.
Oh my.
Hello, Texture trying to push
Yeah,
forward.
but
Jimkin is
dude.
there, swoops out behind the boxes. Takes him down, finishes the job set up and started by Crazy Guy.
Dude, this might actually be a comeback from RRQ. They still have the ultimate from
In the spot.
From
C-site now
Jemkin.
broken open. Bit of a hero lurk here from the side of Foxy 9. It's Crazy Guy pushing forward down in towards mid. Turret believes in range. Yep, does get cleared out. As ISO all set, Jemkin trying to get a catch over towards Garage, but no one there to receive it. So it's going to be another whiff. Munchkin
they
now.
just
Defensive
whiffed
in play here
the
on
ISO
site.
ultimate for the second time in this
Monyet
game.
Traded out for Foxy 9.
oh, the jump.
Jump up over the top, and Jemkin has to drop down, and Munchkin's right there, ready and waiting to scale forward. Cushy blocked out by the one-way
Why
smoke.
am I, bro?
Crazy Guy now forced to backpedal, and GENG able to recover after the tragedy of the previous round. They'll move up to 11. Still just 3 rounds separating, though. RRQ. Decent money here on several of the
How
players.
can you
Still
with
with an opportunity to turn
an
this around.
ISO ultimate when
Just a
people are
massive lurk
planting?
from Foxy9. That kill right there might
that
have
is
caught Xfero
insanity.
right as he was toggling between the camera.
That is like legit insanity.
And that
This round, right,
probably a huge sigh of
was
relief
just
for
huge
Genji and the Genji faithful.
1v1 mistakes. Huge 1v1 mistakes. Texture, swinging with 1 HP, no trades. Then here, checking the camera from Xfero for no reason. He just gets timed because of that. Then the 1v1 from Jemikin using the ultimate, not hitting anyone because I don't know what was the decision making.
On the other side, just kind of hoping that
It's crazy.
Xfero's util would buy them a little bit of time and info. And instead, it's going to be a timeout for RRQ. Last one here for Haven. As they try to see if they can start stringing some more rounds together. It started to look so good on this defender side.
Seems like both teams are getting nervous.
Great reads. They had good ideas. You know, the Odin spam early to do some damage. You know, Jemkin's covering the drone. All these, you know, getting all these.
Garrett, I see you asking in the Discord about should I start Warhammer 40k.
Just getting beyond that.
What do you think of starting? Do you mean like starting like reading the lore or actually painting figurines or playing the game? Like, what do you mean? What do you want to start?
Win the follow-up 2 rounds were RRQ in the first half. Off the back of
Yes,
this,
yes, and yes. Oh, everything. Oh, okay. Well then, you should not start playing the Warhammer 40k big fucking format. What I would suggest is looking into Warhammer 40k Kill Team.
On both sides.
It's
I mean, for the core of GENG,
it's like warband based, so you don't get like a full army to paint and so on. It's easier to start, and it's still Warhammer 40k, and it has nice gameplay as well.
As here we go again. 1,
Third
2, 3.
time,
Cushy
third time,
sends out
guys.
Shots and texture.
Third time.
Just not catching a break.
I mean, you have the salvos for Ash still in hand, so they again neglected this angle. They pay the price. You've got to find a way to clear that, whether it be smokes or util.
Paranoia, don't think quite connected onto Cushy. No, it absolutely did not. He's going to be able to find another one. Kara now taken down. Player advantage here for the side of RRQ. Xfero swooping around from behind. Alarm bot set up. Gives the alert.
Bro, what that flash for?
Now
Like, come
GENG has
on,
split their
man.
attention in so many different directions. Ash swooping forward, but no, it's going to be Munchkin. Foxy finding one apiece. Now everyone getting a piece of the pie as Ash comes away with the kill on him on. Yep.
Yes, let's spam an order for a smoke. Totally not. Like, oh, come on, dude, nah.
Looking good for RRQ.
Nah,
GENG,
man.
Something just clicks. They hit their shots, and now they're up to map point.
I think that got a little bit awkward there. A judge in hand for Xfero. Cushy.
Would you be interested in working with a long-form editor? With someone who is not following my channel and probably never seen my content ever? Yeah, no thank you.
And then the crossfires are fantastic between Ash and Foxy9 right on this site.
Oh, you were talking about Karan
There he goes.
sighing at the end of that first half. He's geared up now. Salvos are going to be sent, and texture this time, the one that survives. Monyet left on the floor, frantically, desperately wanting that orb to try to get that dimensional.
I like the beginning of this match because it seems like both teams started playing like sensible Valorant, but now it devolved into
It's been a pain point for them.
unsensible
They
Valorant.
hit a great timing. So first kill, falling the way of GENG. Texture down to half health. Has the overdrive. That's about the only ult that's going to come into play for them. Cushy one away from a Hunter's Fury though. So if he finds a kill, maybe able to get back off a site if there is an execute towards A.
Hello.
Found you.
Spots out Karan. Foxy for now still watching behind. Double pressure coming his way. As Crazy Guy, it's a nice check. Goes in, finds 3. Foxy though, pushing forward, turret spotting, and he continues to hold this line, but cannot find the shot. Still though, the call to pivot seemingly being made. As 2 players have been noted on this side of the map, but it seems like, okay, Munchkin says, well,
Do I
let's
like
split
the
difference,
ISO
go right
Eurocomp
into the
on
center of the
Haven?
map.
Initially it
Overdrive
was
down
used
gonna
by
be
just
pop
Fnatic, and a lot of
texture.
teams are using it. No,
Space and Judge
I hate it.
Waiting over on this B-Link, but Xfero eats
I
so
hate
much
it. I
damage.
explained it in the beginning of this match that
being stuck, the double face push.
Nice double peek. Nice double peek. And they also looked into crossfire like this, so that was well done by GENG. My opinion about this composition is that Fnatic played it because Alpha has limited way of playing the game. He's insane mechanically, but he's just not great at playing the game in a more complicated manner. Like, he has to be micromanaged with utility, taught all the setups, because he doesn't have really the flexibility of his own skill being used that way. And they just put him on ice because he's fucking insane mechanically. So, and it accidentally has a small synergy with Yoru. But everyone else thinks like it's some super duper game plan because I saw Yoru, and they start copying it. So you see other teams using it for no reason whatsoever.
Has come out swinging today. They look pretty well primed, in my opinion. A rough early start.
When TFT, I don't play TFT anymore, Michu.
And this is basically an even map.
Yeah.
Will I play TFT in the future? You will never know. Maybe, but not now.
Yes. From the side of RRQ, hope that this is going to be a contentious series and one that they absolutely can win. As we go deeper into it, we're going to have their map pick up a set coming up. They've looked quite strong
Goose
there,
6.
GENG.
Goose 6. Don't recommend full armies to Garrett, please. I feel like Kill Team is actually the introduction now to Warhammer 40k. Because if you want a full army, you're gonna be overwhelmed with everything. You know? Kill Team. I'll show you. Warhammer 40k, Kill Team.
Much more creative on Ascent. That's a map where
It's essentially...
do some real damage.
We're starting to see the ramp up here as well from a lot of the players on RRQ, Cushy, Jemkin, as well as Monyet having...
Kill Teams, Warhammer 40k. Where's the Kill Team? Kill Team. Starter set. Something like this. Wait. It's like around 80-90 euros. You have smaller type of skirmishes with like 10 figurines each, you know? Here you go. It looks like something like this, you know, and you will learn a little bit more about Kill Team. Sorry, about Warhammer 40k, because it's the same armies. You can choose like the army that you like the most because you read about it and so on. Still the same figurines that you can use, also use in the big armies. This starter set doesn't look that great though.
There are strong points of their comp. The fact that Jemkin can
I have a different one.
That's starting to grow on me a little bit. Cushy on the sofa.
That looked that had better like terrain and shit.
You don't get much of an opportunity to play it, and you can see exactly why you want him on it.
Kill Team is different rules though. Yeah, but dude, Warhammer 40k, Garrett, if you want to sacrifice,
but GENG, I tend to agree with
how do I explain that? My experience is like this. When I started playing Warhammer 40k in the 90s, right? There was essentially only Warhammer 40k with big armies. So when you played with big armies, you had to like put so much effort to even start. Even a start with like 700 points armies back then was essentially buying like 3 different squads. So that's like 30, 40 figures, you know, learning all the very complicated rules for all the like armies and shit, and then having like a big table for that, right? Kill Team is so much easier to get to. It has different rules, yes, but it's easier to play because it requires smaller space, and it's also very motivating to actually paint because you only have like 10 figures. So painting your army for Kill Team is actually doable. But painting your army for a full army takes ages, right? So I would recommend like the Kill Teams. And also if my local store or my local stores are an indication of anything, I would say it's gonna be much easier to find people to play Kill Team with than full armies of Warhammer 40Ks, you know? But at the same time, Garrett, going to your local shop and asking like, what is bigger is probably the play, you know? Like, go to your closest local store that has Warhammer 40k, because that's gonna be the store that you're gonna be playing in, most likely, right? And ask the store, is there more players who play Kill Team, or is there more players who play Warhammer 40k with full armies, right? So that would be my play. It's sad that my actual local store closed like 2 years ago. So you have no local gaming store? That's rough. That is very rough then.
Yeah, and you guys have mentioned how all the entire...
Because if you don't have a store to play in, then...
Absolutely phenomenally here. Munchkin and Foxy 9 and
Google what's your closest store then. Yeah, prediction starting.
The secret to the Haven, and especially on this defense, is they don't give you space for free. They will fight you everywhere. Munchkin especially.
Next prediction. Ascent. Chloe didn't win the points. No.
They're in your face constantly, and they're battling you the whole way through. I think it's just such a unique comp that they're so good at executing, and you know, we don't see anyone else play the Viper quite like that.
You see them disrupting RRQ before they could really get rolling in a lot of these attacking.
Can RRQ win this best of 7? Best of 7, bro, would be sitting here the whole day. It's a best of 5. I don't think RRQ will win. I think it should be 3-1, maybe 3-0 or even.
Absolutely disgusting with the nano inside of the toxic orb. They use the toxic orb and the decay so well, like you have to retake into a toxic orb, and this is just such a win condition for GENG. Foxy 9 on the Senti, Munchkin on the Viper on defense, and Charon on an Omen. These are 3 players that are just the goods on the multi-frags. If you're running into a site against any of them, they are going to multi-frag you.
Now, RRQ, though, I have to say, they did have some really good ideas on Haven, and we're kind of wondering where they got some of these good ideas. I think you guys spotted something out.
Yeah, I think we have a tweet we can put.
Wait, Gary, you're living in a big city, no?
From the off-season. So when RRQ were looking for an assistant coach, they ran these open applications, and one part of these open applications was an anti-strat of GENG's Haven. So
did you Google LGSs?
Hundreds and hundreds of anti-strats of this Viper composition. It's such a shame they couldn't get it over the line today, but I think it obviously highlights the strength of GENG of being able to play this same comp and mix some stuff up.
Yeah, they haven't really changed too much. They've implemented the new Teo into the composition.
Are you getting signed?
Obviously, whoever applied needs to be replaced, so I'm just making sure that we look good. I look good in the RRQ jacket.
It's the orange. Warbirds.
Yeah, sorry, Evan.
I thought he's done quite well.
Sorry, Warbirds.
That's crazy hate.
I mean,
he did pretty good, but he didn't secure it.
Yeah, Volkswagen is like what, 200k people? No?
You look great.
Very
you won the build diff as well. You are the best coach on the desk by far. So
that's how you get hired.
Actually,
assistant coach right here, Chubby Ninja.
That could definitely work out well for them. You need to get downstairs quick though. They got another map starting.
But they got Ascent. Ascent is the next map, and they already got Ascent down. I have to say, Warbirds and Ewok have done brilliantly with this map. When it was the 5th map yesterday against Paper X, I kind of knew it was over. You know, their Ascent's just so good.
This is all about this first half for me. You see, recently, both of these teams having games on Ascent. You did see the last game of GENG, a 12-0 defense against Boom, and then the opening half, what you saw from RRQ was a 9-3 attack against Paper X, and that's going to be the opening half of this Ascent game. GENG have opted to start out on the defense.
1 second, my friends.
Both of these teams, despite the poor win rate for GENG and the great win rate for RRQ, they said it going into the 5th map of that series. We had Jemkin in the interview say, we're quite confident in our Ascent as the 5th map of the series. The rest of the series was actually a lot shakier than the 5th and final finishing map, so I can see why they picked it as their first pick into this series against GENG here.
Yeah, I mean, for me, I honestly feel like it's probably their best map, even before
you have some shops.
Lower final yesterday. As you say,
It
when that was the
Wolfsburg.
map 5, you know they were feeling good. I'm excited to see Jemkin come back to that Yoru. I feel like his Yoru is so good. I think his ISO is fine on the Haven, but it's not quite as
Langestrasse 54.
I'm not scared of it.
Münzstrasse 10, Bahnhofstrasse 10, and Schillerstrasse 41. Oh wait, this one is closed, never mind. So I have 3 shops. But it seems like 2 are focused on Warhammer, and the third one is focused on card games.
And hey, it worked very well for them against Boom the second time they played it. So let's see if they stick to that today.
It does absolutely work for them here. Now, we were talking about our predictions. I think, yeah, we all predicted Gen G here. We had different score lines. I think if they're going to win one map, I would assume this is probably the one map they win. But how are you guys feeling now? Morgan, we both went for
Is it me or does she have tape across her forehead? Maybe just unlucky lighting? Tape? What are you doing about?
This is
What?
where they can get the momentum, but they need a win on this map if they're going to try and upset in this best of 5.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. I think as well they might have to kind of change up their approach a
Tape?
little bit because I felt like Paper X yesterday.
What, like
they
translucent
set up to
tape?
defend a lot of the kind of mid splits on their defense, and that was where.
Why would
RRQ
someone
did a
have
great job on the
translucent
attack,
tape on their
slamming
forehead?
sights a lot more. They were a lot more focused in the mains, but that is now something that Gen G has seen. They've seen that cage into B main and the A main contest, and the way that RRQ like to pace their attacking side. So Solo will have seen that. He's going to be able to play around that, and playing this meta comp on Ascent, you're going to see Texture get in their face, disrupt things.
We're eating kanapka with jam.
From Munchkin, I love the way he plays the KO, but let's see which one of these teams is going to get their hands on that trophy.
Yeah, I mean, if the compositions come out like we expect here, watch for Xfero on this Cypher. This is what I'm waiting for, and not many...
Jamkin on Euro, let's see. But no fade.
You're going to see Foxy9 on the Killjoy.
No
he was
fade.
Absolutely phenomenal on that agent just in the last map of Haven. Loved how aggressive he was, but Gen G, this is all of these players on signature agents.
Yeah. RRQ, exactly what we would expect. Look for the fight in B main. Xfero did such a good job yesterday of shutting that down. He has to do that again today.
All right, well, we are going to go into the second map of this grand finals here in VCT Pacific. We're going to send it back to our casters, Achilleos and Paper Thin.
Here we go, map number 2. We got RRQ's first selection here in this best of 5 grand final to see if they can tie up the scoreline. Guarantee us a bit more here in this series. We're Gen G. Let's mind a little pivot here. Going back to classics. Texture on the Jet. If they're going to be able to get a 2-0 lead and up to match point.
To be fair, I think Texture on Jet would have been a better choice on Haven as well.
Just go back to what's comfortable. Like you and I were just talking about, I wouldn't be surprised if they're just also kind of getting a little ready for Toronto when the Teo Nurse might come through.
Shallow 0 point, just rush here onto the corner, and Jemkin collecting 2 quick kills. Shrugs off the suppress, the flashes, everything. Ash just sending out some shots here from Mark in tripwire.
Get it, I'm eating kanapka with jam.
Top mid lurk finds Foxy9. And suddenly, Gen G scratching their heads, wondering, well, how do we even try to get back into this pistol? Swing onto the corner, and Monyan wins the fight. Takes down Charon. Now it is all on Ash.
Kanapka is sandwich. You better learn the word.
He won that too.
Look like he was looking across the stage at him.
Uh-huh.
Well, maybe we'll hear some of it in a replay. See if Ash can get any kind of damage, any kind of charge. Get that ult online. Swing on the corner though. Eventually finds the chest shot to go ahead and finish him off, but Crazy Guy out wide and switch. We'll go ahead, strike him down, and that's going to be RRQ finding their second pistol win. Taking the lead nice and early here on Ascent.
Yeah, and I mean, you almost feel like a broken record sometimes with RRQ. Oh, Jemkin gets 2 opening kills for you. And then the round just kind of snowballs in your favor.
That KO grenade really looked awkward.
Classic.
The flashbang, you know?
Crazy Guy there for the finish. And still some good spirits on RRQ. Another thing that we're going to have to keep up today. Already a map down, but great start. Couple Vandals, Guardian.
If you want to play, then there's also mods for Tabletop Simulator, but collecting is a different thing. I would say playing Warhammer on a Tabletop Simulator
On the follow-up, meanwhile, Gen
is just like saying, oh, you can play golf in real life, or you can play golf on a Wii. You know, it's not the same. Like the entire point of the medium is to, like the game itself, the Warhammer 40k, the game is just like a bonus to the miniatures. It's not a competitive game, it's a game for fun.
That's going to be quickly broken open, so no real chance of escape and no real chance to do too much damage. Jemkin just going to be tagged to 72 as after the plant comes out.
Good smoke, look at that.
Spire and Gen G start rotating.
Got a Sheriff on Texture. It's the only buy-up to speak of, so Are they going to try to commit that to go for some kills? Or is this just going to be a die to the spike for the side of Gen G is the real question. Assumption is you'd prefer to probably just mostly die to the spike, but
might send texture, try and get a couple one taps here.
My goal is to someday play with Henry Cavill. Call us when you do that.
Be noted there by Moniette. With the damage eaten, it seems like widely they will stay back. RQ looking like they're going to send a couple players forward. Granted, they do have two with just pistols, so may as well try to go for a bit of a fight.
Yeah, he's one away from the ultimate now. Well played, good decision.
Shuts him down. He's now going to be one away from having that ult online, as Cushy will get Karen here on the back end. Two remaining players from Gen G go down to the spike, so very clean here for the side of RRQ. And all they need now is just that one orb. They'll have a dimensional drift to try to get a bonus conversion.
Yep, and they're going to have pretty fearsome weaponry coming into this round as well. Able to get all those Vandals and the Guardian over. And the real question is how much more do they want to invest behind that? Oh, a great reveal there.
Let's see if Jamkin goes for a Stinger ult.
Off of X-Pharaoh's utility. Cushy just having a grand old time. And it is going to be just that one Guardian.
Small armor,
It's all right,
okay.
it's half armors. Gen G, of course, into their buy. Not much info
But he
off
goes
that.
for the ultimate, no?
Couple players over here. But yeah, there's that dim door.
Where's this TP?
Do you not play Dungeons and Dragons?
No, I do
do
not.
you? Yeah.
Okay. See,
It's a Dungeons and Dragons.
a little bit lost on me, but
Okay, that ultimate was awful.
finding texture, who was lost in mid. Gonna be
He didn't
shut
even
down.
exit
Spike
the
gonna be
ultimate in
spotted.
CT.
Left on the floor here as Munchkin tries to hold things down over here.
Who said I'm gonna like Jemkin's
A
Yoru?
little bit of time. Actually, he will fall, but Karn covering fire back here onto the A site. Peels off the kill as Foxy snappy on the readjust, comes out of the smoke. Moniette, similar scenes. Takes down two, and already, even if Moniette does not win this round, the damage is dealt. Just Ash surviving here for the moment. Spike still not picked up, and Moniette looking to do something relatively unexpected.
40 seconds. I mean, he can actually outplay Ash because there's no way that he's gonna be behind him.
1v3 clutch for Moniette.
Does he peek down? He's going around the world here. But Ash still at risk, still stuck into the corner.
Do you approve any Euro player in
Even
VCT?
wider, making it all the easier for
Jesus
him.
Christ.
Moniette with three, gets the Red Bull clutch, and of course he's on his feet. Bonus conversion, damage dealt.
Jogamo
RRQ
is okay.
Off to a roaring start.
Oh man, this is just insane.
But Jogamo actually, you know,
Outdueling Texture,
listens to
that's huge.
coaches.
I mean, Munchkin knows they got to start coming for that spike.
And
A
practices.
lot of pressure being applied by Jemkin, throwing out the cologne, throwing out the flashes, able to clear him. But man, oh man, Moniette, that is
And also,
filthy.
he listened to me as well.
Just some clean rifling. And that is a huge bonus for RRQ on this attacker side on Ascent.
Swing out, and Jemkin has got
Hello?
players behind him as well. Still is going to be good for the kill, so Foxy 9 dead. Stinger not going to be able to find too much. Is thrown, well, they've already been noted, and Jemkin continues to just rip off heads. Texture now dead. Timing attempt to mash. It will be felt.
Well, what was the idea there? Play off the contact of the turret? Yeah, definitely gonna work out.
Go ahead and flawlessly brush aside the thrifty attempt from Gen G.
Did you coach him? I didn't coach him in 1v1s or something like that. Sorry, not we didn't have like a, you know, sit down together or something, but G2 asked me for help with the Euro stuff, and I sent them materials, recorded for them stuff, and spoke with Jogamo as well.
See if any damage can be done with these stingers, but
And he said he was very helpful, and it clicked.
Very, very difficult to get through. So
X-Pharaoh started around by putting the trap high. I actually didn't pay attention to that trap, so I didn't see.
So flawless avoided. I was gonna say, well, Jemkin's only got 950. He didn't. Moniette's got cash cap. That's 6,000 credits. Munchkin will just go down to the spike here. Breaks the door to make sure that he can, but X-Pharaoh lingers long enough to go ahead and find the execution. And that is going to be a 4-0 start for the side of RRQ. Question is, do we get a timeout call from Gen G? Timer continues.
If there's a timeout, I'm gonna recall to see that trap.
I think maybe they look a little bit off. They've been kind of falling for a few RR tricks. That clone that time kind of gave it away for Texture. He fired onto that first.
No timeout, okay.
On yet 6-0.
Which Euro in VCT do you think can replace? Havoc is one for sure. Bro, I don't think I can replace anyone in Tier 1. My aim is just not good enough.
Extra reinforcements now. Texture with the operator. Has to back off because of that drone. Gets cleared. Turret. Helping out a little bit, but now another dimensional drift.
But I do think that Euro-wise, not mechanics, but Euro-wise, game knowledge and Euro-wise, I'm like legit better than 99% of the players in any VCT team. Like the stuff that I see on the Euros is just pointless. But that's also not surprising, because if you put effort into learning Euro, you're gonna look better. Most of the ranked Euros, I mean not most, but the ones that are actually putting effort to be really good at Euro are gonna be better than the VCT players, even though the mechanics might be worse. You know?
This side of the map. Took a bit of a gamble, able to find their way through. But Karan has that extra angle created. Just needs to find the right time. Seemingly RRQ kind of suspecting with those salvos sent towards Wine. Something might be amiss in that part of the map.
What is Astra Militarum? Isn't that a doctrine for Space Marines? I'm actually not certain.
Cleared. Paranoia. Catching on a crazy guy. Texture now, though. Under pressure. Dashing back and has the pincer maneuver from the side. Does Xvero. Toggle on the cam. Karan desperately trying to chip away to get that headshot.
It's Imperial Guard?
Swings out a little bit wider. Tucks back time.
New name for Did they changed the name of there's no Imperial Guard anymore?
RRQ will not have any survivors, but they've got cash aplenty. And they
I
have
have no
the
idea.
exact same start that we saw from GENG on the previous map. 5-0 to kick things off.
Oh my gosh, again. The information utility
Imperial Guard is essentially an army of humans. When I was playing the game, Imperial Guard was essentially like a Russian platoon. Throw meat at a problem and maybe it will be solved because it will be clogged with meat.
And RRQ has just done to GENG. GENG did to them on Haven a 5-0 start. Forced that timeout. Kind of figure out what exactly is going wrong. I mean, these entries for RRQ are so explosive. They're just doing a great job of clearing util. Obviously, you have a couple dimensional drifts pretty quickly because of Chemkin. That makes things very easy as well. So you got to find a way to stop this and stop it now. And you already lost your operator, which is one of your biggest win conditions oftentimes on this map for GENG. Get Texture, at least on the defender side, get Texture that operator and let him just shut players out. But that Yoru is making it very, very difficult to do. They need to find a new answer to this.
Astra Militarum is a bracket name for all the Imperial Guard factions, Cadian Kriegs, and so on.
I don't know.
But are they still using the name Imperial Guard?
Here's the answer. A judge, 2 sheriffs, a vandal, and a stinger.
The judge actually probably can help.
Only if they elect to push towards that angle, which at the moment they are not.
Oh, he missed the dagger, so he didn't counter the drone.
Continuing to favor this side of the map. At least to try to clear out some of that.
Do you think Ash, Foxy 9 is a good replacement for Lakia and Meteor? Yeah, I think they're okay. Lakia was never that efficient.
Ash with just that sheriff. Forced back into alley as the drone goes up and over the top. Texture.
Garrett, Polish Mother Day is not happening until 2 weeks.
Karan now repositions, TP's into boats, has that judge in hand, but gets timing is not yet, comes around from behind.
He didn't get the Tony Hawk.
Locked off there in market, dead. As the Neural Depth reveals all, Foxy 9. He's dead to rights. Ash now trying to see if he can do anything else. He cannot. And RQ have done
What is happening, man?
In that opening map, just now move up 6-0.
Is GENG gonna stop giving them first bloods for no reason?
I think GENG is rotating away from this when Munchkin starts to get under pressure, but another kind of point of contention here for me in GENG right now is they're relying on contact duels, not on utility, whereas RRQ is able to either get info or, you know, if a player dies, it's an immediate follow-up with util of their own, kind of deal with their problems.
I still don't see a reason for this Euro, bro.
Crazy guy now has the Armageddon. You have a hunch
Legit.
Fury. Yeah, you've got the operator, you got the Blade Storm, you got Munchkin's ult, but I don't know.
Well to avoid it at every twist and turn.
Whereas GENG playing the old default Ascent comp, every team might have reviewed the comp a million times. I don't know, man. Maybe they just don't want to play Tehel because it's gonna get nerfed. I don't know.
Can force him back.
Or they...
Not yet popped. Drone to try to lead it. Now he's getting suppressed. And he's gonna be stuck in here. Flash turned away from. Shot goes right over Jemkin's shoulder. A ping reveal from Ash.
GENG is just straight up trolling.
There's plenty of targets in here, but you're not getting the opportunity for any of them.
They're giving away first bloods.
Just great util usage.
That's it.
Causes GENG some big problems.
And Texture just taking space on angles that he doesn't need to because there was no pressure on the other side of the map. Yeah, and then everything collapses. Now you can say like, oh, why is Foxy just peeking out like that and so on? But it's the reason for that is because the first domino fell. The first domino was Texture, and it's a 4v5 on defense on Ascent. When that happens, essentially players are motivated to do stupid shit because maybe they can do 2-for-1 and duo equalizer if they get incredibly lucky. But the round is most likely lost in a 4v5 post plant on Ascent. You know? It's like, it's so hard to win those rounds. So, specifically also when you lost your duelist who cannot essentially start the retake, right? So you're gonna see like players do stupid stuff because they need to do stupid stuff to make sure that they can actually get an equalizer. So, yeah, right now GENG is kind of trolling the defense for several rounds. I don't understand this kind of playstyle because you could see it in the first round of the game, in pistol round, where legit GENG started the defense by pushing B main with 2 players, and they consistently tried to take space on Ascent, and that's a map that you don't need to do that. Because the opponents have to go through the choke points first. But it's GENG giving them the opportunity to go for the choke points.
And I mean, RRQ would be fine
when they have advantage.
At this point, other than this one you're happy to cycle.
Jemkin immediately forward all the way, sprinting up into the A site. Clear on the turret, the spot on the 1, Foxy 9, hit by the first, dead to the second. Cushy, able to claim it, the combo working out, the knives going wide, and the salvo's right there, Texture speed, layer after layer from RRQ. It is just absolutely gorgeously read, gorgeously prepped, and they are now looking at a flawless first half.
I'm not trying to fix it.
Nice ult from whom? From Yoru? Essentially a glorified drone, didn't do anything.
That would be to the first map.
Yeah, this is something special right here. Jemkin gonna ping out for his Sova. The Hunter's Fury connects, clears it out. The salvos are perfectly placed. Not much that.
How is GENG losing? Just explain it, Garrett. In the previous rounds, they essentially just gave opening bloods for RRQ by over-pushing defense for no reason whatsoever.
And that just allows RRQ to keep cycling.
And I will tell you this every single time. Whenever I see a Yoru who is ulting into a TP, I already know, because in most cases, that makes no sense, that the player doesn't know what he wants to achieve with it. He just copies other players who started doing that. The only reason to use your ult and then TP is to save time from your ultimate. So if it's like really far away, really far away, but the players are doing the TP when essentially running there would have essentially cost the same amount of time.
I don't even know when Munchkin used his ult. No idea. These rounds are so fast.
I think he tried to use it and then just died immediately. Munchkin, speaking of which, trying to hold things out. Market re-swings, double face. Foxy does manage to find a kill, and that does give him.
Why are you fighting that? Why are you fighting that? Let them go through the choke points. No? No.
Start working across here towards A, and Foxy 9 dead. Xvero on that lurk, able to find one. Texture creeping back, gonna try to flush this out so they can keep their attention paid forward onto the site, and he will be able to do so.
But Yoru did the right thing, saved sometimes he could spot more Sova. No, he didn't save any time. Because TPing into that area doesn't save time. It takes the same, literally almost the same time when TPing there. Wolf would just, Asini would just run. And he also had no TP out because he used the TP before. So he commits fully to Gen and he cannot get out.
Oh, he's getting it.
So no, it's not a correct play. And he could have done that also from coming from main when he doesn't have to do the TP at all. Or he could do it from B-Link, which essentially achieves the same thing without the TP again.
Extra time using utility or anything. He's just taking these dry fights and losing. Or at best getting one and done. And then the coordination on that A execute was so good from RRQ. Clearing the space at the front of A with the salvos. Crunching together at the right time between short.
I didn't even see so far. We are 9 rounds in, and I don't see a singular TP flash from Yoru going to side.
Have a little bit of weaponry to speak of for GENG. A couple Guardians. Texture as a Phantom. Foxy with that Sheriff though.
Push in.
Again.
Dead.
Same thing.
Karen does manage to find one. Paranoia going to be sent out. Repositions. This time Texture out in the mid, able to intercept the flanker, so Xpharaoh ends up falling down. Ash trying to see what he can possibly get. Finds nothing, but Texture finds Crazy Guy. Suddenly it seems like at least in this round, things have started to click for GENG. For the first time on Ascent, Gun Barrel spotted out. The wide swinging Caron trying to challenge him for the fight, but Jemkin on the other side stands tall. The drip line gets that headshot on the Texture, dinks through the corner. Spike not yet planted.
That flash is terrible, by the way.
You're trying to fight for some space, but Texture does manage to find that kill. And now they can suspect where Monyet is repositioned. Goes for the spray. You're trying to... Spike not yet planted.
I can already see you don't play Yoru. You just picked it and you think you can play Yoru. This flash is a full bounce, opponent sees everything. Doesn't have like any pop flash capabilities. That's it. What are your other options? What are your other options when it comes to playing Yoru here? Let's take a look at the perspective of the opponent, right? Let's take a look. He's holding this angle. He sees the full bounce. He sees the full bounce. What are the options from the Yoru? He can bounce from the ground like this. So this flash is actually almost like very hard to dodge, but still dodgeable, but very hard to dodge because he doesn't have the visibility. He only has like the half of the visibility of the bounce. You can also bounce from the ground, so it goes over here, and it still fully flashes this person over here. You can literally just bounce it over here, like over here, from the ground, behind the wall, here. Done. You can also do it on the top of the wall over here, so the person doesn't even anticipate it, but it bounces like this and it opens up somewhere here. And it's harder. It's still it's harder to dodge. All of that is 100% better. And by the way, if the Yoru really wanted to do a flash going over here, then he should have maybe even considered bouncing it from behind the wall over here. But then there's a chance it might actually end up in behind the wall. But it actually, I think it still bounces off the edge of the wall over here. Like,
Lurk trying to fight his way in towards the site.
sorry guys, I kind of went on a rant mode, so we didn't see this round. My bad.
Another massive round from him. Another round win for GENG. Chance at a 9-3. But still,
round in the half.
plenty of money here for the side of RRQ.
Well, they're starting to do it. Munchkin's getting destroyed.
Yes.
No other way to put it, but again, great paranoia from Karan. Well timed. They're able to swing through, follow up off of that very nicely. Starting to get it together. Texture focused in.
And one more.
Yep, one more. Get the op. You got the blades. Anything's possible. Xpharaoh does have his ult. Probably be the only one that really comes into play unless Cushy goes nuclear.
Which is always a concern.
Very. But they're not playing for any orbs, so.
So far, every game from Jenkins Yoru is looking exactly like this for me. I didn't see all of them, but the games that I saw from Jemkin on Yoru is just essentially just like glorified Jet.
Wonder where Munchkin is.
Is he in
with
the same
flashes.
spot he's been in
wonder
every round?
where could he be? Here he is, and this time
Nah.
he's able to come away 2 kills.
Nah,
Wonder
don't
every
use
round. Wondering.
don't use any of your util here, Yoru. You only have a clone and 2 flashes.
Here for the moment. Spike now. Stuck.
Nice little micro adjustment from GENG. Calling in Foxy9 to give Munchkin a little bit of help. He needed it.
Last round, by the way.
In this round, much better results for Munchkin. 2 kills there, just holding the same spot. Sometimes that does work. You fool people.
This means though, Xfero, I mean, he's got the spike. He's going to be stuck into pizza. He doesn't want to give this angle over, but never mind. Texture will just get taken down. A little bit of damage here. Xfero tagged at 42, but now we go into a 2v2. There's Karon and Foxy.
Did he hear the trap? I think he heard it. He hears it now.
What a recovery of this round it would be. Paranoia is still available.
I know it's very hard to like say this, but it would have been better if you would put that trap a bit out.
This blind.
I'll explain. Remind me, please. Explain the trap, okay? Remind me, please, in the halftime after this round to explain the trap. I'm not blaming him on anything. I just wanted to tell you how could you min-max that for yourself.
Staying quiet, looking for it, cannot find it, but now a 1v1, 30 HP on Karon. A clutch god in the previous map, but this time not to be. Crazy guy with a 3K gets RRQ a 10 and 2 half.
Just tremendous stuff from RRQ. I mean, the confidence, the way that they have so many.
So when Cypher was attacking through mid and went like this, right? And he was doing this all in like very fast. He put the camera in market, and then the Tefo closed the doors, and he put a trap. And he put a trap like this, right? Which makes sense. In most cases, you would do it this way. But the thing is, when you do a trap that goes like here, then the problem is that your opponent will actually hear this trap when they're standing next to the wall. So they're gonna be aware of it. What you could have done is put the trap like here, for example, so the opponent doesn't hear the trap when they're close, and they are actually convinced they have to swing out because they're not gonna shift out of here. So they will swing out into the trap, and there's a high chance you actually get a trap trigger over here. You know?
I don't know.
It's kind of the same things. Like, for example, if you're defending, right? If you did a trap like over here, people are expecting those traps, but if they swing out and the trap is in a different position, like for example something like this, that you might actually get them to be in the trap because they don't expect the trap to be in such awkward spot. Because they go, there's like a false sense of security. Oh, it doesn't trap.
Well, GENG need to pull off a monstrous comeback if they want to get themselves up to match point. Otherwise, looking like RRQ will very swiftly take us over to Lotus for map number 3 and give us that tied-up scoreline that we so badly would love to see.
RRQ really.
If RRQ wins pistol round, they push B main.
Demkin, instantaneous with the first, finds the second with Monyet sandwiched in between.
They did exactly the same thing as GENG did in the pistol round, but they won the gunfights because GENG is just not reacting. I don't understand any of this.
Gate crash already being sent out as well for Jemkin to try to join in.
Can you apply the same logic with Deadlock? Yes, you can.
Here on the Sova, the lion's share of the weight being placed here on this Jet's back.
I will show you examples in a moment.
Seen some crazy pistol stuff from Texture.
It's fighting up into heaven. Gets some damage on the Monyet. Does have that paranoia, but Texture out a little bit wider. Doesn't manage to find the kill, and now he is planted himself firmly.
And now I will give you. This is something that I spoke about for over 2 years now, and I didn't see yet a single team do it. So I'm not expecting it to be happening. But the highest, in my opinion, the most logical choice for GENG, for RRQ right now, is to not buy next round, even though they won pistol round. Why? They are winning 11-2. GENG needs to force. If RRQ on the defense play a bonus round this round. They don't buy anything. Of course they do, because they don't.
Yeah, no, I know.
Not a single team will do it. But this is most likely, there's a very high chance that GENG is actually winning this round. But if you do a low buy on this round as RRQ and you go full rifles next round, then your opponent is going to be playing with shitty weapons on the next round. Of course they can win it and it doesn't matter, but I think the highest possible play, highest win rate play would be actually to not buy as defenders this round.
Every villain in a classic horror movie, no matter how many doors you run through, how many counties over you might drive
Although you could argue that that could be a better play on more open maps than Ascent. Now when I think about it, maybe Ascent was not that be great, but still probably do it. But Ascent is probably the worst map to try it out.
The outcome of this series. Munchkin fighting back for a headshot there on Amaniet. Karan pushing forward, Jiggle peek out, swings, goes for the pre-fire, is able to find it. Cushy taken down. But it's only that Spectre upgrade.
That's not an upgrade, brother. He had a stinger. He just downgraded for no reason.
See though, GENG worked some magic at the start of that second half on Haven. And right now, they could desperately use it.
Say he's got that drone. Oh, Karan at the door though.
Finds another, drops down. However, the salvo's right there waiting for him. Numbers the stealth drone cleared out. Foxy and Ash tucked here at the site. The head of one going to be spotted, but Ash plays off of that misinformation. But now Foxy would love to close
And
the
look
gap,
at this.
but instead plants his...
They actually won the Force, guys. They actually won the Force. Now think about it. If that would be the case and RRQ didn't buy, right? RRQ didn't buy, they would have had now 5 rifles against the shitty buy from RRQ because it would be on a bonus. So you most likely go to 12 anyway, but because they didn't, now they have a low buy and the opponents have a full buy. So now we're gonna see RRQ most likely lose this round like 99%, 90%, or like 95%. And because of that, GENG is actually able to like get into decent economy and also ult cycle as well. I need to make a video about that.
He'll only have his ult for next round.
It's a very niche scenario, but I actually see it quite often in the games.
Potentially here from mid. Crazy guy, maybe with an opportunity to get the backstab maneuver going, but for now, entry over here on the A sites, which will get hit. Yet looks fair on the opposite side, and they say, okay, well, we think that we have this Killjoy locked in position. Riley, we're correct, but what in the hell just happened, Foxy? That final bullet just straying in to find the head of Moniette.
You know what's funny? He just got the ultimate, no?
Victor in a certain horseshoe.
No, he's 2 away. Oh. I was hoping he's going to be like 108.
With a Bulldog going to look to try to do some additional damage here, but will not be able to turn this round on its head, you would suspect. There you go. Final put down from Karan. GENG now up to 4-round wins, but RRQ still so far out in front.
Yeah, I mean, just some nice play here from Foxy9. You know, RRQ might have thought they had Foxy9 locked in, but little did they know, they're the ones who are actually locked in with him.
So to explain to you,
mows them down.
The traps from Deadlock. For example, whoops.
So it do be like that sometimes.
Whoops. For example,
you do have
this trap is awful.
Still though, dimensional drift.
This trap is absolutely abysmal. Probably the worst trap you can do in a game. I'll explain to you why in a second.
A little bit of info. Tejo, that Omen. Gonna be super surprising, but you didn't see Jemkin over there. That might lead you to believe this is the weak side for RRQ.
And by the way, pro players are doing traps like this when they play Deadlock.
Cautious with revealing his presence until he has to. Hasn't shown any util I've seen.
Might have been a minor spot out there on the Crazy guy. Maybe elbow exposed either way. Texture now having the confirmation of his position. Meantime though, double push up quietly in towards Market. Cam, however, now cleared out. Hopes to try to escort them forward. Crazy guy. He's gonna slowly make his way down towards Alley. Salvo's at the ready.
Savos at
Sends
lane.
them to try to delay even further. Sparrow, Cushy, both tucked here at boats. 0 point, scouting them out, telling the story. Now they need to try to win the fight. Fragment is able to find.
I don't know what's happening.
Shots across through the wall, coming up huge, and Charon still
Why is that observe switching from like they go to site and now we switch to market?
He'll be forced to save.
Well, okay.
All right, well that's a save. Anyway, so the point is, if you do a trap like this, someone coming from
so good.
A main will hear the trap when they're standing in the smoke over here. So now they know there's a trap here.
This time they're
right?
able to really figure this out
So
pretty nicely.
the traps that you want to do as a deadlock
they might fall into
are the ones that are
RRQ's
like,
trap
for
of
example,
trying
like
to go A,
this.
Then they get crunched on instead.
So the players who are
Slide towards
onto
mid.
side are getting stunned,
texture
and they
by
have
the
no
final
idea.
kill.
They cannot hear the trap at any point until they are out of the side. Now the problem is, if the defender smoke is shit, if the defender smoke is like this, then the players can go into smoke and destroy the trap because they will see it and hear it, right? That's why it's so important, for example, to smoke like this. For players to have a false self of security when they're going out, so they're jumping into it out.
I mean, they're still in good spirit.
That's why I'm like, the more I play the game, the more I think this smoke is still incorrect.
I just watched that.
I think this smoke is more correct than this smoke, and anything that is more here is absolutely abysmal.
For now, forced onto
And unless you literally bait them out because you're standing on the sides of that smoke and you want the opponents to go into you, right? You can on purpose make a bad smoke because you want the opponent to peek out.
Way up there.
Not a position that everybody plays.
Oh, very rarely.
Trying to catch someone off guard here, perhaps.
For sure.
Fragment the check over towards Wine. No one flushed out into the open.
I mean, they're being pretty smart about some of their early clears. But this time...
Another good deadlock trap, for example, here would be the one on the stairs. There are stairs over here that you can do like this.
Double down on that, but...
And that's also a good trap.
At all on the A side is...
You know?
Made GENG feel like they can start pushing through. Literally no contact at A main. A little bit here at short. And they're just going to try to march on forward. Here comes that Bucky.
Yeah. Gonna hound him down. Finds one, finds two. Munchkin on the floor. The
He
door
has the
is shut.
spike.
The spike behind it. Now a weapon
What
skipped up
the
from
hell?
Monyet. Quick TP. Cannot deny the grab of that spike, but Monyet, he is looking to secure them this thrifty win. Good lord. The heroics.
Someone
from
will
him.
blame me if I put that trap because they don't understand the logic of it.
From the
Fuck him.
shadows.
That's not your bad.
Thrown over the top, needing to be cleared. Karen has to tuck back away. It's Foxy.
Second time!
Outlaw. This time, crazy guy.
Second time! He did it on Haven as well. A call out with the Outlaw.
Jemkin, because she will fall. Sparrow finding one. The TP in. Jemkin steadies the aim. Finds the hit, and now it is all on texture. Doesn't believe in the fake. Spots the real thing, and gets the fadeaway shot for the Red Bull clutch.
Do we get bonus sub games today? No, we're gonna get bonus sub games tomorrow. Spit out.
Which is absolutely
We get bonus sub games tomorrow.
unbelievable. Deus Ex Machina for GENG.
I just love this from Monyet. Just finds the perfect timing.
Oh my god.
Foxy feeling something special with those outlaws. Texture though, knew there was X-Pharaoh coming out a window. GENG had just lost a player there.
It's hard to explain that kind of stuff to solos. Yeah, but
I think we're about ready for...
that's something that I'd learned in the 5 years of playing solo queue in Valorant. You cannot teach anything to the players. I was hopeful, but the people who are telling me that 3 years ago, 4 years ago were right, and I was wrong. I was hopeful that I can teach people to play with me the game correctly while playing the solo queue games, but it's not possible. Didn't you say Tuesday? Did I say Tuesday? I will announce it on Discord when it comes to sub games, because I will be taking an off day on Tuesday because of the stream today. So maybe do it on different time. You know what? We're gonna do a vote. We're gonna choose Monday, Wednesday, Thursday, and we'll see who the most amount of votes that I get. We're gonna do it that day. Okay? We're gonna do it on Discord.
Versus Paper Rex. This time, Certainly because they are feeling a lot more pressure. Still have a very healthy lead though. 5 rounds ahead.
If they just did that play you always say on saving when expecting the foes that would already won by now might throw. Yeah, I do think so.
Space for the lockdown. And, you know, RRQ knew it. They were already in a position where...
Jemkin though, pushing forward, looking for a bit of a timing. Gate crashes back across over towards A. No one detained. Entry into the site.
I really need to make that video about the buy.
Tries to chase forward. Holding towards backstairs. As ping reveal comes through. Hunter's Fury from Ash here out from Bodes. Seeking target. Null command popped. Texture trying to scale forward, but Xpero just a bit snap here. Finds the headshot.
Actually, Xpero just did something incredibly stupid and might actually win the game for them.
Looking back around the corner. As Neural Theft gets
Never
revealed,
mind.
but finds the timing. Picks off the enemy side for the flood. Gets ready to come in. Foxy. Dead as Cushy finds that kill. Off from Monyet, goes a little bit wide. Ash able to find Cushy. Karan gonna be taken out, but Munchkin now finds Monyet. Diffuse starting.
They won.
As they're just looking to hold this one down, trying desperately, but the swoop forward from Munchkin. It's another Red Bull clutch, another narrow round win. But somehow GENG.
I have a personal interest now in RRQ losing this map. Because it will give me a great data point, or sorry, not data point, but like great example for my video. You know, it would be great now if RRQ loses, because not a single other person will actually brings the topic that I bring with the low buy after winning pistol rounds, right? So I would absolutely love for RRQ to lose now.
Waiting for that smoke to go down. Using the nano. Hold the angles, Texture. Okay.
They're not gonna swing in. Now that they get the gate crash, start sliding forward. Displace that hero rifle. Another gate crash sent right back over towards Alley though. He looks to rejoin, but this could just end up being a little bit of a pace here.
Come on, GENG. We're cheering for GENG, guys. No personal interest, just because we like them. Let's cheer. Let's cheer for them.
If I'm GENG, I am so nervous about like a Hunter's Fury Armageddon combo into B main.
Oh, sure.
That is so frightening. I think they only saw the one.
Yeah, don't believe Texture was noted, but he'd already made noise, so they know that
there's 2 there.
Still gonna be, yeah, within the vicinity.
I think they got the spot on the car, and I just saw some pings, or at least they know, or highly suspect.
Do they read this, though? They're starting to move forward into his line of sight. Jemkin is able to find the readjust. Munchkin taken down. Clone set. Tries to snap there onto Foxy.
Still yet to see a reason why Jemkin is playing Euro.
That Vandal on the floor, but potentially recoverable for one of these RRQ players.
Look at this. The Texture.
They try to route into that, but yeah,
might have heard this.
Yeah, he's just calling for the pivot, but now the tripwire is going to be telling them everything they need to know. As there's the Hunter's Fury, there's the reveal. Second shot going to be going wide. Third one splits the difference in between several players. The spike now being brought forward.
Dude, ultimate from they lose. Armageddon wins the round. He missed it!
Ash is not in it! It's been a whip! It's a shallow plan! But now Foxy, forward and lumber, will find Cushy.
Alright, guys, there's one ultimate that never whiffs. There's one ultimate that never whiffs, and a Teho player who has a lot of experience should already know it. What is it, guys? What is it?
Monyet does manage.
There's one ultimate that has the higher chance of working in this situation.
GENG will survive. And it's going to be 3 rounds.
A Teho player should know that.
This is madness. This is absolute madness.
This is like the wrong direction of a Teho ult on a Teho player. You know what I mean?
That's the shots. TP's
All
back
right,
over to
I'll show you.
How badly do you want to try to go for
The best Teho ultimate that you're gonna do in a situation like this.
Does narrowly survive. This judge, one would say, should say,
Is this
I'm not here to judge you.
like this? And you will win the game, the round, by doing this.
What? Just the narrowest of margins here for GENG.
Because you know that those players are coming from here, and they're not going CT. So the plant is never happening in this area. So you know that the plant has to be happening in this area. So if you do it this way...
And now it's a very different scoreline to that final timeout.
Well, think back to round 14. think back to an obvious buy-up.
Yes.
An obvious buy-up for GENG. That's where this all started. You know it's going to come through as RRQ. You know that they're going to force buy there. You're not able to get the round. And since then, it's been all GENG. And, you know, a bunch of crazy clutches. Oh, a Heretics fan. Let's go. Congrats to Heretics.
A little drawing of Texture and Woot there, saying hey, they're going to be reunited.
Looking forward to seeing those boys back in Toronto.
Mm.
Back in the Masters, I should say.
Yeah. But yeah, you're right. It all points back to that one critical moment. But now, a full buy afforded here for RRQ, an operator in hand for Jemkin. RRQ was able to avoid textures at pretty much every twist and turn. GENG, will they be able to do the same thing? Or will this be enough to finally get RRQ up to that map point?
And the scary part is, not only, you know, does Jemkin have an operator,
If
he gets that kill, he gets his
RRQ
ult,
loses this round,
then they can
it
play a
most
little
likely
bit
gets to
more of a
11 and
retake
10
potentially.
because of the low buy.
Fine shots through though. Munchkin eats some damage, yes, but still finds the kill. Moniette here at the site. Paranoia for Paranoia going to be exchanged across the two Omens. As ETP's in over towards Hell. Shots ringing out the shorty to try to.
Bro, how
down.
he's
Texture
switching
away
the
from
up
that
7? You
elimination.
see
Now the
this?
Nano Just a shallow little lob up. Buy some
Right?
space and time. Texture eats 4 more damage from his teammate.
I was gonna say, did he jump into that?
And he did, but already look at this. The call to save has been sounded. Jemkin is not going to get that dimensional drift online in this round.
I might change jobs soon, so I better enjoy them while I still can. For though I'll still be working from home mostly. Worker is looking to be fair, a bit higher. I hope you're getting paid better though.
Members from GENG. Ash is gonna
And
go
I
on
hope
the hunt, however.
the new job will be more enjoyable for you, my friend.
Every
Best wishes.
single kill that he can find here is worth its weight in gold.
You know, sometimes I love Pacific because not only do we get crazy great matches, but Ascent is attacker-sided sometimes, and it's just
It's attacker-sided because the
And I love it.
defenders do not do their job at defending.
Spotted.
Go for the hunt, go!
And for some reason they're attacking.
Destroyed. Clears the trip. Do you suspect this? Okay, well, Xpharaoh. Well-defined one. Push out. Does even better to find two. So weapons will be retained.
Yeah, they had to save because otherwise I would have been on Rico.
Towards another neural theft. That does not change the state of affairs here. Full timeouts have been used here from the side of RRQ. Neither resulting in round victories. GENG now within touching distance.
And I mean, you know, even when they were down 10-2, the comms for GENG still sounded pretty positive. It sounded like they were just here to play and have fun. And that's certainly got to be part of the equation here. The mental game for them has been really strong. That's a couple huge spots in middle. You know where that operator is now.
0 point.
How was
Johnny on
Jenkins
the
Euro
spot
so
there is
far?
Munchkin.
Yeah, horrible.
Op revealed.
Will Texture be
Trip to
caught
try to
in the
intercept
fly
Jet,
trap?
but the Jet's not on this side of the map. Texture's
Probably
slow
not.
walking, checking out around A main as Orb gets grabbed up. Munchkin one away from having that null command online.
Is the other orb available by Texture? I think it is.
Yeah, they played for orb controlling, so they're gonna go for Munchkin ultimate.
So
you get the null command here. Yeah.
Yeah.
It'd just be the null command.
But
hit
Cypher
coming
is
through
playing on B, but entrance is gonna be cleared anyway.
to try to stave this off. Just now noticing as well, the crazy guy only has a stinger.
Wait, they're actually
There's
not
a
going for
follow-up,
it.
0
They just
point.
no null command. They're just going in. Interesting.
Looks like he doesn't actually go for the orb, but it doesn't matter because Texture's just gone forward into heaven. I think he's just going to look to take it for the
That was
plant
so
here.
disjointed. That grenade was just like.
Use the null command in a follow-up to try to
I think they
dissuade.
changed their mind. I think they changed their mind and how they were gonna play this round mid-round.
In around the
You
back,
know?
getting ready to come through the spawn.
Oh, he counted the drone. That's pretty nice. That's pretty nice. I like that.
It's Foxy getting
It's
closer and closer,
essentially
closer and cushy.
buying the time for the flank. I liked it. This null command from side was a really good call. I like that. I really like that.
Quietly sneak out to try to escape and hold
Get your
on
profile
to this
signed.
weapon,
Give me a
but
second,
Ash is swooping
Nagashi-san.
around the
We'll
side.
do it after
Needs to
this
hit
map, okay?
shot.
Remind me, please, after
Whips
this
it,
map.
Jump up over the top. The classic claims it. And my God, how are we here?
I am just completely befuddled. RRQ looks so in control, but neither side knows how to play defense. I mean, to be fair, GENG is reading the map extremely well right now. And they are maximizing their advantages where they can. The way that they use that info that Texture's been gathering, that's something they've been doing in a couple rounds here.
Did Jenkins flash before the entry now? I don't think so, no?
Hold on, Ritter forced a quad ball to the drone.
Let me check.
Around the back, getting ready to come through the spawn.
Oh, he can't because of the... What are we talking about? There's the KO ultimate, so he can't.
It's been neutralized. It's been neutralized for the most part in these during this run back. So that activation can come through at any critical moment. And he's got the dimensional drift to assist the rest of the team. What is the play call here from GENG?
Well, usually they've been flashing over this wall. Let's make the entry. There you go.
Oh, he wasn't flashed. Did he miss the flash?
Did get the stun out from Crazy Guy. Still has the stealth drone.
But they did pull out reposition from the defenders. But they didn't clear. They didn't clear any traps.
I don't see a TP on the map. Doesn't have one
Karen
in hand,
didn't
so
use even one smoke the entire round, by the way, which is also weird. They knew they're gonna be playing default this round, so why was he not smoking anything?
It needs to be so impactful here for them. The paranoia will try to buy some time, but the fragment buys some space, forces him back. But
they know that the Tejo is on site.
As they try to scale forward the tripwire. Now going to be noted. As they work forward, Foxy9 trying to
if Foxy9 gets that kill, it's most likely round one.
A headshot, mows down 3 in RRQ.
Because they go fall back to B.
They finally had enough. A 4K into a flawless.
Hey, look at that. Playing defense on Ascent works out when you don't give up first blood and you are on the map? Oh, peculiar.
And this is just one of the few rounds we've seen us on this attacker side where GENG doesn't quite read the map right. They just don't have a lot of info and they just try to make and execute scaling play off the back of it through short. But Jemkin just holding the line. Easy money for him. Has a dimensional drift.
The ult was not needed.
One away from a lockdown though.
Looks like they want to try to go for a pacey hit, but Jemkin is here. Flash connected. Now going to be ping revealed. The Texture takes him down, spamming through, but Moniette trying to hold the line, falls to the wayside, as does Xpharaoh. The trade up is there. Cushy, Crazy Guy, quick to arrive. Now trying to play it out versus 3. Foxy still working his way forward through main. Munchkin tucked. Going to be spotted there by the drone. Looks to try to delay. Even some minor spray.
10 seconds to recon, but that's not fast enough. So they cannot wait for it. Oh, Tony Hawking! Crazy Guy just did a Tony Hawk and lost his life because of it. 100%. 100%. Ooh. Ooh, that turret.
Finds one.
If they lose this map, it's because of that turret being a little bit unlucky.
Waiting,
Never mind,
knowing
he's lost.
That the time is just not going to be there, and now we'll swing forward. Gets himself the ult for the follow-up round. I'm losing my mind and my words.
They're gonna go B now, right? Okay. This is a really incredibly peculiar round because there are two options. You know the Killjoy has ultimate, so you either stack B as defenders, right? Or you think they're gonna fake, and you stack A, and you put. If I would be the defenders, I would think that a smart team like GENG is not gonna roll into B with the ultimate. So I would stack A and just use info for B. So early arrow B and smoke out in front of B main and see what happens. And they are going A.
Look like they just want to go right for it.
So I actually did it. They actually did it. They took the informations there. And this ultimate from A is actually horrible as it doesn't achieve anything. Player is still on site. The Cypher didn't move.
Paranoia to be sent.
They didn't gain anything. They legit didn't gain anything from the Killjoy ultimate.
Karen here over onto the flank, however, coming up with one, but then gets distracted by the tripwire.
Did you see this?
Xpharaoh going to be taking down here on the site. Cushy finding Foxy9. Ping reveal off the neural depth, and Munchkin is dead. It's all on Ash, and he cannot make it happen. So damn close, but no damn cigar. 13-11, an unthinkable scoreline.
And now how can you blame the players in ranked who are doing the Killjoy lockdown on A and then don't do anything with it when pro players don't do anything with it. Right? Look. This is completely unaffected by the Killjoy lockdown. And there's no combo with it. There's no grenade. Munchkin still has the grenade. Why not put the... Look, 2 nanoswarms, 1 grenade. Why are we not putting it in lineups here? Why? If that's your plan, if you don't want to go B because B was obvious, right? That's what we're talking about it before the round started. If B is obvious and you want to go A, why do you not have lineups for this corner? B was still the better play in my opinion because of the wall change. Like, I would still go B. You know? I would still go B with the Killjoy lockdown. But going A without any lineups there, that is just like legit trolling. Legit trolling that you go A and you just don't gain anything. They were not out. I need to show it to you again because I didn't show it. But they were not out on site before that lockdown. Sorry, look at the timer. 2 seconds, 1 second. Look at the minimap where the players from attackers. Look where they are. Killjoy lockdown explodes now. That still didn't move. And in this moment, the players are now moving back. So one player who's on site is still there, and the players from Heaven are now moving into Heaven. So now they have to use that grenade to stop the leakers into the site, but it doesn't do much because the players are still spamming. It's like nothing. That lockdown was completely useless.
13-11, incredibly scrappy, incredibly close win, but still, they
Worth
did
noting
manage
that
to get it
RRQ
over
set
the
up
line.
correctly for
And
B
once
lockdown,
again,
so
look at
when Tejo
Gemkin
started
up
B
there,
to break the ult,
27-17,
but they
with
have
9
to do it
first blood.
fast.
We can't stop this guy.
No one can.
And
he's the Russian Terminator.
GENG can just push when they know that the both Sova and Tejo are using the utility, so they don't have guns. So you could push forward.
And you cannot
you know?
stop him. If you peek him, he will crush you.
I don't know. It's like
walking.
they played the entire half so nicely, and then when it came down to the lockdown, they just fumbled it big time.
He takes things at his own pace. Monya is definitely the center.
New prediction, third is actually Locus.
That's what he said. I think nothing.
10 minutes, guys?
Nothing before I go into a match, I just go kill.
Only kill.
I'm gonna go take a PB break. Be right back.
I mean, I wish I could turn my brain off.
Yeah.
Well, the Russian Terminator is probably the most appropriate name for him here. But we had some, man, this almost went into overtime in the most classic GENG RRQ fashion. I mean, let's rewind a bit to the first half there. We saw something really interesting happening between both of these teams and how they choose to use their drones.
Yeah, 100%. I felt like for GENG's defense was very poor. I mean, both teams' defense was very poor on this map, but I'm actually starting to come around to you talking about the metacomp. I felt like GENG, it was a very disappointing approach to Ascent. It's an approach that we've seen a million times, and the comp that RRQ uses with the double drone is so good at breaking these B main info lines that GENG was trying to set up. If we bring up the replay here, we can have a little bit more of a chat about it.
Yeah, I mean, so, well, it's all about B main. I said this before the game, but you're so used to seeing the op on this B main line to lock info, but they can drone back with the Teo drone, which not only scans, stops him from dashing away.
Yeah, easy. Opening pick there for RRQ that they take advantage of, and it's able to set them up very nicely for that opening kill and victory from there. In the follow-up round though, I mean, we saw this very fast set play execute from RRQ with the dimensional drift that they use very nicely. But you could see off the back of that opening pick here, you immediately see RRQ go in with the From the Shadows, clear out the whole site, and then GENG on the other side of the map is able to find another opening kill he's everywhere.
Yeah, that's the key. You win that fight in B main and it forces them to have to rotate towards B, which unlocks A for you. That's clearly the plan. But now this dimensional drift, I mean, he was a monster on this attacking half. 6 and 2 on opening duels with 4 Yoru ults on the attack. How do you even play against that?
I'll give him 7 and 2 because he double entered in that last round, but you see the set play here from RRQ. This is so sick. The combination of the dimensional drift and the Hunter's Fury, salvos out heaven. All 5 of these players from GENG are ready to flood the A site, and not a single player gets a kill. They get absolutely crushed.
Man, I was feeling so good for RRQ watching this first half. I feel like they had everything together. It was so organized. But then as we get across to the other half, I mean, this is where things really started to go wrong. They're against a force buy, but they should have closed this here.
Texture's just donated himself. He's feeling very charitable in this round. You had the whip on short. That should have been a 5-on-3 for RRQ. But in classic GENG fashion, they are able to weasel their way through the map on attack. They creep through market. You see them do similar things on Lotus. I just saw them the other day win a bonus on Lotus doing this exact same thing. They're just able to find the gaps. These individuals understand from man disadvantaged situations, they need to take agency. They need to take risks and cut corners, find the gaps on the map and make some plays. And that is the experience of these individual players on the side of GENG. They were able to win so many rounds after winning that force. And I really think the mental damage that's inflicted on RRQ, how much they've had to work for that game of Ascent going into Lotus is going to really change how this series plays out.
Yeah, that's actually incredible because at the first half, we were discussing exactly that. Like, okay, this is going to be great for RRQ's mental and for GENG to do what they just did. We are definitely going to break down Lotus after this, but definitely props to Jemkin one more time. What'd you call him? The Russian Terminator?
That's what he plays like.
He does. It's appropriate.
He just walks around the map. Like, he's not sending it. He's just waiting for you to peek him. I love it. He's just perfect crosshair placement. He never misses a shot.
Yeah, I think this is really interesting now. We were talking about the styles that these two teams are choosing to play with, even that drone comparison, using a Sova drone versus a Taeho drone, and we thought that RRQ has this in the bag. This is the new way to play Ascent, and this is the right way to play Ascent. But like you said, for GENG to figure out how to make this quote-unquote old style work is, what do you make of that?
Yeah, I mean, for me, it's all about that experience, right? I do feel like RRQ should have closed this game in a more dominant fashion. I did think, especially after that first half, they were the better team. But then it's just when you get close to winning and then you lose those ecos. And I felt I could feel the crumble, the way they were using their ults. They're using them on ecos. They're using them in disadvantages. That's a panic move to try and snatch rounds back, which they don't need to do. But they're doing that because they're not quite as experienced. They're not as composed in these moments. So I do think that has a certain mental fatigue in these long series where instead of stomping through your map pick, you had to really work for it. And now they have to go into Lotus, which GENG are going to be so happy about.
Absolutely, and you were breaking this down earlier, Pilsky. Both of you guys, how they will utilize this to their advantage on Lotus. Now, what is RRQ going to need to do to make sure that GENG doesn't do that?
For RRQ, I actually think this Lotus comp has been a bit of a success in the past. I like the way they played the Breach Teo earlier on in the split. Jemkin once again on the Yoru is phenomenal on this map. You saw them crush T1, but again, towards the later end of the season, T1 even lost very one-sidedly to pretty much everyone they were playing on Lotus. So I don't know if they just hadn't figured things out. For RRQ though, they have been inflicted a couple of L's on this map. And for GENG, they've been playing almost the same comp on Lotus, almost the same style on Lotus for 30 plus officials now. The only thing that they've changed is the Vice in for the Killjoy, but they just make micro adjustments. They're so confident, they're so comfortable in their playbook that they are confident they can beat you with this style.
Yeah, it's very similar to Haven, right? Like, you should in theory know what they're gonna do, but you can't stop it, and that's what their Lotus reminds me of. I just think that now things get even trickier for RRQ. Lotus is such a hard map to upset GENG on, and we just saw when they start on that defense, they do not lose.
It's the same thing. You're going to see RRQ, they opted to start attack on Haven. Then you're running into Munchkin, you're running into Foxy9, you're running into Caron. It's the same agents, the same skill sets that GENG will use to stop you on Lotus, where RRQ will again start on the attacking side and run into Munchkin playing the Viper. Foxy9 was phenomenal when we saw him on the Vice on this map last time, and Caron on his signature Omen.
I just think it's absolutely insane that you can have GENG's entire playbook in front of you and you can't stop them.
Well, there's too much of it. They played 30 plus officials of it. It's like, what strat are we running this time? Hey, remember when we did that like 3 months ago? We ran this strat. Let's give that a go.
Yeah, it's so good because it's so incremental. It's the same comp, but it's not always the same things. It's these small changes, it's these little stylistic differences, and they run their own ante on you. And we're looking at GENG, it's exactly what we want to see. Texture on that Raze, Foxy9 on the Vice, and of course Munchkin on his signature Viper. No changes there, no changes were expected. This is their home ground.
Yeah, RRQ, you're going to look to them to take this C mount control a lot of the time. I think it's going to be a little bit more tough with the breach having to be able to go for those front B re-clear a lot of the time. I think it's going to be
Jemkin Yoru with breach this time. Let's see if we'll actually see a reason for Jemkin to play Yoru.
Predictions going. I have zero chill as we go into map 3 of this crazy grand final series. We're going to send it back to our casters, Achilles and Paper Thin.
And we wouldn't have it any other way. What a hell of a second map here in this set. GENG fighting indeed, but falling shy of the mark. They're on ascent to try to take us into OT. Now we go over to their second map pick here in this best of 5, Lotus, to see if they are going to be able to regain the lead, take this up to match point, or if RRQ can look to get some long-awaited revenge.
These are the 2 maps that they played previously. Texture out in front.
That he is. Flicking heads, finding one, spotting out the other as the paranoia connects Xpero. Unable to find any punish, so it's going to be
just remember to say my thing, bruh. You were meant to remind me after the match ended. I'm sorry, the map ended. Do it now.
Compared to what we saw last time on this pistol, it was.
You have to do it again when there's a timeout, okay?
Spawn and waited to see GENG would get aggressive. This time, both teams feeling out mid B. It's actually GENG. It's going to profit early. Tap of the door, trying to pull some rotations so they can make their way over towards A, where Jemkin.
Why does the
way up there
emote not appear? What is that emote? Clue emote. Not appear anymore? Is it in 70 on PC but not on stream chat? I don't know why. It's are they like on different?
Looks all the way back around the corner.
It's like the hook emote something else than the clue emote, or is it both 7 TV? I don't know. Are they like custom or like one is channel, one is global or something like that?
In behind the box. Big opportunity to get some damage done. Do they read this at all?
Spike planted.
Keeping it quiet, slow scale forward. Moniette on the jiggle peak. Let him know what Munchkin striking first, striking faster. Snake on the left side. Ghost now going to be snatched up. Players a little bit more spread out as Moniette going to be.
I feel like the channel emotes are not appearing in the text chat on stream, no?
Swinging, arriving, but jumping. And getting taken down. Jemkin able to find that kill immediately right back here onto the site as the haunt gets cleared out in time. A lot of it already dwindling. Texture strafing forward, able to find one. Now it's just down to Crazy Guy who'll get run down. 3 players surviving. GENG pick up their second pistol here of the set.
Yeah, this is just really nice work from GENG. Having some plans on the back of the map space they are giving up early. Foxy9 just backpedaling. They're anticipating that this is either going to be B or, you know, once they know it's not C because they pushed out Mound, but maybe B. He's kind of playing for that. They say if they go A, okay, we're going to have a huge flank coming. 4 players through. They find that big kill around the box. That was massive for them. Moniette trying to do his best to sell. Trying to get some attention his way.
Dude, that is a full buy. Guardian, Bulldog, Stinger, Spectre. They're like fully invested into it.
GENG when they played this map in the upper finals. RRQ gonna have to dig deep. No comp changes, just have to figure out some antes. A lot of damage done.
How are you not reading Discord, Cinco?
He's got to tie to his own teammate Salvos. Kind of pulling the trigger on the play as the damage was getting layered in. Cushy does manage to find one. Karan going to be put down here for the moment, but plenty of covering fire. So for now, it's the second weapon lost as Xfero got in off the lurk and does manage to catch them off guard.
He slipped the net. And he's just going to keep rotating through.
Those are huge, by the way, those are huge losses already. 2 full guns.
Main's being watched here by Foxy9. Can't find the kill, then Xpero can go ahead and scoop up one of the weapons.
Was that peek by Fade? Never will know, bro.
Off the angle.
It's an eco, better peek and die.
Oh boy.
You know what I mean?
Just a Spectre, but still a chance. Door tapped. Swings out, spots out 2, tries to go for the bite, but we'll just bank it off the door there as Munchkin collects it. So 2 casualties, 2-0 start.
Still though, it's something to be kind of concerned about as Gen G is normally their defense can be pretty good about keeping track of their opponents. Whoops the daisies. Oh well. For the side of RRQ, but holding the line here at this door. Nicely done by Foxy9. Munchkin there. Able to take it down.
It's a hit to Econ, but it could be worse. Yeah, but there was no reason for them to peek out of that smoke.
A couple Guardians and a Bulldog, not too bad. Again, my bigger concern is the fact that xFaro just finds a way into the back of the map and nobody's any idea.
Oh, well, Tex just a hair off that second final shot coming right over top of the head. Cannot find it. 2 kills quickly scooped up here for the side of RRQ as they look to up the pace. Some damage dealt. Still 5 members strong. They work their way forward. Fault line not going to connect on anyone. Munchkin trying to play this out quietly as Jemkin goes sliding in towards back sight. Munchkin will be able to collect that elimination. Sinkbite available to try to delay. Foxy at the same time able to find Crazy Guy. There's the spike still here on the floor. The scale forward. Cushy clears enough, but not before Monyet gets picked apart, and suddenly we're into a 2v2. Push into the smoke down. Charon ends up falling to the wayside. Now it's all down to Munchkin. Captain and IGL playing this out quietly, trying to see.
No one can explain this.
What maneuvers
this decision
look to make, and it seems like
it's very similar to what Ash did,
either to the B or the C side.
But inside of a smoke instead of outside of a smoke.
A little tough for Munchkin now, though. Has no idea how they're going to spread out off the back of this plant.
And remember, this was a bonus round, so Karen could have played it safe, and if they reposition to B, he can just pick up a weapon and be with an upgrade.
Both players tucked. Wall is set up to obfuscate main from this angle. Obviously, salvos are available, so Munchkin.
If only he could pick up the orb now.
A bunch of different positions here first.
Unlucky.
Quiet drop
Wall?
down.
Now he.
Wall raised.
Guys, just shoot me in the leg. If you pop the wall after you tap the spike, then you're not defusing.
Survives with 30 health. Genji not gonna get the bonus conversion, but they get a ton of damage dealt.
Yeah, that's
Rom, thank you so much for the 22 months. Welcome back, buddy. Thank you so much for the continuous support. Hope you have a fantastic day, my friend. And welcome back.
Quietly slipped down that rope ahead of the rest of his teammates. The other 2 are the first ones that RRQ sees when they start scaling into sight.
Give me never mind. I can open it.
Underneath their noses, find some big impactful kills. Foxy9 as well. Coming in, doing some real damage with the Bulldog.
Stop moving.
And that's brutal for
We're gonna
RRQ.
open this and sign it when we have time.
Well, Texture this time ready for that position on top of Boulder. Finds the shot, and Ash similarly takes down Jemkin, making up for the sins of the previous round. They have been redeemed, and that is now a massive 2-player advantage here for Gen G. I'm just gonna say, hawked back here. Now noted, they know where xFaro is at. And Crazy Guy is dead. Munchkin 1 away from a pit going into round 5. Showstopper online. Munchkin clearly wasn't satisfied with just having the ultimate, wants a little bit more, and xFaro will thank him very much.
I used a similar trick with Cypher. I would throw an extra cage to make sound after it diffused to make the opponent think I'm not on the spike. So you throw it like high, start diffusing, and then the cage throws on the lands on the floor.
The wall locks him in position. The haunt.
The thing is, though, if you're a Cypher, you can just use the cage to fully diffuse the spike with a double bind, and that is like 100% better. Also, this is a 5v1. This is a 5v1 that if Genji loses, I'm
in a hell of a way to get this map tied up, but he's just going to drift out into Karen's crosshair and will fall down.
Still, that's a ton of damage.
Hello, Nemu. Welcome to the channel.
To Gen G.
I don't know, bro.
Have some big ults though, but you can look at the cash available. Not great for Gen G. Still going to be able to scrape something together, but that's painful to start losing those 1v1s like that. If I'm the coaches for Gen G, I'm a little bit annoyed at the way the end of this round went. Would have preferred to see players kind of lock it down together a little bit better, especially once his spike is down. Get Texture some help over here while he's trying to hold off X-Vero, but given the opportunities, X-Vero collects
Here you go.
some big kills for RRQ, so anything is possible.
That's why I said extra
It's gonna be a
cage.
weak buy. Jemkin does have a rifle.
But
The
then you
judge for
cannot-
Munchkin.
Yeah, in the end, it ends up just
Okay, well you can do it, but
that's the
that
spirit
is
of
such
what
a
RRQ
such a
can
big
try to
setup.
scrape together. So just the one hero here, Frenzy.
Jemkin, will you use your clone to pop the wall?
The dimensional drift.
No. You're just gonna TP for no reason whatsoever. Okay.
Do they pull the trigger on Armageddon? She has it at the ready, but for now they have to.
He still has the clone.
The wall gonna be popped. The boom bot gonna be.
He
sent.
still has the
Thorn's
clone.
finding a bit of damage as Monyan on the reposition is noted and heard, and Foxy.
I'm
swoops in
gonna
to find
lose
that
my
kill.
shit.
Jemkin puts the rifle to good use, finding one. A showstopper now. Big splash potential as Cushy gets taken down, but there's a fake out there on the clone. Jemkin still alive, still well, still with Vandal in hand.
And just so you guys know, there's a lineup. I mean, I have a lineup for the clone to pop the wall from C of device,
Finding that headshot.
from pre-barrier
Dimensional
even.
drift now at the ready, has the gate crash set up for the exit. The pit going to be invested here from the side of RRQ. Looking to secure this, but it's going to be a
Counter
pit.
pit.
Sideshow's nightmare, it would seem. As they go sliding forward, trying to find some space, but Jemkin finds one. Ash dead. Texture waiting to try to see if he can find any kind of timing, but
Texture
Jemkin is on
waited
top of it
way
all.
too long.
And with the judge in hand, Crazy Guy swings the corner. And that is a thrifty pickup for RRQ. Also well
Incredible
invested.
stuff.
As the gap now is just one round.
Two ultimates from defenders and they still lose.
GENG has such a huge advantage. They just need to kind of hold the line.
Yep, correct.
Karan gets caught slipping a little bit there. Jemkin.
GENG is starting to look like Paper Rex. They just go for those 1v1 gunfights when they don't need to. Like complete no need to like be out somewhere. They 5v1, they lose 3 players for no reason. Like 4v3 retake, they start retake without being like together. It's, I don't understand this, man.
Flash confirms some presence
I
outside.
think the
his
screenshot
mouth.
is frozen. Let me refresh.
Right there for the moment. Of course, obviously, Jemkin didn't commit that dimensional drift here. So does
Again,
still have
use
it.
the clone, yeah,
The wall
finally.
now with the clone. There's going to be a lob of the thorns and a pop there as well.
Yeah, I mean, Jemkin's mechanics are just so smooth. And he just is such a smart player. He reads situations incredibly well. Throws out the TP. Xfero is so ready for this.
Swing out, looking for the reset on the spray. It's a little while, but doesn't suffer too much damage. Eventually finds it. And it seems like he is very much suspicious of there being a third player in this position. Foxy backpedaling frantically, shooting with the Sheriff, trying to see what he can get done. Karan will eventually fall, and now it's just down to Munchkin to see if he can get any kind of impact here in the round. Otherwise, RRQ well set to tie us up at 3-3.
And to make matters worse for GENG, you've got 3 huge ultimates that are going to be stored for RRQ. There's no way they're investing them here. And coming into your next buy round, that's extremely scary. You do have Foxy's ult. You're probably going to maybe get Ash's ult. But outside of that, RRQ is going to have a lot of ability to scale into sight, cover post plants.
Well read.
Wait, what is the...
Back around the corner. And it's a freebie. Does he go for the knife?
Knife him.
Oh,
Why is
Xfero.
there still a very big blue defender's range on the minimap now? For what?
Right between the shoulder blades, a 4K
The
for
hell is that?
Xfero. A thrifty denial and a tied scoreline
What was that?
3-3 with mental
Was it a
damage
bug?
on top.
That was a remain, like remains
That
something.
boom up with the knife.
That's right. But GENG's looking a little bit sloppy here on Lotus compared to the last time we saw them. We're seeing some mistakes. Seeing a little bit of overconfidence maybe at times. Going back to that
Funny
round
how
where Xfero
casters
got a
say
bunch of kills he
Jenkins so
never
good in
should've.
Eurosum on every occasion.
Now he's got a 4.
No, I don't roast him on every occasion. I just roast his Yoru. But the casters are saying about his mechanics. Mechanics as in aiming. And he's very good at that. He's very good at movement. He's very good at aiming. But the Yoru that he plays is abysmal. And it's like, there's no reason for him to play Yoru from what I see. Like, There's nothing that says to me, oh, this is the reason why we play Yoru. Because obviously he's not, like, by looking at the way that he flashes, that he uses as a util, he doesn't have the knowledge of a Yoru main. You know? He's just picked it up and just plays a mediocre Yoru. So that's not the reason.
You gotta figure out, as GENG, what in the world are you gonna do? You have Armageddon, Rolling Thunder, Dimensional Drift to deal with. You know, you gotta be thinking retake, I assume. But that's even hard to do because
they have a Yoru ultimate and a breach together, right? Will they do something together with it? And by the way, this is like the most basic thing that you can do. Let's see if they do it.
And then from there, you got to make quick flanks, quick rotations. I mean, Xfero was so ready for it last time. It's going to make things tough, no doubt about it. Foxy here has to be ready to just bail at a moment's notice, I would suspect. And look at RRQ, they're thinking the same thing. They're like, oh, if GENG
they faked the C push.
They might want to try
the Yoru TP is completely out in the open behind C mount. He's ulting into A.
Spike starts working across in the opposite direction.
So they're faking A and they're going C. GENG can TP it back to C and he cannot do anything.
Nightfall goes out, tap of the door.
Yeah, so that was useless.
Crazy guy has no idea what's coming his way. Gets shot down by Cushy, able to find two.
They had no idea what they are doing themselves.
Now dropped here at the entrance of main. Jimkin swinging back around, looking to bring this to bear here on the site.
I will explain to you why I know that they had no idea what they are doing.
For RRQ, given that they have the site under their control for now. Just need to get that spike forward, and with the help of that smoke, they should be able to do so.
I will explain to you in a moment why I know that that RRQ had no idea what's gonna be the decision.
So she's still able to find those 2 kills. Still makes this a bit of a rough spot. Aaron getting tagged down to 70. Paranoia gonna be used, but
Paranoia used for no reason.
Back of that. So vision.
Panic paranoia.
Regained. Xfero playing the close angle. Munchkin at 45. Karen at 70. The bite on a bit of a timing. Spying some more space as the swing out denied.
Smoke's having no impact 2 times because that one way doesn't allow him to even go in from that direction. He just goes for his own one way right now.
Places, swooping, the jump in
2 times.
Attempt to try to get around that one way, but
all right, and now explain it to me. And I'll explain to you why I know that they have no idea what they're doing. Yoru puts a TP on C-Long. But they faked C-Long in the first tempo, then they reposition towards A. So they go on A, right? Look, 3 players mid, 3 players mid. They go here into A, and they have the spike and the Teho over here. So they use the ultimate from the Yoru and put the missiles from the Teho. Teho can be even here and have the missiles from here being used towards A, by the way. The breach has the spike. And he doesn't have a stun or anything. He doesn't even use... he uses the stun for nothing over here. Or was that opponents? No, that was them. So they use the stun from up close here. So they still have those people in spawn. And now, no one is taking the space on C. So they cannot even go with the Yoru TP because look at the space. Oh, fuck me. Sorry, guys. Let's rewatch this.
Munchkin with a Guardian. A little bit of a trickery position set up.
Oh, well. Finds value from it. As a flash connecting, Foxy is going to look to try to reposition, but the stealth drone comes out immediately, and Jimkin does manage to go ahead and take him down! But Karan! Can he find it? Yes, he can! A 4K Sheriff confirms the Thrifty! It confirms that we are tied up at 4-4.
Holy shit. Holy fuck.
Oh, the call just rang out and he has answered.
The Yoru flash, guys. The Yoru flash. The Yoru flash. Did you see the Yoru flash? I just want to show you. I just want to show you the Yoru flash.
He has answered.
Look at the Yoru flash. Look at the Yoru flash. Not a single good Yoru would be doing a flash like this because it doesn't affect anyone. Legit, no one gets affected by it because it's not only too low, but also the angle is too tight, so it doesn't affect the player standing here. It's crazy stuff.
From Karan. This is not looking especially easy for RRQ.
You just bounce it from that smoke up. So it's high up.
Ash able to find Xpero, but Crazy Guy answering back in a major way, finds them both. Smoke
and that is the difference between losing and winning around there, because if the Omen gets fully flashed, then he's fucked.
Sights in towards the connector, and Jemkin able to find that kill, and suddenly RRQ seeming like they have not missed a beat, seeming like they're able to shrug that round.
But amazing shots from Karan.
A tuck back from Foxy9. Karan now position absolutely no, but still able to find spray through the corner. Crazy Guy taken down. He brings us into a 2v2. Cover going out. Monyet being forward. Foxy pushing. Karan trying to clutch, but denied this time around. Monyet is the sole survivor. Will get RRQ back into a narrow lead.
Man, this looked like it had GENG written all over it. They play a little bit further back. They hit a great paranoia, but Texture can't find the shots initially, and a counter spam from Crazy Guy is on point. Foxy9.
Did they start the retake?
Coming up with a couple big kills, but Monyet.
No, it was okay.
The aim right at the end. Karan had him in his sights, but couldn't pull the trigger fast enough. Damn close. RRQ though, back into a dimensional drift. Yeah.
Judge at the ready. Swing on the corner. One dead. Monyet.
They have a Yoru ultimate, and he just dry swings when Crazy Guy stuns C.
Prowler check. A made nothing spotted there as Thorns use it proactively off the back of the wall getting tapped.
Texture so far forward, but it's being pinged out. RRQ. Great understanding of the negative space. They've given up, and he's all alone here.
Doesn't this mean that Valorant is moving from gunplay shooter mainly to hero shooter, since even pro players prefer to pick strong agents because of their abilities, even though they have no idea how to use it over playing something that are confident depending on the gunplay? No. What that does mean that people are idiots.
Towards this side of the map. Meanwhile, Karan, it's a bit of a misread here, it would seem, from GENG.
How can you even say, like, oh, he's moving to an... Bro,
this means that
players playing the game doesn't have to do with what the game is. This is a tactical shooter. This will never be a hero shooter.
For the moment, the peek up over the top, but he's just absolutely destroyed their health bars. 24 seconds remaining. Cushy gonna be on the flank, but Ash seemingly reading it. Had eyes on the
Show me a singular round in this grand final that was decided.
Too far, the time not
no. I challenge you. From this grand final, if you're watching the grand final, your memory is super fresh. Show me a singular round that could be like, oh, this is a hero shooter, bro. Show me a singular round that is decided not because of the gunplay, because from what I see, every single round is decided because people are dying from guns.
Anti-TP, and then waits for the wall to go up before he makes his move to strike.
People who make those opinions have no critical thinking.
The fadeaway at the end. That bails GENG out big time. And it's 5-5. Showstopper again for Texture. Jemkin lost the ult to the judge last time.
He's got it.
Well, I mean, he couldn't use it in that sense.
Yes. Well,
your ultimate, no flashes.
Damage not even taken. Texture, does he slide up ahead of this? It seems like the answer was yes. Still though, a 1-for-1 as the dust settles. Mask will go on.
So what do you do with this your ultimate?
Just finding the clone here. Jemkin.
Nothing.
Ash here at the
That's
site.
what you do.
Flash is now starting to fly. Makes his exit. Right here at the front as Paranoia is lobbed in from quite far away, and Karan, in the end, isn't able to catch anybody. Now they don't have that the exact retake. Flash under the corner.
At least this flash was okay. So that's something.
Punchkin at the same time finding Crazy Guy. Player advantage, at least for the moment here, for GENG. No flanks, just both players here on the site, looking to try to fight their way forward. But okay, Xpero, he managed
He
to get
actually
Munchkin.
got the kill. What the hell? Oh, that was a
might be a little
big
whiff.
whiff by Karen.
Could potentially cost him if Monyet can find the clutch. The peak. A decent bit of damage found. Goes back through. Only tagged to 87. Foxy9 now has to finish the job. Swings around, and that allows for Monyet to get tucked back over here.
Dude, if
into
GENG
trade.
loses this round, it's only because of that unfortunate whiff.
Spots him out. More damage exchanged. 3 health. Remaining
Oh
on
my
Foxy,
god,
and somehow
folks, what a swing with
he
3
gets
HP,
the
man.
kill.
Holy shit.
He wins the round! And GENG get up to 6 here on the defending side.
That is ice cold from Foxy. He has no health. 1 bullet and he's dead, and he just says, well.
I wasn't making an opinion or a statement, but simply asking a question. No. You imply. Like, if your question, like, that's not a question. That is an implication, because you say, like, it's also not connected. Someone choosing an agent that they don't know how to play, that's like saying in CS, someone chooses a lurker and doesn't know how to lurk. Does that mean that the CS is now an agent shooter? Hero shooter? Because the player who plays lurker because the lurker is needed in the team doesn't know how to play lurker? Or does that mean that he's just not skilled enough?
Seems like there's not going to be much ambiguity about this round here. Rolling Thunder at the ready. Paranoia going to be used in advance. Caron now tucking back, but does
That
not get
ult
caught by
doesn't
this.
cover
He's playing the same
anything. What
position.
the hell am I watching,
Finds the
man?
first. Looks for a little bit more. Goes for the readjustment. Ends up getting taken down. Foxy9 backpedaling frantically, trying to stay alive. Gets the weapon back out after setting the seal garden. Pit now flying through. Munchkin frantically running away.
What is it?
Primary jam to spray. Just a hair off from connecting. A 2v2.
I think they all missed everybody.
Seemed like a trail.
Oh, there's one.
1-1, but
It's still not
follow it
planted.
here.
And the breach is just going away.
Some spray exchanged.
But he's
Crazy guy
trapped.
sprinting the spike.
So how do
never
they approach him?
planted in
This is
all
an
of
interesting,
chaos.
peculiar situation. Never mind.
GENG winning this.
Never mind. Sphero just trolled. His job was to be alive.
9 did in the previous round to
That's
try to get
true.
this done.
Him and Munchkin about tied for HP.
Can they suss this out?
You hear that footstep.
Ash about to be at risk. Not turning back at all. Crazy guy slowly encroaching, killing, finding it.
8 HP.
Not planted for him. Munchkin at least
He
able
can
to hold
shoot it
this
through
up
the
to
wall.
half. He's stuck back
No,
in the
he
corner.
can't.
He's just gonna stick it. He's absolutely outdone him.
Wasn't the play to drop the pit and late
the
lurk?
thievery from
The
Munchkin.
play for Xfero was to be alive till the spike gets planted, because then the players from C need to be aware that they need to kill the Viper first, or they will waste time, and the Viper will go longer. You know. So you're saying that players don't pick certain agents because their abilities are better than others?
Oh my god. That was madness.
How is that connected to anything you ask?
This whole series has been madness.
There are two things that are not connected to each other. Jet might have been the most broken agent ever to exist in this game, but if someone didn't know how to play Jet, he should not be playing Jet, because he's not gonna use it correctly. You understand? Even though Jet was the most broken agent, overpowered over everything else, and you should be playing Jet on every map. But if you didn't have a player who was playing good Jet, then he should probably play something that he plays better. Like, for example, I don't know, he was a Raze main. Or a Phoenix main, or whatever, at that point. Nothing changed, it's the same for exactly 5 years. But teams, for some reason, for the past 5 years, are forcing themselves to play something that they don't know or don't play well, even though just because something in theory is better or stronger, but they're not leaning into their own strengths.
It looks like they got the Teo, they got the Yoru, they got the Omen, but no response at all. So they're just gonna walk forward. A bit of spam, but
Munchkin see if he gets.
And I still didn't see a singular play from Chemkin that would actually say this is the reason why we play Yoru. Not a single ult combo, not a single like good flash. Oh, sorry, one flash was good on A when he bounced from the wall, and I said it. Okay, that was at least not okay flash.
Yep.
But every other entrance was just
Fortunately for him,
terribly timed.
dialed up.
Crazy opts to go for the Ghost purchase.
So why not just play anything else than Yoru?
Basically have the aftershock here after using some of the previous util. She holding on the angle.
But again, the game is not decided because of the utility. The game is decided because of shots, like here.
Taking Ash's head off. Foxy 9 similarly going to be taken down, and Monyet now gets onto the crossfire over across from Baby Door. As Karin is far too late. Munchkin needing to try to fight back, but it's only going to be good for one. Karin this time.
I don't know who started this narrative that, like, I mean, I know. Let me mute it for a second because this round is most likely decided. When the game was released, people were saying, oh, it's just a CS with Overwatch. And I feel like the same people, and I feel like those are the same type of people, maybe not the same people, but it's the same type of people who are now saying, oh, Valorant is not an agent shooter, but too much utility. No, it's Teho has too much utility. That's the problem. Teho is the problem. And you'll see that in 2 weeks, sorry, in 1 week, it's gonna change so much, but people will still yap about it. People will still yap about, oh, there's too much util in the game. The game is about the agents, man. But the fundamentals never change. Every player plays the same player, but with different pieces of utility. Are we saying that Rainbow Six is a hero shooter? Because it's the same premise. I didn't hear a single person on the planet say Rainbow Six is a hero shooter.
As we saw in the previous round. They'll be again. They're happy to play that.
And ranked games are definitely not decided by utility because those idiots can't use anything.
Over the top. Little drop down from Munchkin and a backpedal from Monyet.
It's really like just people repeating bullshit that they hear from someone else and they take it as an opinion that has to be correct because someone else said it and not me. So I'll just repeat what someone else said, and then when I ask, but why do you have this opinion? They'll just say, oh, I just repeat what someone else said. Not my fault that I voiced this opinion.
Multiplayer face forward through the connector. Salvo's now going to be thrown down. Munchkin gets on top. Able to find one there as Xpero does get taken down, but because she blinds the smoke, finds Ash at the same time. So
Siege is closer to hero shooter than Valorant? Nah.
Here in their favor is Foxy swooping out from behind the box. And Beth's
what would be the reason to say that? Because again, all of those characters can use all of the weapons. Although actually,
Munchkin trying to scale forward.
You might be a little bit. You're actually a little bit right, Sender, because the characters have different weapons, and you cannot buy different weapons unless you pick them up, right? So you're actually choosing a hero, an agent in Siege. You actually get specific weapons. So that, you are right. To some degree, that is closer to a hero shooter than Valorant. Because in Valorant, you can play exactly the same guns. You can't pick up enemy weapons? Wait, really? You cannot pick up...
Barely besting his opponent. Oof, Monyet. So fast.
Okay.
That's some really impressive.
I thought you could. I thought you could pick up weapons.
Transfers.
Different operators in Siege have different speed and HP. There's no way that's true. They have different movement speed and different HP? What does it matter when a person dies by one bullet there? What?
GENG knows Mound is theirs. 2 away from the showstopper for texture.
Well, then my opinion is wrong. That is definitely closer to hero shooter. Rainbow Six is closer to hero shooter than Valorant. I'm sorry. Thank you for educating me. I played Rainbow Six for like few hours and I just didn't like it. but I just never seen or realized that, or just don't remember that they had different movement speeds. I remember different equipment and different weapons, but not movement speed and HP. That is crazy. And that is closer to hero shooter than whatever Valorant is. Valorant is just tactical shooter.
It's going to be ready for them to...
Munchkin, I mean, he's suspicious, but he is not quite
Valorant's a tactical shooter.
Good kill.
With unique
and already this is
utility pieces. That's it.
Bonus for RRQ.
But the HP is weird when one headshot kills you, even from a pistol, no?
So, yeah.
It used to be an armor system, but it was changed recently to be HP. And different hitboxes.
Good luck.
Dude, I swear, when I played Rainbow Six, everyone had looked exactly the same. It didn't look like different hitboxes.
Still, though, gonna be attempted. You have to think that maybe they had not realized. Cushy now arriving in from behind. Brings it to a 1v1.
So yeah,
gonna be scooped at the door. Already shot. Nick Sparrow picks up a...
Actually, now when I hear it, different hitboxes, different HP, different movement speed, different equipment, I would actually say Rainbow Six is a hero shooter with tactical elements.
This is devastating for GENG. And a brilliant play here from RRQ, pressing their advantage early. And even with that wall confirming their presence, GENG doesn't have the right responses. They're not quite ready. And that kind of an interesting decision from Karad. I don't disagree with it there because of the time that was left on the clock.
Sorry guys, I wasn't focusing on the game. My bad.
Oh. I think you'd be hard pressed to judge Karad for that one.
No.
It's more about
just
sending the showstopper.
Yeah, that was not as advised.
Oh. Force buy on Stingers. As in the end, it's just two players dead.
1v1, 10 seconds left. He has to open door again to go B, and you have half HP, yet you swing out of the smoke.
Yeah,
give me a second. I'll rewatch it.
Devastating for
Give me a second.
Maybe they had not realized. Cushy now arriving in from behind.
1v1. He takes the spike.
Spike gonna be scooped up the door. Already shot.
Yeah, that was a bad play. That was a bad play because he should have heard him that he didn't cross. That was a bad play. 100%.
And it does not matter.
Just get rid of the silly guns, you know?
Yeah.
The Odin, Stinger.
I suppose creation of Teo and his design kind of makes me worried about the direction of the game, because I definitely liked Valorant as gunplay shooter, but didn't parrot anyone's opinion. I can make my own stupid opinions. Sure. But why do you have this opinion after seeing the changes to Teo?
Cannot see a damn thing and is dead. That is going to be a flawless round here.
And I'm not calling you an idiot, by the way.
Quickly dealing.
I'm just saying that people parrot opinions all the fucking time, and I'm a little bit tired of it.
Find themselves up by 2 rounds.
But like, what I don't understand is if you say it right, creation of Teo worries you about the design direction. Okay, that's fair, because I also said that. When Teo was released, I said, like, this makes no sense. Why are we releasing an agent like this? It's overpowered, needs to be fucking nerfed. That was my 15 minutes impression after the release. Sorry, not release. Early access, right? But, and that's a valid opinion. But why are you saying it now when you could already see what they're doing to Teo?
Full push out. Speaking of push outs.
So, do you not know about the nerf? Or do you know about the nerf and just doesn't affect your opinion at all?
Pump the brakes. Now the one way, a flash through. Jemkin just commanding this. Playing King of the Hill, and he is absolutely winning.
You got to take a long pause if you're going to rethink about Mound. It's just time to jump. Very tricky.
If you die and nice, okay, now that's a good decision, and that's the first time I see a reason why they play Yoru.
There's no util there to clear back Mound. You know he's there. The Prowler just identified it.
First time.
Dry swing it. Jemkin's gonna punish you every time.
Colin holds him down. Munchkin. There's just no pressure that he can realistically create here, and without the team being able to breach the walls here.
I honestly kind of dropped the game during the Teo Rise, as I didn't really have a good time. Okay, my different question. Are you playing like high Radiant?
He will call the rest of the team across as he starts working his way forward towards his A site.
Are you playing like semi-professional or something? Or you just play ranked? Because if you play in like competitive 5v5s, then I can understand. If you play in like a tier 3, I can understand. Diamond, then I'm sorry, bro, but you are just making shit up. Because the usage of Teho in ranked is abysmal. There's nothing happening with Teho.
Time starting to dwindle, shots flying out, looking for
Did he just tank
a
it?
bit of damage there, but ends up getting avoided. Pit in play here.
Wait, what happened here?
Set up for GENG. 4v4. Sarashi's just jumping on top of him, saying, aim right here, guiding their hands.
Finally, a second time I see a reason why they play Yoru.
They know. They
know. Munchkin around the corner. Yep, they know exactly where he is. The pit now dropped. Foxy trying to arrive.
That's right.
Nearly makes his way over for the third.
And I'm saying this without like, I mean, I am judging a little bit, but it is disingenuous, right? You can always quit it and like say, yeah, I didn't like the direction of the game, whatever. But saying that because of Teho you didn't enjoy playing ranked anymore, I know you're just making shit up. Because I know the stats of how often Teho is being used in the game. In ranked, I play the game so much. I probably played the game more than any of you in the chat, right? Because I play it almost every day for 8 hours a day. I play like 140 hours of the fucking game per month. And the amount of Tehos I have seen is almost nothing. And even if I see Tehos in the game, maybe 5 times since release of Teho, I've met a Teho who played it well. 5 times. When I was like, yeah, this is a good Teho. There was legit 2 games, I remember 2 games, when I saw a breach Teho combo in rank that was executed well. And that's at Immortal level. So I know that on lower levels, it's definitely not going to be it. Right? So saying like it actually affects you in ranked is very disingenuous. Because I know it's not. It's like game in ranked is still about just shooting your fucking opponents in the face. Because the utility that you see in ranked is absolutely dreadful.
Timeout call there from GENG on the map. As they look to try to get themselves back into a winning position. With Icebox on the horizon, given how RRQ has looked on that map. Granted, GENG themselves also have had strong performances.
But I could definitely see it being an argument if you would be playing in like a competitive 5v5 or maybe just playing 5v5 stacks in ranked, because then I can actually see people use Teho correctly in the 5v5 like stacks, you know?
And suddenly, the strategy for GENG has become kill them all through smokes.
Well, part of that was getting some good assists.
For me, what makes ranked less enjoyable... Oh my god, Kushi got 2 here. For me, what makes ranked less enjoyable is first and foremost the toxicity, and then second, what makes the game less enjoyable for me is the amount of agents like Reyna, Clove, and Jet being picked every single game. That's a bigger problem for me than ranked, than Teho.
Narrowly winning, 5 HP, the difference between a win and catastrophe. GENG pick up their first round victory here on the attacking side.
Yeah, the call out here.
But again,
use some of this.
I think it's valid that you just are like, you know, tired of the game or something. It's okay to take a break. But I think it's disingenuous and then voice your opinions because other people are parroting other people's opinions. It's like, oh, I took a break from ranked because of Teho. No, you did not. You know?
Ultimates on the other side.
Yeah, it's scary. Not deep.
Teho's pick rate 4.87% with 49. Yeah, so that doesn't even have 50% win rate. And he's being picked every... You will see a Teho...
I mean, this could be Rolling Thunder into Salvos.
Every other game.
Oh, you're right.
Or the Armageddon, either way.
So if you play, let's say you play 6 games a day, you will see 3 Tehos.
Oh, this is all a trap.
TP forward Monyet.
You got to confirm.
Looking for the spot out, knows that there's at least one there. A little bit more noise made. The readjust of the Rolling Thunder, is it going to be
missiles? Missiles?
Hits on the 2. Monyet pushes off the back.
Missiles a little bit too late. To break the doors. To break the doors, that's what I meant.
Either way,
Who made that play? Guys, remember how I was... The Omen, Paranoia, Breach, and Teho on Baby Door, and they used the rockets to break the doors. That was someone in place, but I can't remember. Was that RRQ, actually?
RRQ. Give GENG a window back into the map. And from there, the series.
Was that RRQ? Because they did it well before. But they fucked it up this time.
Coming behind him.
Because they used the ultimate first. So they didn't break the doors after that Breach ultimate. Which probably would have won them the round. Unlucky. Nice flash. Nice flash.
Swing out and Jemkin's got the other.
That was nice flash by Jemkin. I don't know where was it. Wait. Where's he flashing? Wait, he didn't flash him. Never mind. Did he? Oh yeah, he did. But that's a half flash. So he turns around and baits. Okay, so essentially he baited with the flash. That's okay. That's good play.
was trying to TP.
Yeah, he was trying to jump forward. Gets caught in the middle of it all.
Yeah, he was...
Lotto hates watching Paper X. No, that's not true. That's not true.
Again, kind of starting to lose their
And
heads
unfortunately, Paper X started playing reasonably lately, and that's why they won against the RX. So I just hate watching any team that doesn't play fundamentally well. It's only Paper X. But Paper X actually started playing fundamentally better, unfortunately for us.
One of your biggest hopes when it comes down to a potential Thrifty win. Taken away as blast pack forward. Xfero up and over the top. Will get taken down. Showstopper now going to be used on the back end to try to create some further space. And Cushy nearly caught on a timing, but Foxy9 cannot get the punish. And Munchkin narrowly will be able to get away with it. Monyet trying to run him down, trying to push forward. A little bit more space put in, but not going to be nearly fast enough with the shot. His texture was 5 HP. I mean, if you can even find.
Why did the Teho just push into that?
It'd be so damn impressive. Oh, and he cannot. Takes him to 24, but then the bullets run out.
And they ulted with the fade.
They only find the singular kill. RRQ. They are starting to really get into the groove, to really feel it. The defuse comes in. That's
why did they use the fade ultimate this round?
To move
for what reason? In a 2v3?
It's the series leader being one map win away from becoming the stage 1 champions.
He actually just swung out and beat, like, what the, did you see the Teho?
Little bit of a misstep, I suppose, but still couldn't get the conversion with the Stinger. Could texture, but it's more about the way Jemkin's playing the beginning of that round with the op. So cautious, so safe. Well aware that Texture was going to be close to his ultimate. And just playing fallback the whole time. GENG's trying to spread the map a bit more. But with just the weaker weaponry, couldn't do much with it. They had a few opportunities. Couldn't convert with the mechanics. Everything starting.
If they lost that round, Kush would have felt like a snowman.
Sending Jemkin out.
That's a Polish insult. Bałwan.
Hasn't gone for the deep angle. Is he waiting for portal closed? Some kind of play, but it's pretty quiet. Oh,
it was just a dry peek.
Again
into a kill. Cover going out. Jemkin damn near windows 100% of the time. Probably connecting Monyet.
Nah, it's okay that the lurker peeked first without pressure being done. It's okay, guys.
The B site here for GENG. Things starting to feel a bit desperate. 4 in a row is what is needed. They got so very close in the previous map. Can they at all make it happen here and now?
Dude, where did he TP? Look at this. Into water. I mean, not even waterfall. TP'd here.
With that sees Sphero sliding forward, eyes set.
This was the ultimate for a moment, and he dies anyway. That's so funny.
Down, Ash holding here.
But that's GG, no?
Goes wide, texture collecting, but Jemkin! 2 pumps to the shorty, 2 kills.
No one defusing.
Foxy9 now asks the clutch, finds the first 4 bullets remaining. The op on the opposite side swings in. It's a 4K for Jemkin, but not the round win for RRQ. Not this map coming to an end. It's GENG getting their second.
I'm sorry, guys.
Others, the off shot goes wide. Texture collecting, but Chimkin! 2 pumps to the shorty, 2 kills found.
They just don't give a fuck about defusing, no?
Locking this down. Unbelievable.
They just don't give a fuck about defusing.
Unbelievable shorty connections for Jenkin there. A couple bullets hit the head on his second target. The Foxy9 plays that beautifully.
2v1, guys.
Still though,
one sticks the half, the other one is helping the defuse. That's it. That's the only thing you have to do.
And some classics.
A motley crew, but one that's working.
Oh.
As Texture just trying to bound forward, shot down.
Wait, wait, I need to refresh because somehow it breaks whenever I just rewind.
Yep. Munchkin's at 35. Charon's dead.
Oh my god.
Paranoia. Monyet finding Munchkin.
That's okay. Monyet just has nothing else. No, not even armor. He has literally nothing, and he just gets a kill.
I'm not trying to sound like I'm cheering for a particular team. I just really hate this guy. And I know that if Mitch Man's watching, he's giggling at my dismay.
I mean, it starts to make you think. You know, GENG used to have a player who would spam the Odin around on this map. Maybe Ash should learn.
He's trying to be a better man.
Oh my god, Kushi.
Catch here. Narrowly is able to do something.
They're both like
so
low
much
HP.
damage.
Yeah, that classic. Oh my
With his own classic will put him down. Monyet back across the opposite side. Finds a lurk. RRQ in the lead. 2-1 here in the series. Their map pick of Icebox coming up next. What a bounce back from the last time we...
Such an exciting map, and then you lose the map to classics. After an Odin spam.
Absolutely, they're looking to flip the script.
Oh.
These 2 maps, Lotus and Icebox, were the 2 that they played. The 2 that they
But
lost against.
to sum it up, this map was exactly lost for the same reasons that Ascent was. Not to the same degree. Not to the same degree. But GENG lost Ascent because they were overheating and they were playing attack on the defense side. In here, we see a lot of overheating by GENG and a lot of proactive plays that have no backup. So they lose players one by one. And then on attack, they are disjointed and we have lurkers who die first when there's no pressure done to actually be an accelerator of the rotations of the defenders. So it's legit like the basics. Like the basics are absent today for GENG.
Number 1 seed as the stage 1 champions of BCT.
When was the peak of Valorant Pro Gaming?
Happen, but for now, we'll send it back over to the
I think that the best quality of gameplay in one singular match that I have ever seen was the KC during kickoff 2024. I think that was the highest level of play I have seen so far in the game. And G2 is now also pretty close to it.
And they went down 0-8. It was full momentum for GENG.
And by the way, it's still a fucking mystery for me. How does KC just lose all of that? A month later, they just don't look like even it was close.
A little bit fatigued. It started to come down a little bit more.
EG in 2023 champs also had pretty incredible fundamental level of play, but I think KC was way higher than that. And not because of utility usage, but because of the fundamentals. The spacing between the players, the timings when to go together was deciding so many rounds. Like if you were to rewatch the KC in the kickoff final, you could legit see like every time they take a gunfight, every time they have an advantage because they double swing or they triple swing. When they retake, they take to regroup, and they after the regroup they go together. You know? That's it. That's it. That's why they were winning. And on top of that, they also had some nice utility combos. But the basics were there. And the basics were very tight. you know? And the basics were incredibly tight. And that's why KC was fantastic. Oh my god. You guys are winning a lot of points today. What is the next map? Eyes. Oh. All right, guys. Are we gonna see zero pressure on being done on mid? Are we gonna see zero pressure being done on mid? I'm gonna make a prediction, okay? We're gonna be watching Icebox, and if any of the teams on attack side will actually put attention towards mid, they will most likely win their attack halves by a large margin. Okay? If they will actually put effort into controlling mid as attackers. So, smoking mid, destroying killjoy stuff, putting lurker into kitchen, or like under tube. Those are vital points on attacking on Icebox. But it'll probably just gonna be 12 times A or 12 times B.
Lose the round. It's at the end of the day, it's the guys in the server that have to convert, and that's what makes this, you know.
Did you like
so
the
exciting
tube change on Icebox? The window? No, I hate it because it actually helps the attackers.
Execute when it really matters. That's the making of a fantastic series. But RRQ,
yeah, sorry, it helps the defenders. What I'm saying.
Yeah,
it actually helps the defenders.
I'm pretty sure both of these coaches have
because you are now aware if someone is going into kitchen.
Of improvisation here, and like I love that comparison to chess here because that's just not what Valorant is.
Yeah,
no, there's a lot of dying happening.
I'm glad you brought that up as well, the coach point in particular, because this is where, like, you know, Ewok was saying, he doesn't mind the best of 5.
What to do when they smoke mid on Icebox? How can we watch 3 angles in mid?
I mean,
well, that's the thing. You have to play proactively.
Almost threw that game in the bin.
You have to play proactively. You have to have players like being a backup on mid, because in pro play, it looks like people just forget that mid exists. You know? Isn't that a good thing since Icebox is so attack-sided? So it's because for mid it's too defended-sided? The problem is that Icebox is one-dimensional. Just ask anyone else from the content creators or for teams, and they will just tell you, oh, it's just Icebox is just push A, push B. That's it. Why? Because mid is incredibly hard for attackers to take. But it's pivotal to take mid. But teams don't want to do it because it's not easy. And now because of the inclusion of the window, it's even harder. But it's still pivotal. So because of that, Icebox just devolves into 12 times 5-man A, 12 times 5-man B, basically. So, and when you're standing on A, the only thing you look at is in front of you. Because if you control mid, then there's no one going from mid. So you only have... like it's legit like an aim map, right? Because they can only go from one direction. And the same happens on B. They can only go from one direction if you control mid. Right? You understand what I'm saying? It's like it becomes like a worse ascent. Look, think about it this way. If this area is controlled by the defenders, right? And they have certainty that no one came from mid, then the players have to either go through here or go from here. Nothing else. There's no other option. That's it. So if that's the case, then the defenders can gamble. They can gamble like having 2 players here and 3 players here, or the way around.
GENG squad that so often just like to run the same comps regardless of what the meta is.
Yeah, that's right. And
are we thinking why we hate Icebox? No. I'm explaining why people don't think about how to play differently on Icebox.
That guy's using a cyan cross.
Because they don't use mid. Look, we'll make a mini game. while watching this icebox, right? I told you already that if a team puts effort into attacking mid, they're gonna find most likely great success by doing pressure on mid, right? So let's see, first and foremost, if that will come to fruition, but also let's see how many times the attackers will actually do anything of substance on mid. You know?
Another month and a half.
I'm not gonna lie.
Jake Shin replied.
Yeah, he did.
They called us frauds.
I cannot believe this. Like, this work environment is absolutely ludicrous.
Where's HR?
I cannot survive another day. You know what? I'm locking you up after this one. You cannot be allowed back on the desk after this. I'm sick of this treatment.
But is mid balanced enough to allow mid usage consistently, like map design wise? Yes, yes. It's defender sided, but it is required for you to work with. You just have to look. This is why it's so important to understand which character will be taking that mid control, or how do we approach it. Because let's say I have a composition of let's say we have Viper, Killjoy, Sova, Yoru, Jet. I don't know, something like that, right? Then I go on attack, I will be defaulting. One of my playbooks on attack, right, will be like this. So we have Jet. Wait a second, I'll make it bigger. So we have attackers lineup. Jet, Yoru, Viper, Sova, and Killjoy. So my attack has a default plan. It's gonna be one of the strat books, right? We're gonna put the wall on B. Legit, no reason to ever put it on A, right? And we're gonna put the poison cloud on mid. Every round. I will have different lineups. Poison cloud from here, poison cloud from here, poison cloud from here, poison cloud from here. Every single time I will have like 4 different lineups, so I can play Viper from every single position and do different type of jobs, right? But this is gonna be the default because you don't need the wall on A and you don't need the orb on A. You can use it, but you need the fucking smoke on mid, right? So now when we do this, we can have Sova and Jet work together towards A side, and they will do the standard arrow, so push away people from pipes. Do the arrow as well, not on the edge, because then it can be shot from side, but we do the arrow deep on here, so it cannot be shot from side, and it always gets the players from pipes. So we can get easy pressure, and we can set up players in this position to build even more pressure, or just hold it, right? Then we have Killjoy, who can do whatever she wants. She can be holding from spawn, she can have a turret to fake that she's on A and bait players from B peeking into her, like, you know, like this, for example, right? Like this. And then she stands in spawn and she just waits for someone to shoot the turret and then she can like kill the player from B main, right? Like this. And now we have 2 players going mid. Viper can be a backup plan for Yoru. Yoru goes into kitchen and tries to do pressure from kitchen. He can use the clone to destroy the llama bot in kitchen and then destroy the turret from boiler, or try to even get a kill here, right? Why go mid if you can just exec A 12 times in a row? Yeah, but that. And you can have variations of this. Always. But if you put an idea for the defenders that you are putting pressure on mid every time, then the defenders cannot do this. And what was the, I don't know, let's say Tahoe. If you put the idea of the defenders that you are actually putting effort into mid, they can never do this setup. So they have to play differently. Like this. And now Sova is busy on fucking mid for no reason whatsoever. And he cannot really defend mid whatsoever himself anyway. But you know, you can do this and still win. So yeah. Didn't we see it a couple of days ago where mid was so non-existent that even defenders stopped putting alarm bot on mid? Can't remember, I'll be honest with you, but I wouldn't be surprised. Oh shit, Rumpf. Sorry, I didn't see your resub. My bad. Thank you so much for the 22 months. What? Wait, maybe I did it already? I think I did it already, no? Sorry, if I missed it, it's my bad. If I didn't miss it, then it's okay. Did I watch Team Liquid versus Liquid Fnatic? No, I did not. I mean, I had it on my TV, but I wasn't paying attention to it. There were some interesting mid plays with Gecko Flash over the tube and such. I cannot comment because I didn't see it. Didn't we see it couple? Oh, we already said that. How would you rework Icebox mid to make it more attractive for attackers if you were a Riot? Look, I am definitely not qualified to tell you how would I rework mid. Like, I am not a map designer. I never designed a map in my entire life. I have no idea, like, to be certain about my opinion here. But if I would have to say something, I would most likely, what I would do is cut the map over here and extend it by a few meters. So we would have more space on mid, and I would add like some pieces of furniture, I mean cover, on mid so we can actually fight for mid. And have like meaningful like positions over here. You know?
Welcome back to VCT
it feels like it's too small area on mid to actually matter.
And we are on Icebox. RRQ has done the unthinkable, have completely surprised all of us. So what's
but if am I right? I have no idea because I have no fucking experience in designing maps. So I can be totally wrong. But what I would also like to see is to have the site being bigger over here. You know? That's what I would like to see.
I'm wondering how everyone
and most likely, maybe, even a way of connecting the sites here. But this would be very, very, very risky. But then it would also put more effort into mid. So what do you know?
This is a game for the people. Obviously, RRQ fans going to be feeling a bit better. We're going to be feeling a bit happier at the moment, given that they have match point. But if you have no skin in the game, if you don't care who wins this trophy, you're just having a good time and you're enjoying the entertainment, because it certainly has been that. Some wild moments throughout, and I have no doubts that's not going to stop here as we get ready to go into Icebox.
All right, let's see. Mid counter, guys. Let's see.
You know, yesterday RRQ
there's the smoke on mid, and there's the wall on B. First step is done.
I think started to really solidify their control on Lotus on their defender side.
There's literally zero killjoy utility on mid, by the way.
They start on the attackers. You're on Icebox. A lot of players just slow creeping through A. That turret kind of in an off spot up top.
Top of 410, getting the spot out. Ash taking a shot with a Sheriff, unable to find him. Foxy will. 2 kills going to be picked up. Now a third on the quick peek. Immediately repositions the drop down. Finds the fourth. He's on for an ace. And he's just not quite going to be able to find it. The 4K squad continuing here from GENG.
Rotation would be too easy with this mid to entrance. That's a good thing. The map is big. No? People are complaining that the map is too big. Ooh, that is a risky target because it was a fake safe, like fake feeling of safety on site. Good job, Foxy. 4K.
Make that 3 to 4 in this regard. Take the first step towards a win, towards another.
So defenders should be proactive mid and retake sides. No other option. No, I'm saying that the attackers have to be proactive mid.
Using that turret try to find a quick
Defenders don't need to do shit on mid
behind screen.
in current like environment.
Just up in nest, ruining the round. So GENG right back into the groove of things. Couple Guardians. There's a Sheriff buy-up for Jemkin. Something to keep your eyes on for sure. It's RRQ onto the bone, or excuse me, onto the eco. Munchkin just holding W, wants that orb, wants to get that null command fast tracked.
They faked the B push and the full rotation is coming towards B.
RRQ.
Oh, he just cancelled. He just cancelled full damage. But you don't get full damage here. They're just doing it quietly.
It doesn't give the info away.
It does it quietly, but why on earth would you be putting a turret there?
It is.
It's cute as fuck, but meaningless.
Munchkin starting to call for the rotate back though. He's getting suspicious.
Because you already made the noise with the turret.
As that alarm bot ends up getting cleared. Maybe a 0-point send from Cushy to try to further sell this here. And that is going to be the counter rotate back. Texture starting to work his way back across towards the B site. He's got the Guardian. He's got the firepower. It's Munchkin with a Sheriff to try to hold the line. Slow creep forward. Gets on a more aggressive angle and Jemkin immediately strikes.
And they got fully faked. They might actually lose this.
As all of GENG get ready to converge back across.
They might actually lose this. But they have Viper alive. So that's an important thing. Viper cannot die. If Viper dies, they cannot have the defuse.
That he's not in position at the moment here for the Salvos. Will start sprinting back.
Do they have shock darts or anything? No.
Kill found, but Ash.
What I'm talking about, they don't have a Sova.
Still a good opportunity for RRQ to at least get more damage through, if not close out the round. Taron trying to scale forward, turns back, shots flying, still a player up above him. Does he read that? Clears the turret now, registers it, swaps to the classic, rides the rope, whittling away out of the fadeaway shot, is able to find it. Fox
those missiles from Crazy Guy. Let me check something.
Registers it, player around. Taron
He started defusing now. Crazy Guy doesn't use missiles.
trying to scale forward, turns back.
He still doesn't use missiles because of the KO grenade.
Does he read that?
Tap now. Crazy Guy still doesn't use missiles.
Registers it, swaps to the classic, rides the rope, whittling away out of the fadeaway shot.
Early on Icebox.
Legit didn't use missiles.
Scream of relief there.
After the second tap.
Dicey for sure. Gotta be so careful there, Foxy Knight.
Killjoy didn't use Molly. I don't know. Choose. Killjoy used it before the KO grenade.
So Ultimate now online, going into GENG's bonus.
He did have them. Crazy Guy had missiles the entire time.
Well aware of who was able to collect that. Why they would so fervently want to pick that up.
Look at the defenders. It's exactly what I pointed out in Valorant, guys.
From last time they played.
Texture's gonna go swinging, and oh my God, gets in, gets out.
Now that's a reason to use Yoru, by the way.
The snappy headshot.
That's a reason to use Yoru. Do stuff like this. This is cool. Like
down here for RRQ.
He tried that on the pistol round the last time they played. Whoa, here we go.
Salvo's trying to force them back into the open.
But then he does this, and it's like, okay, you had an advantage, now you don't have it. Actually, never mind. Munchkin got a kill on mid.
That timing, cleans up the flank, and given the HP bars, RRQ are going to have to go for the save, you would suspect.
Do you think GENG are underperforming RRQ better in some aspects comparing to upper final when they stomped them?
Carry onward.
GENG was throwing on ascent. I mean, not throwing. I don't want to sound super negative. GENG was taking too many 1v1s and playing.
Playing interrupted in 01.
Sometimes lucky.
The fadeaway on the drop down. And widely the only consolation available.
GENG was playing attack on the defense.
Here is some revenge from the previous map, says Foxy9. Gets the knife kill across. GENG get the bonus converted.
Oh my God. So it's a very similar idea. You see this quite often from GENG on this
Could
map,
I ask any of you to write anything in the YouTube chat? I just want to check something.
That's unbelievable.
Well, better lucky than good. And But this time it's a very different result for Texture. That's kind of what's interesting to me, is he anticipated that they were going to be anticipating that, and he just went for the one shot and TP'd out. And he hit it. It's just how good he is. He needs to keep stepping up. Because right now, GENG is behind in the series. Outlaw for Texture. He's going to be holding down the angle as the forces of RRQ. Might have heard the alarm bot up at the top of tube, didn't see anything. Oxy actually over on the floor.
Thank you, Adik.
His way around that corner. They come through tube.
Thank you, guys. Okay. I just wanted to see if the chat was frozen or not. Because we don't have a lot of, like, sometimes the Twitch chat just freezes, but it seems like it's not a thing with the YouTube chat.
Confirm the weapon in hand as well. Tailwind across, backpedal from Texture as he goes for the reload. Ash scaling forward. Xfero going to be noted here on that attempted flank in through mid, and Cushy picks up the Vandal immediately. Shuts down Foxy9 with it. Pop flashes his way in. Trying to find the punish here on the Texture. Still does manage to come away with a kill on the Jemkin, bringing it now into a 2v3. This is a massive advantage. And turn of the tide here for RRQ. Jemkin trying to flash his way in, but Cushy now on for an ace. Caron swooping. Cushy collecting.
Nice Cushy. Now he has the
Predator ace.
Now he has the null
hands
command.
Of the rookie himself gets RRQ their first round win here on Icebox.
The desk was talking about Cushy earlier, making his case
Hello,
for
Bravtaicon.
Rookie of the Year. And this right here is why.
That
folks.
shot was wild.
So steady with the aim, reading the map incredibly well. Some well-timed utility. Keep his opponents from being able to punish him. Good flash there to back Texture into the corner. 6 and 3 with an ult available. Munchkin also has his.
Did you just see this round? They walked up two, but didn't break the alarm bot and just fell back.
I don't think it applies
Wait, in this
to
round?
anybody but Texture.
No, I don't think so. No, they didn't walk up to this round.
Depends on if it's a curse.
They just had five players B.
Inflict those around him. Or is
No?
it solely contained?
Oh,
They did?
yeah.
Shit, I missed it then.
Texture's a paladin is what you're saying.
And
could be, yeah.
Yeah.
wait, let me check.
Alarm bot at the corner this time. Foxy has shifted his util
Round 4. Okay,
over in
we're
front of
gonna be
B.
like a timeout. I'm gonna go round
That
4.
one way. Annoying as always, but pretty far forward. Has to be real careful here.
Oh,
the arm.
Yeah, spotted, but it's not enough of a window to actually find the punish. Foxy does get some damage.
Is
here,
it
but
ultimate?
Ultimately has to back away.
Cushy? No
Swings
ultimate?
around the backside, rotates over, gets himself tucked here at Snowman. No angle for a spray as Cloudburst was thrown just like a distraction there by Jemkin. His flash not
What the
connecting on
fuck is
everyone.
happening here?
On yet. Finds the kill on account on face back here.
What the?
Cushy gonna be put down. It's not resible at all. So in the end, a 2v2.
I am very confused why they're pushing so hard into B backside when they already had established control, and they
It's a lot of delay
ultimated with kill.
available. Salvos you would expect.
Some panicky like
Just about
calls.
back online.
About to rotate around. Munchkin spotted. Texture dead. Xfero finding it. Munchkin now all alone. Salvo's gonna
It's
be
gone.
waited out.
Done and dusted.
Time is
The
just not gonna
missiles
be there.
won the
Shots
round.
Flying. Munchkin just trying to leap out to
Right, let
safety.
me quickly go into that round 4.
And this right here really
self. Tailwind across. Backpedal from Texture. Well.
way around that. Might have hurt out, and he hit it. It's just how good he is. He needs to keep stepping up. Because right now, GENG is
They went into tube. Yeah,
behind
you're
in the
right.
series.
Checked the
Outlaw
window,
for Texture.
destroyed the turret there, and went back.
Holding down the angle as the forces
And
of
didn't
our-
leave anyone in mid.
Call that
Okay,
delay
done.
utility. I think this is a good idea. I think our earlier timeouts for GENG are going to be better than not.
And by the way,
I felt
this
like
is a
they
very
were
good
little bit late
example.
sometimes on Lotus.
This is a very good example of why this window adds
get out of control.
adds ability to the defenders. Because now this turret holds both mid here and kitchen at the same time.
There you go. Yeah, it's so well done too.
But the same can be said about this turret as well here. Like it can hold the same things, but it's
But yeah, I
easier
agree.
to
We
destroy.
saw on Ascent, there was the timeout call, and it was 0 and 5.
So
So
far,
I do agree as far as
we actually have 0 pressure being done on
I feel
mid.
like he's, I mean, obviously Solo and Perry have a ton of trust in Munchkin. Obviously. He's a great IGL. But sometimes it, yeah, okay, sometimes. Most of the time, I'll say. But I feel like oftentimes the timeouts aren't even necessarily for your IGL. They're to ice the other team a bit. Because they're just...
I'm still counting 0 times pressure being done on mid. Because destroying just the turret is just like, whatever, man.
Here we go again, texture.
Ash holding close, and it's a hell of a headshot. Can't find the follow-up with the cushy, but do they suspect texture? Well, yes, they do. Monyet, great covering fire, catches him there on the corner. Keeps them in with the advantage.
And by the way, this is the main reason why this map feels just boring to watch. Every time.
Behind yellow,
Because every time it's a 4-1 split. Every time it's a 5. It's either 4-1. Sorry, no split. No, what I'm talking about. No split. It's 4-man A push, 4-man B push, and someone holding just the flank, right? Or it's a 5-man A, 5-man B. There's nothing else happening. This is why it's so boring to watch this.
They're just sitting in spawn. X-Pharaoh over at A never even really went up on belt. He just set his util up to
weirder because there's a Tejo now. You don't even need lineups to destroy like boiler or kitchen utility. What just happened?
Actually wins out that fight snappy from Monyet, however. Flushes Foxy 9 out of the corner. There's Karan.
Are there any changes for Icebox? Nope.
Like that planted a vandal in hand for the side of Munchkin, needing to pull off the one.
Oh, he bounced it.
Nano,
Did you see? Did you see this? Did you see this?
It's okay. You can pick him up.
No, you can't. I think Paperfin is trolling on purpose.
Very tough for Munchkin.
There's the alarm bot. Pop of the first.
Yeah, the second one doesn't help.
Connecting. And there's the swing in from behind. Pretty much an unwinnable position for Munchkin, and it's very well piloted by RRQ. 3-3. They find themselves tied up as we go into the next buy for GENG.
Yeah, Belter from Ash to start, but again, Texter does that a lot. Likes to push around that corner at B. RRQ generally pretty ready for it. And that, yeah, for Munchkin, I don't know what you do there. That's just, you hit the craziest flick of your life, a 180. That's the only way. Monyet. All right, there you go. He's got the gun. A few ults there, including Monyet's and
Are the Down Nerves live? No, they're gonna be live next week.
Yeah.
Either way. Drone chasing.
Hello?
A little bit of a standoff there.
5-man A.
Coming out on top. Slow creep up continuing.
CBO still gonna use it? Who do you mean by people?
Munchkin setting the 0 point.
Did you watch Liquid vs Natic? With one eye, so... But I saw the Nats 1v1 in the last round of Fraction. I was like, oh god. Pro and ranked? No. No. There are gonna be more Tejos in ranked than in pro play. Every single good team will not use Tejo anymore. G2 will not use Tejo anymore. DRX will not use Tejo anymore.
Just thinking a different direction the whole way. Ooh, Foxy challenging X-Pharaoh.
No help though. First time X-Pharaoh did something on mid, but they legit didn't use a nano swarm for kitchen, so he can swing window. Unlucky. Wasn't a Yoru to TP out.
Clock dips under 30 seconds. RQ. Like a bat out of hell.
But that was the one attempt at taking something on mid control. It was just really awkward.
Needing to find some kind of breakthrough. As Texture joins in on this side. 3 players spread. Crazy guy, the first to fall. Jemkin playing close. The mask goes in. The pit now going to be invested. Cushy finding Texture on the exit. It's a very quick use.
What? He just exited the ult there?
Flies, push under the corner, and Karan just off kilter. Too much movement, cannot find the shot. RRQ now find themselves in the lead.
They're just being outrageously patient, our RRQ. Using GENG's tendencies against them in the early part of the game.
Why don't we see much Chamber used in pro play?
Able to take a little bit of space and it gets punished, but
why would you use Chamber over any other Sentinel in the game?
Keep trying to find ways to bully them on the other side of pipes. They just shut him right down.
I mean,
they
sorry,
open up
not
a
Sentinel.
lot of space on the map, so A has been a priority.
Why would you use Chamber over
Desk was talking
Cypher,
about an
Killjoy, or
MVP.
Vice?
So RRQ,
Let me
very different
rephrase
game
my
plan.
statement.
You know, a lot of pressure being put on the initiators. Munchkin, Ash, they need to step up if they're going to stop this from being an RRQ VCT Pacific trophy. They look
Vice is
really
like
in
10
control
times
of
better
the
than
macro right now. They
any
really
other
seem to have a
Sentinel
good
in the
read
game. And by the
what
way,
Gen G wants
I
to
think
accomplish.
Vice is actually better on
This time,
Icebox
though,
than Killjoy,
a
but
little bit more passive overall.
that's my opinion.
Again, deep salvos just got used by Crazy Guy. He is always trying to sell fakes. He is just constantly throwing util. One direction or another, and it's so hard to read if that's a fake or not.
And well, it is.
Yeah.
Gen G, they read it as one.
Yep.
Shift people across over towards A.
Got
Beltron now confirming heavy presence, so immediate gate crash back. Cut the distance here for texture. Salvo's flying. Spike about to be planted. Couple shots flying here from Ash. It's himself a kill, but Jemkin collects too as texture similarly hits the floor. Nano cleared out now 3v4. 2 rifles in hand here for the side of Gen G to try to make a go of this. But RRQ just so firmly in control. Flash at the ready. The fragment still behind here for Cushy. As Nano goes out, he's further buying time. Karan going to be taken down. Monyet finds Foxy
Nice
9.
play. Good job, RRQ. Well played.
But
again, nothing really to break down here. It's just like a aimbot.
I mean, it's crazy. Gen G's 3 rounds are the first 3. They get the
I think
bonus.
G2 will
They
play
haven't
Chamber,
won one
Vice,
since.
on more maps after the
I mean,
Hanovers.
RRQ is just in cruise control.
I wouldn't
Jemkin
say
is
so.
filthy good.
If I would have to make a bet, about what G2 will do after the Hanovers, is I think they will lean more into supporting the Yoru. So we're gonna see more maps with like Breach Fade, Omen. You know? That's what I think.
Sometimes it's real, sometimes it's not. You know, a lot of teams are using the salvos very.
That's gonna be my guess. What will
secure
G2
an
do?
objective or to secure space. He's using it to mess with your mind.
Vice wall can't really protect A flank for attack. For what? For Icebox? You don't have to.
Munchkin does get a bit of a
Like, it doesn't
follow-up,
matter.
but so quickly traded back and shut down. Every advantage to Gen G. Scrape for claw at.
If you need to protect the flank,
moments after.
that means that you have to stop the mid push. And if you want to stop the mid push, you just have a player posted there. And you have the wall for B, which is better than any other piece of utility.
The crazy guy wins.
Crazy stuff. Crazy guy.
4K from the beast from the east gets them just over the line time and time again. 9-4-1 here on the tail. Now 6-3 in this map. Crazy guy is looking so damn good.
He's just having a ball now. Really starting to get comfortable.
Perfectly cut.
Good cut. Very well done.
Excellently done.
There was somebody who got done dirty yesterday.
Batman.
It's okay. You know, they're out there having fun. And it just
As for
feels like
yellow,
it might be
dash
RRQ's time.
forward,
Jemkin
no?
with the Blade Storm, just waiting for this.
What can you say
smoke to
about
go down.
yesterday's Fnatic Icebox comp? Can you remind me what was exactly the comp? It was Gecko, Sage, right?
Do come up with the goods, but Gen G.
Okay.
Something about a thrifty.
Great stuff. 5 players
spot
into B
now.
main.
Sparrow, however,
Very good.
To try to turn the favor
Fascinating.
around. Outlaw still will find insta-gibbs on either of these targets. 25 armor for both. Likely wants to swap out the weapon, though.
Got to clear a lot of angles. But Gen G just playing contain. Just don't want to give up a rotation route.
He has full util.
Gecko, Sage, they have Viper, Killjoy.
Lock off the back approach angle, set up the turret.
Yeah.
I mean, very easy to plant with that composition,
Early alert
right?
systems for himself.
Got some real good
I don't like the
options.
composition.
Plant. Here's the footsteps.
Did they actually win Icebox?
Sending the lockdown. This is a long way
Can't
to
remember.
go.
Can he get all the way through here in
He's
time?
gonna have to sprint. He can't just crouch walk it.
Yeah, that means Foxy hears it.
So yeah, Foxy hears
They lost it.
this.
Yeah, so.
Turned back towards the kitchen. A smattering of damage going to be found, and now you've got Munchkin approaching from the opposite side. to try to bait him out. Munchkin is there on the angle. GENG
Look, I don't like the
will
composition.
be able to get it done. Lockdown not going to be a waste.
I don't think they're gonna play it again.
Xfero.
I think.
Just a bit of a routing issue.
I think it's fine that you don't have any duelists on Icebox, because Icebox is the map that you don't need a duelist. You know? Like, you really don't need a duelist on this map because the mobility is not required. It's not Ascent. It's not Sunset when you need the mobility to go for a choke point. Because that's basically... And that's a good thing about Icebox as a map design. You don't need to have a duelist, which is a great sign. You know?
You don't see that every day. I mean, he's not bad with it. He's used it in the past.
I mean, RRQ taking something away from their match versus Paper Rex. They say, well, you know, Divide does it from time to time.
Yeah. Why can't I?
You play Killjoy.
Same thing.
Slow creep forward, just trying to reduce the angles, but Munchkin, yeah.
Again, no pressure being done on B. No pressure being done on B, and we lose the lurker on A.
Going down for 2.
This is a pattern.
Looks for a little bit more, but Crazy Guy still having his number.
For both teams.
Kill, but it seems like
and that is 100% incorrect, by the way. There's no way that you can ever say, oh yeah, this was a good decision.
Ash collapsed the pond, Cushy dead. Snakebite at his feet, and Crazy Guy with 19 HP.
And that's like basic of lurking. You cannot peek on your side of the map, right? Let me quickly explain this. Because many people don't understand this, specifically in ranked.
The advantaged half.
When I'm lurking on here, right? Sorry. When I'm lurking as an attacker Killjoy over here, and 4 of my teammates are going here, right? And they do not do anything because they freeze. They did pressure on the beginning of the round, and then they froze. They don't show themselves. They don't make any noise. That is not the moment for me to do anything. I need to wait till my teammates again do pressure and noise, so I can have a chance at catch someone who's rotating off A.
Sitting on the ground somewhere. Or is this just the plan?
If you do a first move as the Killjoy there, you essentially didn't execute.
Yeah, okay. You want to
by yourself.
Let me show you how it's done.
Could be famous last
and by the way, I make these mistakes from time to time as well. But the problem is I do this mistake because I have no idea what my teammates have to say, because they don't say anything. So I have to look at the minimap to understand what's going on. And sometimes I make a wrong assumption.
Back of Raptors as well as screens. Push forward there from Crazy Guy. Feld as Foxy9 finds him but traded out. Push to the back. Cushy having to get off the angle as they're just getting pressured from every single angle.
Oh, actually winnable? Nah.
Now alone. Fighting back, 2 targets alive.
So, to sum up the entire attack side from RRQ, they did 1 attempt at attacking mid, and the Killjoy who done it
they're on the rope, the spike
didn't do it well.
Still a ways away. Sets out the pit. No has been spotted. Nicely done from Ash. Finding the shot.
What was the plan there? I have no idea.
GENG.
Because he didn't even go into the direction of the spike.
3 in a row to start, 3 in a row to conclude the opening half.
Yeah, love that from Munchkin. Gets the op shot, has a rifle on the ground behind him, picks it up, puts it to great use. Not yet trying to shoot back, but just taking a lot of damage and trying to get tricky. But GENG wise to it, well ahead of time. Well, is that good enough for RRQ on that attacker side? I don't know anymore. I have no idea what any of these score lines mean.
And by the way, to explain to you more,
are out the window.
When we seen
it is chaos.
The Killjoy tried to attack Tube, right? We have seen the Killjoy try to attack Tube once. What you need to do when you're going forward over here, you need to put a nanoswarm in kitchen anywhere. Anywhere. You need that nanoswarm in the kitchen to make sure you're not being swung when you're checking the window.
Overall, but Ash is really starting
when there was no window, you didn't need that.
Found some good
but now you do.
Especially
because it's so hard.
The grand finals has been
because you're going into a crossfire.
So far, but
right?
Still time to turn that
There's
around.
A crossfire that you go into. That's why I hate the inclusion of the window.
Just to show off their little teddy bear.
Yep. All right, well, a rallying cry.
I don't know actually, like the thing that people were complaining about Icebox is that the attack is just so like just A or B, A or B, A or B, A or B. So they made changes to the map. So even made it more AOB, AOB, AOB. Right? Because you cannot take mid. We don't buff him for the 22 months. Welcome back, buddy. Very much for continued support and welcome back. Sorry that I had to do it that fast. All right, guys. 5-man A.
Stick around, get the clear out on that 0 point, but.
And now we have 4 players on defense because no one is taking mid.
RRQ stacked 3 players at Boiler because of what happened last time on the pistol.
Oh, yeah. That's great. Well, crazy guy finding 1. Karan, however, finding 2. Cushy going to be taken down. So RRQ's Teo similarly falls. 1-player advantage. Gate crash into the very back right corner of sight as Sheriff there on the Raptors. Jemkin just not quite able to confirm the kill, but Xpero will be able to put him down. So Karan now.
You guys seeing this, right?
Texture playing protect, takes out wide.
It's just people swinging one by one the entire round.
Yet now noted, surrounded.
We had 5v4 on A, and every single gunfight, apart from one, was 1v1s.
And it's just a hair off. Shots whizzing past Munchkin's head. GENG, they will find both pistols here on Icebox. They will tie it up 4-4 across the series, and now they will gain the lead for themselves once again.
Turkish Classic today, any Preds for BBL versus Foot? I feel like BBL looking a little bit stronger, no?
Karan, though, starting to heat up a little bit here in the pistol. Hitting some pretty sick shots. Yeah, when you're just isolated behind the nest like that. You know, GENG, nobody over peeking there. Just taking their time, really nicely handled. Partial for Foxy, couple Guardians, a Bulldog.
And then Gamble stacked for RRQ.
Yep. It's all 5. Chilling towards A, but they're starting to fan out a bit.
Well, that 0 point. That certainly lets you know.
Yeah, it's not too confusing anymore. Plus, Foxy is a Marshal.
He does, and he's got the headshot. Nice readjustment.
Nice shot. Holy
It's
crap.
that one, and everybody else says, well, yeah, we don't want to push that side anymore. Let's not try to overwhelm Foxy.
We don't want to give him another highlight reel. Primmy's
Do you think Liquid will make the lower bracket round?
So back away. Plant now coming through. I think RRQ widely, they're just going to be content to chill back, try to close the distance here. Just not give over any additional eliminations and try to go down to
I feel like EU just has
he wants, he's out
very
for
mediocre teams nowadays.
Down to 22.
Like,
how greedy does he want to get? He would love to be able to find these last couple kills.
no one is
Have a dimensional
cut above everyone else. Although Team Heretics actually starts to look a little bit better. I mean, a little bit, much better.
Flawless here.
Right. So that's nice.
The anti-eco and move forward into the bonus.
Yeah, this is really nice aggressive positioning in the post plant for GENG. Make sure that those ult orbs aren't going to go for naught. Just get out there, get them. Karan.
I was watching the score.
I wonder what he said.
As they push around the corner.
Yeah.
You're doing well. You don't have to be hitting tab in the middle of the game.
No. Yeah, and now you're starting to really get some ults almost into cycle, which is huge. Great util to back Jemkin off.
Shot whizzing over the top of Jemkin on the repeat. Instantaneous. Kills Ash and gets out.
God, that is filthy. It's unfair.
What a peek. Foxy now. Silently making his way forward here. Top of pipes, Cushy. On the opposite side, Xpero in position for a counter swing.
So good.
See that.
I had to move something, otherwise I would forget it about after the stream.
He's gonna get the rotations coming through to lean back in towards the A side. Jepkin's on his way. Cushy just waiting with the knife. Throw it right at the back of pipe.
Again, 4 players A.
Point now going to be sent out.
They know it's a fake.
Foxy
the
here.
wall allows them to take 4-2, by the way, 4-10.
Trying to scale forward.
Or King, whatever you call it.
Quite here is risky business going across the rope there as Munchkin trying to pace forward, but now Spike going to be dropped. Foxy not able to find one crazy guy, take it down. Texture tries to exit, but Jemkin finds the headshot, and just like that, Karan gets cleaned up. Foxy falls to Xpero's hand. It's just the one casualty in the anti-bonus for RRQ. The gap now just 1 round separating.
Yeah, it's just really good.
Any ultimates?
But
There's your ultimate. All right, guys, let's see.
Openers like this.
Let's see.
That helps.
And by the way, what I'm gonna say here about the Yoru applies to every single ultimate in the game. So every team should have set rounds with every ultimate. What I mean is that if you're a coach of a team and your teammates have a ultimate, they should already know what is the plan. We should have few options. Do we use this ult on B? Do we use the ult on A? What was the plan? Right? So let's see what's the plan here.
Spotting out a couple targets. Don't know if he necessarily made note of money. Yeah, okay, now has absolutely
No plan.
seen him. He's going to exit right here at the front of the side of Sparrow. He's taken down first and foremost. Munchkin gone, spraying through the overwhelm here on the side, but Monyet fighting back, does manage to find at least 2 kills, but Chimkin now all alone. His teammates down on the floor.
If there's anybody who can do it.
Pop of the dash. Alarm bottle around the corner. Heron, narrow little reposition. Texture, about to be the first challenger here, perhaps. Chimkin rides the rope, peeks in.
I think he should
Nothing
save, no?
spotted. Likely will just go for the exit.
Yeah.
A couple shots coming his way, but opts to go for the save. GENG not going to be allowing that tie up to come through. It's going to be 9-7 as this spike goes off.
So far from GENG, we didn't see a singular round from mid, even with one player.
Get the GENG players in position where they can take advantage of it. Get themselves up by 2 rounds again. RRQ. Seemed like maybe they might start to stabilize a little bit. I mean, it was 1 round, but this round right here, Munchkin just so ready there for that angle. Texture's just doing around the world near the nest. Not yet, trying his damnedest, but gets shut down, and into the next round we go, into the breach once again. Karan's got the Viper's Pit. Crazy Guy nearly to his ult. Couple things to consider. Let's come into this. Is RRQ going to make a play for that A orb? It's pretty deep salvos, yeah. Should be able to get the Armageddon. And hello, Monyet.
Gets the clear.
Yeah.
Back pedal. He's playing this site alongside Xfero, both of them here on the ground. Playing along that elevation. And Texture just swings out a little bit further than Xfero might have anticipated. Ends up finding that kill. It's Monyet now desperately trying to escape. Barely manages to do so. The salvo's chasing in as well. And now it's going to be Cushy, just trying to show up the peel here for his teammates, who ends up being a casualty. Monyet finding one, Chimkin finding another, however. As now they get themselves in with the player advantage. You know,
Oh my god, it's very close to killing him.
And that should tell them the rotation has begun. The ping's starting to come down.
And these are the same people who complain about Iceberg being just A or B when they just ignore mid. That's what I'm saying. Like, people don't like critical thinking.
I mean, if GENG could get here cleanly,
they look at the pro team and be like, oh, they just go 12 times A, 12 times B. Yes, they do. But why? Ask the question why.
Munchkin to dodge the util.
Salvos go out to prevent the plant. Riding it forward. Munchkin narrowly coming away with a kill, but now the spike.
But why did you go alone? No idea.
On the forward angle.
20 seconds.
Foxy riding that rope forward, dropping down, collecting it. Commits to the stick. A quick peek, the drop down. Goes up and over the top. Position noted.
Just stick it.
Spotted.
Just stick it.
Back up.
No, if the one of them dies, it's lost.
Just dancing around. The nano caught in his hand, Monyet. Just fiercely runs him down.
Why? Because the map sucks? That's what I will say most likely, yes.
RRQ will go blow for
That's
blow.
what they will say most likely, yeah.
Keep this so very tight-knit.
It's just so tough for GENG there.
It's crazy because one of these teams here has a fucking Yoru and they still don't attack mid.
Texture here. Maybe misreads the situation. Should have known there was a high-low there. Swinging out into that is not a high percentage play. And I think that's what cost GENG that round. I think if Ash just holds the line there, they might be able to get a B plant down.
You know what I mean? It's like, you have a Yoru, perfect character to take pressure on mid. Nope.
Bye going to be a bit weak. RRQ a chance here to tie it up. 0 point. Sees a couple. Seeing that Tejo though, that's quite valuable. Look at where they are on the map. They have all
5 players A.
They're just completely boxed in.
Yep, they're throw down the pit.
Here contain, and yep, the pit
And now the
immediately
Killjoy,
coming through here from Monette.
if the attacks will try to go through this Viper's pit, the Killjoy cannot die. Because if the Killjoy dies, they will go B.
Eats a full flash. No punish to be found quite just yet, though. Is Foxy9 able to find one texture? Charon, however, answering back. And Charon looking to counter pit, perhaps. Here we go again. Seems like the answer is yes. As turn up the corner, crazy guy catching a huge glimpse, but the shots are just not connecting. Sparrow up and over the top.
Why is Monya also playing a Vandal in his own pit? We'll never know.
Everyone now from GENG stuck here inside of the pit.
Oh my.
HP bars all over the place, and Ash! Barrel stuffing with the stinger, able to find one. Monette now dead. Their own pit gone. The TP into the back, and Texture finds him for the 3K. GENG somehow scraped by with this round.
Oh my god, I mean, I thought this round had RRQ written all over it. They read the early part of it so well. They're just taking all this space. But then, when the execute starts to develop, oh my god.
Just feed spotted there for Texture.
Unbelievable. But when the execute starts to develop, RRQ...
He went fully Jojo Rabbit on that one. You know what I mean?
Spotted there.
Execute.
Like, this is the full Jojo Rabbit. This here. Texture. And who's the other guy here? Monette. I would not post this though. I would not post this. But because the context is a little bit weird, right? If I would put like Monette and Texture here. But yeah.
Timeout call here for RRQ.
Has every best of 5 that GENG's played
gone to 5?
I think.
I want to say yeah.
Well, both
at
masters.
Least this iteration.
Yep.
So across the last 2 years.
Yep.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah. Seems about right, I guess.
4 players A and Viper in spawn.
No, wait. They beat DRX 3-1.
Aha.
Bro.
But a lot of them have gone to 5.
Bro.
It feels like they've gone to 5.
Legit, Icebox
they seem to drag a bit.
is the worst map to watch, but it's only because of the team's decision making.
RRQ can find their bearings. GENG just 3-round wins away from sending this to split. Knives in hand for Jemkin.
Look at
here at the top of screen.
Charon.
Look at this.
Out wide here at spawn. Anticipating that pressure, but Xferal ends up pulling away from the angle. Suppress not connecting on the Jemkin.
Don't worry, 4 players going A, we peek 1 by 1. This is the strength of the friendship.
Could clear it out with the Armageddon, but seems like they called
Now they have to go B, so you have to rotate back. Even that ultimate from defenders actually was negative for the defenders, because it pushed them away from the stack. I heavily disagree with that ultimate from Killjoy. Heavily disagree. Heavily disagree. You had the best chance at winning that round by just fighting on A.
Starting to dwindle, and Crazy Guy finding a timing. Foxy9 is going to be taken down there. Trade out, but Jemkin now another reset, another kill. Ash dead. That's the Armageddon gone for the post plant. Now it's just a snake bite.
Still doesn't recover any guns.
That they have to work with here as far as the mollies are concerned. And Xferal once again is on a lurk. The gate crash right here next to him. Gets around the back. A coup de grace to Charon. Looking for a little bit more, but Texture now completely utterly surrounded.
Smoke was not helping.
And Jemkin carves him to pieces.
Crazy stuff.
The timeout works. The back and forth continues.
Just because Munchkin peeks 1 by 1 and doesn't get a trade on himself.
Jemkin is just unreal. He
Right?
is so dialed in. He is dragging.
It's
RRQ,
fantastic shot by Jemkin with the ultimate, but it's like, look at this. Look. Where's the trade? Where's the double peek? Where's the trade? Right? Where's the basic coordination?
outrageous.
And they had 4 people there.
And he's always just cool. It's like, yeah, guys, I'm happy. We're doing good. You know, in his post-match interview, he's like, yeah, I'm happy. And I'm like, are you? It's hard to tell. There, once again, gonna make some early pressure towards A, using the drone. You get a little bit of info that Jemkin's there, but that's scary. But I think, you know, for GENG, oh, Karan just gone. Got out-dueled.
Out-dueled, or was it a timing hard? They couldn't quite tell if the wall was up. It sounded like it had just dropped. Maybe that was a poison orb.
Yeah, that could be.
Either way, it's a huge advantage here for RRQ as they look to break the back and forth streak.
Most Icebox games just feel like I've seen it before. Yes, because not legit mid doesn't exist for attackers.
Corner, shots avoided.
That's why I legit just fell asleep during Icebox games.
Slowly starting to work their way back, but Xfero now entrenched here at mid. Like you said, a stinger in hand. Here's the rotation. Hasn't been spotted. If you can get a catch on the Texture, no. Angle just not quite there.
I think he might have saw Texture's shoulder.
I think he saw both of them, but they haven't seen him.
Yeah, that's
come
true.
down. Salvo's now flying.
What? That was fully moving. The second hit was fully moving. That was lucky as hell.
Texture and Munchkin with everything to do. Basically no real way to do it. Texture's dead.
And no plant.
Cannot even get that plant down.
The
RRQ
no
have broken
plant
back
is
and forth in
crazy.
flawless fashion, and they tie
That
us up
is
at
like
10-10.
an absolute disaster because not even getting the front of
I mean,
creds.
this is just great map awareness. And all it takes is one little spot.
Show me that second kill.
And GENG changes ideas.
Yeah, that second kill was
You
fully
lose
moving.
Karan early.
That's sometimes the luck.
We don't really know how, but
That was insane. Insane luck.
GENG
Insane
tries to do
luck.
something a little bit tricky with a 2-2 split. And it gets punished. Nice positioning from Xfero to get the read on the round. And Ewok was saying, surely this time. Surely this time.
Like I said, does this cut the lead down? Not really. It'd be 7-2. GENG, they have always been able to dominate RRQ. But even though the numbers
So
bit down,
the English joke would be,
surely this time.
Give me that,
Surely
give me
this
those
time.
pecs.
like I said,
I guess.
The
I
number
don't
one
know.
seed out of
There's no
Pacific to
direct
go to
translation
Masters
from
Toronto,
Polish.
That wipes all of those other losses off the board.
Yep.
Cleans the slate.
see if they can continue this. Timeout call for GENG, their last one here on the map. RRQ still one more timeout able to be dispensed. Coach Solo sending Munchkin and the team out and hoping that when they come back, they say, hey, we're going to split. The series isn't over.
Jemkin opping, but there will be no GENG players falling under those crosshairs just yet. Couple ults though for GENG.
Flash into a TP forward.
That's also pretty disappointing to see. Like, you have a Yoru, you don't need to combo that with KO Flash. You can just do that with the Yoru Flash.
24 health now finished off by Monyan. Texture continuing the chase, does manage to go ahead and find that punish. A 1-for-1 on the Tejas as both get taken down. Still no Armageddon.
There's one thing at least that I do like. The teams at least look like they sometimes take the backside of B.
Even not necessary.
So that's nice.
Bit of a timing spray, but Texture owning the round. Pop flash, 2 targets nearby.
Horrible flash though.
Find either of them. Cushy comes away with the kill. Now it's a 2v3. Fragment the clear yellow. Jemkin, the chase forward, the 0 point to try to reveal all. Goes up and over the top. Hunting heads as they cannot get on for the defuse. Jemkin now alone
lost.
to try to at least make it costly, and costly it shall be.
Yeah, I agree with that. Would be nice if Jemkin just gets the kills. He would lose the round, but getting the kills would actually mean a lot because there would be on a lower, like, not a full buy. Like, they would be missing some pieces, you know?
Towards B, and once they're given enough space to get set up for the flash TP to take control of yellow, Texture's on the hunt. Once he seemingly gets past the B site, that's when Texture just becomes an absolute nightmare. He's so good in those long-range battles, even with a Phantom.
Well, they have texture ultimate.
Heavy investments here from the side of RRQ. Cash is going to be in a rough position.
He just TP'd into on the tube. No,
I don't think that GENG even knew there was an op in that.
Oh my god.
Probably not, but you certainly know now. Karan's going to be taken down.
I legit.
As Jemkin finding one, texture. Dead, and all momentum gained from the previous round victory snuffed out.
And this comes from one of the best players on the planet.
Foxy doing well to come away with that kill, but now needs to try to get himself out of this spot. Flush forward here at yellow. That flash, trying to bail him out. The headshot found on him again, but cannot confirm the kill. Crazy guy swinging, finding it.
Guys, look.
Standing.
This is the great example of what I'm talking about every single time about the Yoru ultimate. Look at the Yoru ultimate. Look at what he does.
Heavy investments here from the side of RRQ.
He's putting the TP to TP here. You can just fucking walk in the first seconds of the round while activating the ultimate, and you have the same effect without using your TP.
Hi, Jemkin. In the kill count for this
and I don't even want to talk about his exit of the ult, because that was a different one. But it's like those things,
for RRQ,
those players are so focused on stuff that is meaningless that they forget that they need to do something of actual like merit with the ultimate.
Can they get it
and
done?
why do they do it? Because some guy, I don't know even which one, but some pro player TP'd into the, ultimated into the TP, and they were like, oh, so now let's copy it every time.
Rechallenge it, takes damage, takes the headshot. Xfero
even when it makes no sense.
Nano here in front, crazy guy, just swinging out, making noise, and still winning the fight. Texture.
Not gonna lie, but if RRQ wins this grand final, that's kind of crazy.
His weapon will get scooped up. A Phantom, a Vandal, a Sheriff.
When it does make sense.
Versus 5 of the best players
if that
here.
TP traveled very long time.
Looking to get up to match point. The wall in his face, a flash as well. Ash scales forward, is able to find one, but Monyet shuts him down. The repeat from Jemkin is on point.
I'll give you an example in a moment. PJ Prosperity, type in exclamation. I have 2 videos about Vandal versus Phantom, okay?
On the opposite side.
And they give you a lot of examples.
Push out, and Jemkin staring
so exclamation mark Phantom versus Vandal and exclamation mark Phantom buff. Those 2 videos I touch every single topic about it. I recommend watching it. For example, ulting into the TP would make sense if I do this. Look,
it's a good change up from GENG.
I start the round, I do the TP
RRQ
that goes like this and goes into
really
Snowman.
Solid right
then
now.
I, for example, go A,
the op coming alive,
ult from here,
holding the line.
I ult from here, I ult
kill from
here,
Crazy Guy. So
I get some info and I get pressure, and then I TP here. That makes sense because you are not able to do that otherwise.
The last few days, we could say, especially though in this
that 2 videos, Prosperity, because this video was made before the buff of the Phantom, but there's still a lot of points. You know?
Strategy set up as Texture gets his way over.
And then in the second video, I add the context. I add the context of the buff.
Finding him through the wall, Texture dead on the floor.
They dug into that well too many times. RRQ's got the read on it. So you got to try something different, and this time they are. They're going to rewrap. They're going to rotate.
Is actually good on Yoru? I've never seen him play, so I have no idea.
They're going to be at a man
but
disadvantage, and they're going to be potentially facing
I can bet my left eyeball, without seeing him play, that he's going to be better. He's going to be a better Yoru than 99% of the players that are playing in VCT.
That operator is in hand for Jemkin. The man.
I don't even need to fucking see him play it once.
Position going to be forced away.
To know that.
Never get him flushing him back. Monyet dropping down the salvos to be waited out. The spike now planted. Xfero, however, on the flank. Have they read it?
Oh my god, that's such a big kill. That's such a...
Oh! 3 players, 2 now remaining. Just the 1.
They win, no way.
And he cannot find it. Xfero with the 3K gets RRQ their first ever trophy in VCT Pacific history. The king of kings.
Who would have thought?
They reign. They are your
Who would have thought that RRQ will win
Surely
will win
this
a
time.
split. That is crazy.
And there is no doubt about it now.
That is actually crazy.
3-1 will be the score that RRQ brings. And they have done it. Finally, finally. So many close calls. So many
That
times
is actually
denied
crazy.
by this team on the other side of the stage from getting to bigger and bigger moments. And now it's their turn. Now they have claimed the Stage 1 VCT Pacific Trophy.
And anytime they come to face
That is
GENG
insanity
in the
that they
future,
actually won it. And
GENG might
big
try to
congrats
say
to RRQ.
7-2.
Well done.
All that
Well
RRQ
done.
need reply with is 3-1.
Nate Shot, I know you tried it with Call of Duty, you tried it in NNA with Valorant, but congrats on winning Pacific, Nate Shot. You did a fantastic job. Well played, Nate Shot. Tag him in chat. Tag him in chat. Nate Shot, you did your fucking good job, bro. Well played. He's on stage there. Look at him.
Crazy guys tell him to pump the brakes. Wait a moment. I say hell no. I say you just get ready to go for it. Take that trophy into your own hands. But guys, it has been a hell of a stage. For myself and Paper Thin, always a pleasure to bring you these matches as they will lift this into the air. Group effort. That has got to be.
Are you basing that on the fact that Exta is a Euro main, or what makes you think that he is that good? I know that most VCT Euros are ass. Look, I can make that assumption about Exta because I know he's only playing Euro and he's a Radiant level player. He has insane aim, and if he puts that much effort into playing Euro, there's no way he's ass at Euro. And the other context is that players in VCT who are playing Euro are ass. Clap with me, chat.
자, 선수들과 함께 인터뷰를 진행해 보도록 하겠습니다.
Hey guys, congratulations! Tonight we crowned the new champions of Pacific. If I can have you guys in a single file.
자, 정말 팀 창단 역사상 처음으로 우승을 차지했습니다. 다시 한번 RRQ 선수들을 축하해 볼까 하는데요. 빛을 발하기까지 참 오랜 시간이 걸렸습니다. 팀 창단 후 국제대회 진출과 결승 진출, 그리고 끝내 우승을 차지했습니다. 퍼시픽의 새로운 시대가 열렸습니다. 스테이지 1 챔피언 팀 RRQ! 네, RRQ의 선수들과 이야기를 나눠보도록 하겠습니다. 먼저 엑스페로 선수에게 질문을 하겠는데요. RRQ가 팀 사상 첫 트로피를 들어올렸습니다. 퍼시픽 시작부터 함께한 엑스페로는 감회가 남다를 것 같은데요. 우승 소감 부탁드리겠습니다.
Xero, the first question goes to you. I mean, what a historic moment for the org. First trophy ever since the franchise league. I mean, you know, you've been there since day one with the org. What is this moment
Oops, sorry for
mean
that.
to you?
I just plugged in my phone. My bad.
For me, it feels amazing. Actually, I'm grateful with my teammates. We lost against GENG like 2 days ago, and we mentally come back for this game.
지금 기분이 너무 좋고요. 팀원들에게도 정말 고마울 따름입니다. 그리고 불과 이틀 전만 해도 젠지에게 졌었는데 그래도 멘탈 관리도 잘하고 다시 더 단단하게 돌아올 수 있어서 이렇게 우승이 가능했던 것 같다고 하네요.
자, 몬예 선수에게도 질문을 하겠습니다. 몬예 선수 드디어 트로피를 들어올렸고요. 퍼시픽 다른 팀들의 유니폼도 입었었지만 RRQ와 가장 잘 어울리는 것 같은데요. RRQ와 함께 우승을 이뤄낸 소감 부탁드리겠습니다.
Monye, we're gonna come to you with this question. Trophy for you at last. I mean, you've been sort of a Pacific's journeyman, been here and there, but
Ranked or home?
I feel like the
I have to go home.
jersey is the best to look on you. How do you feel about the trophy?
Shit,
I don't know. Feels nice.
we speak
But still, we
in
still
a
have
second,
more
but I
do,
need
you
to go to the toilet.
I mean,
Be
it's
back.
nice to celebrate. We win the States one, but we still need to be focused on more to Toronto.
잘 모르겠는데 기분은 좋은데 아직 할 게 남아 있잖아요. 일단 뭐 트로피를 들어 올려서 기분은 좋지만 그래도 마스터즈에 가서 또 좋은 모습을 보여드려야 하기 때문에 그 부분에 있어서 더 열심히 하겠다고 말을 합니다.
그렇군요. 이어서 젠킨 선수에게 여쭤보도록 하겠습니다. 매 시즌 본인을 증명하면서 퍼시픽 최고의 엔트리로 거듭났습니다. 세계 무대에서도 활약이 기대되는데 세계 무대에서 본인의 엔트리 역할을 또 보여줄 자신이 있는지, 그리고 마스터스에서 만나보고 싶은 선수가 누가 있을지 궁금합니다.
Jemkin, match after match, you prove yourself to be the best duelist in Pacific. And now you're heading over to Toronto to compete with the world's best. Are you ready to surprise the world with what you can do?
I think I'm always ready.
Okay. Is there a player? Is there a player you would like to face?
Rarga, of course. He's my fan. Ixoju.
Rarga from China.
Rarga. 항상 뭐 세상을 놀래켜줄 준비는 돼 있었고 그리고 더크 선수 만나보고 싶다고 합니다.
자 그리고
Divushka, thank you so much for the 15 months and welcome back and continuous support. Hey, Sorry, I had to do it fast.
우승 트로피를 들어올렸는데요. 아이즈로서 팀을 훌륭하게 이끌었다는 게 증명됐습니다. 첫 시즌부터 이렇게 훌륭한 퍼포먼스를 보여줄 수 있었는지 그 비결이 궁금합니다.
Crazy guy, I mean, you stepped in as the IGL, leading the team to victory. You're very much part of the success that this org had so far. What allowed you to be this great IGL, and what allowed you to perform this well?
Like I know my team are very good, so I just focus on like reading the map, leading the guy how to play, where to go, and they just do the shooting job. And yeah. This one feel amazing because last night I can't even sleep. I slept 1 hour only last night, and I'm very happy that I still can win today.
워낙 또 팀원들이 출중하니까요. 그냥 팀원들을 믿고 그냥 맵 리딩하고 상대를 파악해서 콜만 해주면 총 쏘는 건 알아서 팀원들이 해주더라고요. 그래서 편하게 좀 경기에 임할 수 있었고 그리고 사실 지금 어제 너무 떨려서 1시간밖에 잠을 못 잤는데 그래도 너무 좋은 모습 보여주면서 이렇게 우승까지 할 수 있어서 정말 다행이라고 얘기를 했습니다.
네. 그리고 아까 잼킨 선수의 대답 중에서는 엑셀제 엔트리를 만나고 싶어 했던 것 같습니다. 아까 대답 중에서.
네네, 죄송합니다.
네. 자, 이어서 쿠시 선수에게 질문을 하겠습니다. RRQ 상승세는 쿠시의 합류 이후에 또 돋보였던 것 같은데요. 팬들의 응원 덕분에 이런 퍼포먼스가 나오지 않았나 싶은데요. 우승까지 아낌없이 응원을 해준 팬들에게 한 말씀 부탁드리겠습니다.
Kushi, and ever since you joined the team had so much momentum going on. I mean, you guys all showed up today as well. And we also had fans, riding with you guys through thick and thin. So is there anything you would like to say to the fans?
For everyone who's supporting us from before me and before Crazy Guy and until now, thank you very much. I hope we showed a very fun game that we played, and keep supporting us in Toronto. Thank you.
쿠시 선수 그리고 또 크레이지 가이 선수가 합류하기 이전부터 또 RRQ를 응원해주신 골수 팬분들도 계신데 모든 팬분들에게 항상 응원에 감사하다고 얘기를 하면서 오늘 경기 많이 즐기셨으면 좋겠다고 얘기를 했네요.
네, 자 이어서 코치 이워 감독에게 물어보도록 하겠습니다. 퍼시픽 시작부터 우승 트로피를 들어올리기까지 RRQ의 모든 시간을 함께 하셨는데요. 첫 마스터스, 첫 결승, 첫 우승 계속 더 나은 기록을 만들어가고 있는 RRQ이기 때문에 얼마 남지 않은 토론토의 활약이 더 기대됩니다. 우승 소감과 토론토 각오도 한 말씀 부탁드리겠습니다.
Ewok, and you are the guy that made everything possible for the team, working for the team 24/7. Now, first win, first Masters qualifications, first champion title. So, how does it feel for you to be able to lift the trophy all together? And also, how confident do you feel heading into Masters Toronto?
It's been a really long journey. So, especially for me and Xvero, we've been on the team for a long time, and we've always promised that this is what we can do, and so it really feels good to be able to achieve that. And then one other thing, of course, just wanted to win today for Mother's Day, for all the mothers out there, for my mom back in South Africa. Thank you.
사실 엑스페로 선수도
You
그렇고 이워
guys
감독님도 RRQ에 정말 긴 시간 함께하면서 길고
waited
힘든
for this
여정이었는데
moment
항상 우리가 정말 할
a
수 있다는
long
걸 믿고
time.
있었기 때문에 오늘 그 믿음이 좀 그 결실을 맺은 것 같고요.
and
그리고 또 하나는 그 어머니를 위해서 또 가정의 달이잖아요. 그렇기 때문에 꼭 우승을 하고 싶었는데 그 약속을 지킬 수 있어서 너무 좋다고 얘기를 하시네요.
네, 마지막으로 워버즈 코치에게도 질문을 하겠습니다. 선수들이 빛나는 무대지만 그 무대 뒤에서 그 누구보다 힘썼던 게 코칭 스태프들일 것 같습니다. 그 고생했던 결과를 선수들이 함께 만들어줬는데요. 자랑스러운 선수들에게 한 말씀 부탁드리겠습니다.
Warberts, winning a champions title, it's a group effort from the coaching staff, grinding 24/7, and also the players being able to execute accordingly. So, I know you're really proud of your players at this moment. So, is there anything you would like to say to them?
Yeah,
we're enormously proud of them. We ask a lot out of them. That's the biggest thing. Is we, day in day out, they're just constantly grinding the game, constantly studying. So yeah, we're proud of you guys, but keep going. This is just the first step, right? Now we have Toronto now.
정말 RRQ 감코진이 선수들에게 바라는 것도 많았고 기대도 많이 했었고 또 그만큼 그 기대에 부응해서 열심히 해준 걸 알고 있기 때문에 이런 트로피라는 결과가 있었고 그렇기 때문에 너무 자랑스럽다고 얘기를 하시면서 하지만 토론토에서도 잘 해야 되기 때문에 앞으로도 더 열심히 해야 한다라고 말씀을 해주셨습니다.
네. 자, 킥오프 때는 사실 트로피가 물방울 모양이었어요.
Who had RRQ winning?
성장을 해서 물 기둥이 되고요.
Like overall before this event started. Like I think literally no one.
않을까 싶습니다. 하지만
Definitely not Chobra.
2025 스테이지 1 다음에 마스터스 토론토가 펼쳐질 예정입니다. 6월 7일부터 22일까지 한국 시간으로 6월 8일부터 23일까지 진행될 예정입니다. 퍼시픽을 대표해서 RRQ, 젠지 그리고 페이퍼렉스가 진출하니까요. 여러분들 많은 응원 부탁드리겠습니다. 그러면 저희는 스테이지 1 챔피언 RRQ의 트로피 세리머니와 함께 인사를 드리겠고요.
You should also
조추첨으로
thank
돌아오겠습니다. 다시 한번 외치도록 하겠습니다. 스테이지 1 챔피언
for leaving the RRQ camp. Now let's go to Discord. We're gonna do a vote. Announcement and schedule. So everyone, additional day of sub games at usual time, 13:30 Berlin time. Vote for the day. 1 Monday, 2 Wednesday, 3 Thursday. Actually, okay. Actually, I can do it. Add reaction. So we need 1. What the fuck? Where's the one? Where's 1? What the hell? Why can't I add? Here we go. 2. Add reaction. 3. Add reaction. 1? Where's 1? Here we go. Okay, guys. I'm gonna finish for today. You guys vote for the sub games, which day you would like to play. And we'll see each other on Tuesday. I'm gonna be taking a day off. Also, Tuesday will be a day off. Because I streamed today. Alright, my friends. See you guys tomorrow on stream. Thank you for hanging out with me today on stream, watching the grand finals. No one thought that RRQ will actually win this. Definitely not me. I was certain that GENG will take it. Okay? Alright. Love you all. Thank you for hanging out. See you guys tomorrow on stream. Bye bye. Have a nice weekend. I mean, whatever's left of it. See ya. Bye bye. See ya.